Hello, Mr. Purohit. Dr. Gar.
Can you see me?
So welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for the invitation.
How is weather in US?
Sorry, I can't hear you. Can you repeat, please?
Okay.
I think the music is a bit loud, so I can't hear you. I still can't hear you.
Hello. Hello, Mr. Purohit.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
Just fine, thank you. So, how is weather in US?
Actually, I'm traveling to Europe right now. I'm in Finland. I'm in Helsinki, and
Okay.
weather is fine. It's really good.
Okay, okay. Jen?
Hi, good morning,
morning.
Jen. Good
Yeah.
job. Good morning.
Good morning, sir. Good morning. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Voice and image okay?
I think the sound is very clear.
Yeah.
Really good.
Hello, Jen Saab. Thank you. Hello, Excellency, Mr. Barry.
Good morning.
Yeah. It's fine, thank you.
Good morning, Your Excellency. Anil Razdan here wishing you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
One small practical question. Should we unmute ourselves or is that done centrally?
Let them do it centrally, I think.
Right. Okay. I see we can do it locally also, so that will be no problem.
Good morning to all of you. It's Anil Jain from Jain Irrigation here.
Welcome, sir.
Good morning, sir. Good morning.
Hello, Mr. Barker. Hello, Shubham. Hello, Aishwarya.
Hello.
Good morning,
Hello,
Anil.
everyone.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, sir. Good morning.
Mr. Garg, one question. Are we supposed to offload the presentation from our side, right?
Yes, you can do it, or you can send to Mr. Puneet. He will do it. There is no
Yeah,
problem.
I think I can do it.
Okay.
And when would be the time that we would put it up?
You can do it right now.
Mhm.
Your presentation will be just after my a few words of welcome. So
Okay.
your 10-minute speech is industry address first. Then Vineet Mittal will address.
Okay. We see that we are not. I mean, it says host disabled participant screen sharing, so we can't share. At least not for now.
So you are not on a speaker link,
We are on a speaker link,
so you can do it.
but it says that the host cannot. Host has disabled us. So
Okay.
I think that'll happen after Dr. Anigar gives his speech. You should be able to share your screen after that.
okay, all right.
Rajdan sir, within next 2 minutes, we can start with your
Certainly.
permission.
I'm all yours.
Hello. Yeah. So, Mr. Just a minute. Mr. Raji will be a speaker. So he's a recipient of the award. So he will be speaker link. Yeah. So he will be on speaker link. He will be on.
Dr. Garg?
Yeah, you can start, Aishwarya.
All right. Good morning, sir. So we're going to start the session in just 1 minute. So very good morning, everyone. Distinguished delegates, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Energy and Environment Foundation, I very warmly welcome all of you to this International Digital Conference and Exhibition known as the 12th World Renewable Energy Technology Congress and Expo and 5th World Water Summit 2021. My name is Aishwarya Kapoor and I shall be taking you through the various virtual events of the conference from now onwards through its curtain falling on 21st, that is tomorrow. And as all of you are aware, World Renewable Energy Technology Congress and Expo and World Water Summit is an international event organized on 21st and 22nd of August every year in New Delhi. And now I would like to welcome the distinguished guests. I invite first Dr. Anil Garg, President of the 12th World Renewable Energy Technology Congress and 5th World Water Summit 2021 to deliver the welcome speech. Dr. Garg, please.
Thank you, Aishwarya. Distinguished dignitaries, His Excellencies, His Excellency Mr. Barry, His Excellency Mr. Martin, Mr. Sunil Purohit, Sushil Purohit, Mr. Vineet Mittal, Ayn, and other distinguished dignitaries. We are having an annual conference on Renewable Energy Technology Congress. This is 12th in the series on the fixed date. And we are also having 5th World Water Summit on the same date. These two conferences are happening simultaneously. Reason is that renewable energy is a requirement for the nation and for the world. and water is globally required. In fact, water is also required for energy in excess, as you have seen in electrolysis of water to generate hydrogen, which is a newer fuel. So we welcome distinguished dignitaries, participants, speakers throughout the world. The theme of this year's Renewable Energy Technology Congress, which is 12th in the series, is Renewable Energy Innovations, Technology and Energy Efficiency for Sustainable Green Economy. You know that sustainable development is a need of our, and the theme of 5th World Water Summit is Water Security for Sustainable Development. So we will have this virtual conference from today for tomorrow also. This is a weekend. My apologies for sparing and this time, because dates are fixed for every year. This is 21st, 22nd, and 23rd. Because this is virtual, so it is for 2 days. And I have to thank distinguished speakers throughout the world. They are participating in a large number. Then award winners of World Global Excellence Award, which is in the area of energy, renewable energy, and water. So with these few words, I will request Compare Aishwarya to take up. Next. Aishwarya, please.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. I now invite one of the top standing industrial stalwarts, Mr. Sushil Purohit, President, Wärtsilä Energy USA, to address the gathering on industrial perspectives. Mr. Purohit, please.
Good morning. We are not able to load the presentation still. If you can help us doing that.
Yeah, to request the IT department to allow screen sharing and so that Mr. Purohit can continue with his presentation.
It is at a green point, screen sharing.
We actually that's what I'm doing. So, but it says it's disabled.
Okay. You can start, and meanwhile, this will be done.
We will
Okay.
upload. We will upload. Just wait.
All right, please upload. Thank you. I'll start. Dignitaries, distinguished participants, my fellow speakers, ladies and gentlemen, namaste, and wish you all a very safe day. Indeed, it is a privilege and honor to be amongst you today to share my thoughts on a very pertinent topic, which is in line with the summit's theme. I also would like to take this opportunity to commend the organizers, Energy and Environment Foundation, for hosting this summit despite the challenging pandemic times that we are all going through today. My name is Sushil Purohit, and I'm heading Wärtsilä Energy business globally, and I'm based in Houston, Texas. Before jumping into the topic, I would like to tell a little story from my childhood. I'm from a little town in Western Odisha called Bargarh. It was in 1970s and 80s, a dusty little town with under 100,000 population. Those days, We used to get all our electricity from the Hirakud hydroelectric power plant. We were lucky. We were getting power and getting renewable electricity during those times. It was all great, except that there was one problem. During summertime, the water level would come down. And while the demand of electricity shot up, the generation did not cope with it. As a result, we had massive load shedding. I remember as a child, more often than not, doing homework under candlelight. We had renewable electricity, which was not reliable. Our modern life needs to be powered reliably and sustainably. Precisely to address this and similar situations, we as Wärtsilä set out a vision of 100% renewable energy. We see that energy landscape is in transition. We still have some problem with the slides. If you can upload from your side, I think that'll be. Right, we go to the slide number 2. Thank you. So we see the landscape, the energy landscape is in transition towards a more flexible and sustainable power system. As a global player, we witnessed this transition all across all continents, and our role is to help our customer in decarbonization of their power system by developing market-leading technologies such as future fueled enabled balancing power plants and energy storage optimization solutions. Now, if we go to the slide number 3, please. Let us talk about the global scenario with a small anecdote. While there is a lot of discussion about the energy transition, it is not new event in the human history. Until the 1900s, we were using biomass as the main source of energy. Only after 1920, the fossil fuels have become main source of energy. For sure, at that point of time, the transition the pace was slow. It doesn't have to be in this century. And I think it is not. We see since 2015, the new capacity addition of renewable energy has reached about 63% of the total capacity addition. Let me be absolutely clear. It is growing at a pace that is never seen before. As we can see on the map here in the slide, the renewable growth in Asia will be huge. In terms of energy demand, the sheer amount of renewable energy, new renewable energy capacity, and the pace of change, Asia and India will actually be the front line in a successful global transition. Now, the question is, what will drive this rapid transition? First, the falling prices of renewables. We all have seen this, experienced this in India and globally. Second, the increasing demand for green energy. Companies across the world are setting up their decarbonization goals. We are also seeing in India, the demand for renewable energy is growing. The companies in India can actually start, and now they can directly procure energy from the power exchange platform. Moreover, we understand that the government is also streamlining the process of procuring green energy directly from distribution companies. Such a move can actually be a game changer. Third, and which is the most important one, the climate change. The latest IPCC report concludes that for the first time, humans are actually responsible for global warming. The report also raises a red flag that we are already at 1.1 degrees Celsius above the pre-industrial time. And we would probably breach the 1.5 degrees Celsius threshold even before 2040. And that will have climate consequences, even in India. Now, let us now focus, turn our focus on India. India has done exceedingly well as far as adding renewable energy capacity is concerned. Since 2015, we have added 36 gigawatt of solar, 16 gigawatt of wind, and we have increased it to a point that it is now 25% of the total mix. In recent report published by Central Electricity Authority on optimal power mix, reveals that the share of renewable in the electricity mix will be 420 gigawatt. These are ambitious targets, and it will help India in reducing greenhouse gas emissions intensity by 30 to 35%, or to even produce 40% of electricity from non-fossil sources. However, I would like to point out that there is a need to look beyond 2030 and set targets which are aligned to limit the global temperature to a below 1.5 degrees Celsius. As International Energy Agency puts it in one of its reports, all road to successful global energy transition go via India. Now, considering the huge importance of India and its contribution to combat climate change, Vatsala, in partnership with Lappeenranta Lahti University of Technology, carried out a power system modeling study to explore the feasibility of a net zero emission power system by 2050. I want to highlight some of the findings that emerged from our study. First, as per our estimate, India would need 4,000 gigawatt of installed capacity to meet about 6,000 terawatt hours of electricity demand and over 1,000 gigawatt of peak demand by 2050. Solar will become, of course, the dominant technology with 76% of the mix. Second, flexibility is key in integrating high shares of renewable energy in the power system, or to achieve a net zero power system even. According to the study, by 2050, India would need 99 terawatt hours of storage capacity and a total of 186 gigawatt of flexible gas engines. Storage, mainly batteries, will take care of the short-term and balancing and short-term balancing and hourly shift of renewable generation. On the other hand, gas engines running on synthetic fuel like hydrogen and methane, green methane, are mainly used to manage the seasonal electricity demand and to balance sudden surge in demand of instant or instant drop in generation. These engines already have ability to run on synthetic fuels to generate electricity. At present, Vatsala engine can burn 25% of green hydrogen, and we are working currently and testing to make those run with pure hydrogen in coming years. Now, a net zero emission power system by 2050 is in India's interest. A clean power system can catalyze India's transformation into a clean energy powerhouse, lifting millions from poverty, creating new jobs, and insulating India from shocks, from energy shocks. At the same time, contributing towards the global goal of limiting temperature below 1.5 degrees. The transition away from fossil fuel is challenging and often considered expensive. You will find it interesting that this is not always the case. Our study reveals that a cost optimal carbon neutral power mix can cut the per megawatt hour cost of meeting electricity demand by 48%, almost half of the cost by 2050. Moreover, the energy transition can help India in reducing or neutralizing its reliance on imported fuel, converting surplus renewable generation into synthetic fuels, mainly green hydrogen, which is going to be key to reduce India's independence on imported fuel. Similarly, we also believe that the domestic availability of green hydrogen may attract high value green industries like green steel, chemicals to the local market. India has a massive opportunity to take leading position in exporting high value green products or synthetic gas fuels itself to emerging markets across the globe. Now, so to conclude, what should we do in India to decarbonize our power systems? First, India should set ambitious clean energy targets over long-term horizon to create visibility for investors. Second, increase regulatory pressures on companies to go green. This will include mandating consumers and load-serving entities to meet a certain percentage of their requirement from renewable sources. Third, strengthen supply-side flexibility by introducing market mechanism to attract investment in flexible generation technologies, such as gas engines and battery storage. Make no mistake, inflexible legacy power plants will not be able to effectively support the grid as the share of renewables will increase. Fourth, launch incentive program for production of electrolyzers and create new demand centers for uptake of green hydrogen. Now, coming back to my little story, we can all together build a power system that can provide 100% renewable energy to town like mine and yours and entire India, reliably, cheaper, and faster. And please remember, the opportunity for India is immense, and we can effectively leapfrog other developed nations into a sustainable future. Thank you. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, sir, for your words and sharing light on the industrial perspectives. And now I request Mr. Vineet Mittal, Chairman, Avada Group, to enlighten us with his industry address. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Aishwarya. Namaste, everyone. I salute to divinity in all of you. It's my great pleasure to address you all today to 12th World Renewable Energy Technology Congress. In our country, the sloka, O Ganga, Yamuna, Godavari, Saraswati, Narmada, Sindhu, Kaveri, please be present in this water, is recited by every practicing Hindu at the time of taking bath. We treat our river as the source of divinity, and through prayer of 7 sacred river, we are inviting to be part of our bathing ritual every day. So this prayer clearly explains that our culture, which respected river as mother, realized the potential and need of water since time immemorial. And as all of us know, water is intrinsically related to human life. Like oxygen, this is another life source, and civilizations are dependent on availability of water to flourish since time immemorial. And if you will see most of the old cities or even the properties which have a river view or a sea view are the most expensive even in today's world. But if you look at with the globalization, need for growth, urbanization, access to clean drinking water, an elixir of life, has increasingly become. And to the extent I would dare to say that next wars would not be on the border, probably be on the water. And days are not far if we continue to abuse water sources that it will be created like coal or silver. When I was in a school, and a friend of mine came back from Middle East, and he was narrating us in class 6 that they used to buy water in bottles. It was very difficult for me to comprehend. I was living next to River Ganga, and for us, water was always there in abundance. And it was very difficult to relate in those days that water would be tradable, and even for drinking water, we have to pay. And fortunately, the earth is blessed with abundant water resources, but unfortunately, a few percentage of water is usable, and almost globally, many countries are battling with water scarcity. 4% of our renewable water resource serves 17% of the country's population. The growing need of Indian population, urbanization, industrialization, has already put our country under pressure, and we always see conflicts between the states already happening due to the water sharing agreement. And probably urbanization is one of the biggest source, but industrialization, poor water management is leading us towards the future with huge problems. And even today, I am very unhappy to share that a lot of industries are still discharging wastewater and hazardous chemicals into the river directly. Government has put a lot of processes, a lot of stringent norms, and still some of the irresponsible industries are doing it. And if you read recently, there was a news about river settlers and the pollution in the river, which runs almost 65-kilometer long stretch from Punjab and Rajasthan. And it has posed a serious health threat to the people living around in the Gandhi Canal, whose life and livelihood both is depending on the Gandhi Canal. And as I was mentioning, my childhood was around River Ganga. It's considered as the most sacred river. In fact, we as Hindus always believe that all our sins will be washed after taking bath in the river. And if you look at, unfortunately, the pollution of all kinds increases as Mother Ganga travels from Gomukh to Bay of Bengal. And probably the Ganga basin is one of the most densely populated region on Earth. The untreated sewage dumped into the river, industrial waste, agriculture runoff, remnants of partially burned or unburned bodies from funeral pyres, and animal carcasses all contribute to polluting the Ganga. And I would like to highlight the research done by non-profit organization Toxic mentions about the toxic link and microplastic concentration in River Ganga compared to water in other rivers across the globe, like Rhine in Europe or Tapso in North America, or some of the rivers in South America. They found that Ganga microplastic pollution was much higher. And this is in spite of higher per capita consumption of plastics in European countries, North and South America as compared to India. So if you look at in today's environment, due to diverse climatic situation and rainfall distribution across our country, we have both drought and flood happening at the same time. I live in Mumbai now. We had drought in Ratna. We had flood in Ratnagiri and Darbar. We faced drought and variation in climatic condition. The average monsoon, which used to be around 45 days, have reduced to 22 days. And this is further deteriorating the water levels of rivers and water table across the country. So I have highlighted a very grim situation, and reason probably I'm sounding pretty scared is because it calls for an immediate action. And there is a solution to all of this. And fortunately, our government has taken concrete steps to tackle the challenges. They have now put up a dedicated Ministry of Jal Shakti, to focus on this. And the ministry has been formed with a mission to achieve optimal sustainable development through efficient use of water resources that can adhere to requirement of growing population and strike the right balance between the water requirement, economic growth, and energy requirement. And this particular ministry has fortunately launched several projects for clean drinking water availability. They have a very focused project on Namami Gange Jal Jeevan Mission, which is focusing on providing safe drinking water to every household through functional tap. There is a strong focus on interlinking of rivers so that soft water is not discharged into the sea. Our own Prime Minister has been focusing a lot on river regeneration and cleaning of river, interlinking of river basin management. I think this needs further attention. There are a lot of plans around Mission Bhagirathi, Brahmaputra Board, Namami Gange to ensure greater equality in distribution of water and availability of water in drought-prone and rain-fed area. I think India is fortunate and blessed. We have several rivers, and we have ancient wisdom to use these water resources effectively and preserve them. Dr. Abdul Kalam had said once that ancient India was knowledge society and contributed a great deal to civilization. What we need to do is recover the status and become a knowledge power. And if we ingrain spirituality with education, we will be able to ignite our dormant inner energy. And if that guides our life, then these challenges will be converted into opportunity, which will lead to bring peace, prosperity, and bliss to our nation. The need today is that these golden principles should be implemented in our day-to-day life. It's not only the responsibility of government to preserve water, it's a responsibility of each of us to ensure it happens and ensure that the way we are putting plastic and city waste into the ocean stops with the immediate effect. And I think it's time to go back to the pages of our ancient culture and knowledge and use even modern technology with historic knowledge. And that will lead us to live sustainably and as well as ensure that the nature which has created enough for everyone's needs, but probably not for greed, becomes the real living experience. And we all have to make extensive effort to revive all sources of nature and find new ways of producing natural energy, like Mr. Purohit was saying. And India has brought out a lot of great initiative on
Good, sir.
adoption of green energy and green hydrogen. And I think that's the only way to live in a balanced way with the nature. Because if we play with nature, nature would not be kind with us. So thank you for inviting me to share my thoughts. Though we work in clean energy space, but water is very close to our heart, and it's an integral part of living sustainably. And I hope we'll be able to adopt Vedic principles in our lifestyle. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'll request the host to kindly enable my video. Yeah, thank you so much, sir, for sharing the industrial perspectives with us regarding the 5th World Water Summit. And now it is time for the release of background papers. So the first background paper is on renewable energy, and it has been prepared by Mr. Dinesh Babu, and it is by Ernst and Young. I request so as you all know that as far as the 12th World Renewable Energy Technology Congress is concerned, it aims to deliberate upon the challenges and opportunities faced by the energy sector in the wake of volatile energy markets and environmental concerns. So I'd request all of you to go through these papers, and thank you so much for making these papers. And of course, participants can download or get these background papers from the event's virtual platforms info desk. And next, I'd announce the release of background paper for water, and this is by Global Foundation for Advancement of Environment and Human Wellness. Thank you so much for preparing these papers. And as you know, as far as the Water Summit is concerned, it is focusing on synergies between water security and economic prosperity, finance and technology to deliver water solutions for both industries and utilities. Of course, this summit is going to bring the collective intelligence of all the stakeholders and exchange knowledge and latest technologies, and also the acumen of visionary speakers. So I'd request all of you to just go through these papers, and of course you can get them from the event virtual platforms info desk. Thank you so much. And now I have the privilege of inviting His Excellency Barrio Farrell AO, High Commissioner, Australian High Commission, who is also our guest of honor this morning. Thank you so much, sir, for having joined us. I'd request you to please deliver your address and keep our spirits high.
Namaskar and good morning, and thank you to the Energy and Environment Foundation and the Ministry of Jal Shakti for this opportunity to speak at the Joint World Renewable Energy and World Water Summit. I want to acknowledge the presence of all the distinguished speakers, guests and participants, but particularly my diplomatic colleague Martin van der Berg, the Ambassador of the Netherlands. I'm delighted to be here today to share with you Australia's commitment to develop renewable energy technologies and to discuss Australia and India's collaboration on water security issues, which, as we've heard already, are of critical importance to both our country's futures, but also the futures of every country in the world. Like India, Australia is committed to a technology-driven approach to reducing emissions. In the lead up to COP26 and beyond, our collective focus has to be on driving down the costs of new and emerging renewable energy technologies. This is key in ensuring widespread global adoption and to maintaining energy affordability and reliability in the future. Australia and India both seek an energy transition that supports strong economic growth, particularly as our economies, like those around the world, recover from the impacts of COVID-19. This is reflected in Australia's India economic strategy, with energy as a priority sector. India's impressive and rapid development of renewable energy has us currently updating that strategy. Australia welcomes Prime Minister Modi's reference to India's national hydrogen mission last weekend. Australia too has prioritised the development of hydrogen, developed a national strategy, and we're exploring collaboration opportunities with India as we sit here. As Dr. Mathur from the ISA knows, Australia is a proud founding member of the International Solar Alliance, and we appreciate India's global leadership of this important issue. Australia is fortunate to have the world's highest uptake of household solar panels, and we're pleased to work with the ISA to support more widespread adoption and to enhance energy security and sustainable development, particularly in our Indo-Pacific region. We're also exploring opportunities to jointly unlock the potential offerings of Australia's critical minerals and rare earths as input for Make in India renewable energy technologies like solar modules and batteries. And we look forward to more policy, business and technology exchanges and two-way investment as both our countries rapidly develop and deploy renewables and low emissions technology. Access, as we've also heard from speakers today, to clean water is vital for health, security, stability and sustainable development. Both India and Australia are grappling with these with changes in climate, and we're both prone to heat waves, droughts, floods and other extreme weather events, which of course have an impact upon water availability. For both countries, the task of ensuring water security is becoming more complex, particularly given population and urbanisation trends we both share. Australia and India also share a long history of water cooperation stretching back to the 1980s. But last year was a very big year for Australia-India water cooperation. In addition to the elevation of our relationship to a comprehensive strategic partnership, our Prime Ministers jointly renewed our water MOU, cementing water security as a joint priority for both countries. Along with Joint Secretary Yadav, I helped launch the Australia-India Water Dialogue, a virtual platform for high-level engagement between Australia and Indian water professionals. And at this very summit last year, Australia's Minister for Foreign Affairs, Marise Payne, launched the Australia-India Water Security Initiative, a $10 million investment to enhance India's urban water security and to contribute to objectives under India's urban water mission. The initiative seeks to demonstrate how low-cost, nature-based solutions can be harnessed to build healthier and more water-resilient cities. And also, we're facilitating knowledge exchange between water experts and authorities across the public, private, and academic sectors to collaborate on areas like water resource management, circular economy, irrigation modernisation, water information systems, and of course, river basin reform. And I'm also pleased to share that the Australia Water Partnership is launching its Young Professionals program as an extension this October to build capacity of future leaders, many of whom are online today, to support sustainable water management in India. I look forward to continuing to foster close working relationships between Australia and India on renewable energy and water security as critical issues that will shape not just the future of our countries and our region, but also the world. And I wish everybody well with a successful conference over the next couple of days. Thank you.
Thank you so much, His Excellency. And now I welcome His Excellency Martin Vandenberg, Ambassador, Embassy of the Kingdom of the Netherlands, who's our guest of honor. Now I request him to please deliver his address. Over to you, sir. do we have, yeah, we have His Excellency Martin Vandenberg. Very warm welcome, sir. Over to you, sir. So I'd request you to kindly unmute yourself. Indeed, it is our great privilege that we are being joined by Ambassador of the Embassy of the Kingdom of the Netherlands, His Excellency Martin Vandenberg. I suppose there seems to be some issue with the connection there. But as we were earlier talking about the release of the background papers, I'd here.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, please go ahead. Go ahead, sir. His Excellency Martin Vandenberg, I request you to please continue with your speech, if you can hear me. Well, there seems to be a connection with the problem with the connection there. So before we move ahead with the speech, I'd like to thank the papers, the background papers for renewable energy. The papers have been prepared by Mr. Nithyanandam Yuvaraj Dinesh Babu, Team Leader Ernst & Young Services, and Dr. Vivek Bandyopadhyay, former Advisor and Head, Solar Energy Center. Thank you so much, both of you, for preparing these background papers. And for the water sector, the paper has been prepared by Dr. Pranab J. Patel.
Much for having me in this very important. Now, yes, now it works.
So we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Give him the screen,
Hello?
please.
Yes, sir, please go ahead. Yeah.
Who should be speaking now?
You, sir, Your Excellency.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, you can all hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, well,
yes.
I think we had some, well, we do have a connection problem here in our part of Delhi, but well, it's good to be here, and I think we all very much agree on the importance of the topic we're discussing today on the World Renewable Energy Technology Congress. So good morning to everyone, and I think we have a few very early birds also from the United States, from Australia. I think the bad news I think we have all read was of course the very dark red alert from the IPCC report on climate. The ugly news today is if you look to the government recovery spending after COVID, that only 2% is spent on clean energy transitions, and global emissions are set to surge to an all-time high. But the good news is I think that the world has a viable pathway to building a global energy sector with net zero emissions. And I think the IEA, the International Energy Agency, have designed this roadmap. This, of course, as the IEA very much makes clear, requires huge ambitions from the public sector, the private sector. But at the same time, we should realize and we should not walk away that from the need of also social economic transitions. And going green is not a free lunch, and an energy transition is also a social economic transition. It will have very big economic implications. transition will have important social consequences, and especially on the bottom of the income pyramid. And so there are substantial transition costs. So energy transition is also a socio-economic transition. But at the same time, we should also realize that the socio-economic impact of not acting is much higher than of acting, also for the bottom of the pyramid. So I think renewable energy is not a luxury, but it is very much a must of today. So we do have to be very ambitious. And I know that India is very ambitious and also very successful in renewable energy. The Netherlands is very ambitious. The European Union is very ambitious. And as Barry also explained, Australia is very ambitious. The Netherlands want to achieve a zero CO2 emission from energy supply by 2050. And the Netherlands also aims to be a leading country in the green hydrogen. I think that very much connects with Honorable Prime Minister Modi explained last Sunday on the 75th Independence Day speech. And the Netherlands is also very ambitious and very successful in offshore wind and solar. The Netherlands is very strongly committed to the EU ambitions on green economy, but the EU ambitions also illustrate very much the importance, the need of international collaboration. If you look to the discussions on the cross-border adjustment mechanism, how do you deal with energy transitions in different speeds between different countries or different regions in the world? The Netherlands and India very much share a common ambition on clean energy development, and they are working very closely together. For example, the Netherlands is working closely with Niti Aayog to develop models of sustainable energy and the decarbonization of energy-intensive industries in India. And the Netherlands is a partner of the International Solar Alliance, and we very much appreciate the leadership role of India in the International Solar Alliance. The Netherlands is also a very strong partner of the International Energy Agency and very much supports the role of the IEA in India. And many Dutch companies in India are working in India in providing clean energy through decentralized energy systems and flexible energy systems. And it was discussed and said earlier, flexibility is very key in the renewable energy transition. The Netherlands are very successful partners. We see it in so many areas, in technology collaboration, in water, in agriculture, in health, and very recently also in sports. There was a Dutch hockey coach, Sjoerd Marijne, who was very successful with a women hockey team in the Olympics. A very winning team together, the Dutch coach and the Indian team. But I think on the collaboration on renewable energy, I think only the golden medal is good enough. We should aim for a golden medal on renewable energy. I think we owe it to our children, we owe it to our grandchildren. So let's go for a golden medal. Let's go for a net zero emission energy sector. And I am sure we all benefit from this. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, His Excellency. And now I'll request Chairman, Energy and Environment Foundation and former Secretary Power, Mr. Anil Razdan, to please deliver the inaugural address. Of course, Shri Anil Razdanji does not need any introduction. He is a true visionary, and we all take pride of the fact that you are the Chairman of Energy and Environment Foundation. So I request Razdanji to please deliver the inaugural address. Thank you.
Thank you, Aishwarya, and a very good morning to all distinguished delegates, friends, in particular, His Excellency Mr. Barry O'Farrell, the High Commissioner for Australia, His Excellency Mr. Martin Vandenberg, Ambassador for the Kingdom of Netherlands, Dr. Anil Garg, Mr. Vineet Mittal, as Chairman Avada Group, and Mr. Sushil Purohit, President of the Vatsila Energy. Well, friends, we are meeting today under a shadow of the latest climate report, which has been declared as a red code by the United Nations, and rightly so. The world at the moment is facing really two emergencies, and both emergencies are the subject of this get-together, which is an intellectual get-together, basically for policymakers, for implementers. The two emergencies that we are facing is one of climate change and the other of water. Climate change involving global warming, unbridled temperature rise, essentially because of use of fossil fuel energy, and that too in the developed world. Water emergency, non-availability of clean drinking water for most of our populations in the developing countries. Both emergencies threaten human civilization. They have come about as a result of unbridled economic development, mostly which is skewed. We are now talking of circular economies. Hitherto, development globally has been linear development models country-wise. Planning and education in silos, also within governments and within countries. Economic greed and selfish behavior by countries and within society. What we need rightly is need for circular planning and circular economies. We need global thinking. We need universal thinking. But all that thinking, this is talking very big, but it begins at home. As a society, as a citizen, are we thinking of others or only for ourselves? Nature will protect us if we protect nature. There is the Indian concept which has been talked about today of Vasudev Kutam. That is compassion for fellow human beings and other life that exists in nature. Protection of nature is the new global religion, I think, which we ought to educate people and also the younger generation. But unfortunately, time is running out. And maybe even before they reach a stage of execution, I mean the younger generation, the damage would have been done. We all agree that we need a circular economy, we need circular nature. And this cannot come about without the commitment of governments and citizens. Any global solution to global problems is not possible without equity, in my view. I'll be very frank. I have no economic interests left in any industry or in any government or in any job. Equity demands common but differentiated responsibility. Principles of Kyoto, UNFCCC, which unfortunately were abandoned in Paris. We need to get back if we really want to succeed in our goals. Sorry for this plain hard talk. The COVID pandemic has taught us that global emergencies demand global action. But whoever is the epicenter of the problem must go under lockdown. It's a very harsh statement that I'm making. But that is what is the need of the hour. Countries which have just begun to develop cannot be asked to shut down. Those who have caused the greater pollution or greater harm to the environment must follow the principles of the recent COVID pandemic. Circular economies require circular planning, resource availability, and technology availability. Net zero is the new buzzword in terms of emissions and to protect temperature rise. 2050, 2060, all this is not workable unless there's an equitable execution plan and funding that goes with it. Technologies are being developed, but are they affordable? Are they affordable for the developing countries which are being asked to adopt them? Technology, funding issues, hydrogen, storage, electric vehicles, these are all the needs of the future. We all agree. But they have to be adopted equitably and speedily. But I think we should be looking at hope, and hope with optimism. Something very, very touching was said by Professor Vagiri Maathai, 2004 Nobel Prize winner, first woman to earn a doctorate degree in Eastern Central Africa. I'm fond of quoting her. She said with optimism, no matter how dark the cloud, there is always a thin silver lining, and that is what we must look for. The silver lining will come, if not to us, then to the next generation or the generation after that. The silver lining may not be thin 50 years from now, and that is what we need to look for. Thank you very much for your excellent participation and a very learned participation. I again thank their excellencies for sparing their valuable time. Thank you very much, all participants, for a very, very warm response. Thank you very much. Wish you good deliberations.
Thank you so much, Mr. Razdan, sir. And now we are stepping on to the gala event of today, namely giving away of the Energy and Environment Foundation Global Excellence Award 2021 in both the sectors, that is the renewable energy sector and the water sector. Before I announce the winners, let me give a little bit of background on the Global Excellence Awards. Of course, these awards, they were introduced for the first time in 2011 by the Energy and Environment Foundation to celebrate excellence, innovation, and best practices in the energy, environment, and water sectors, to serve as a tribute to the winners' professionalism and commitment to demonstrate excellence in renewable energy and water sector. Talking about the previous years, and if we look at 2011, the Energy and Environment Foundation Awards in the renewable energy sector have been conferred to dignitaries like Dr. Gustav R. Grob, Mr. V. Subramanian, Padma Shri Mr. Rakesh Bakshi, Dr. Osman Ben Sheikh, Professor Ali Saeed. And in 2011, these were the awardees. Talking about 2012, the Energy and Environment Foundation Awards in Renewable Energy were conferred upon Sri Deepak Gupta, who was the former secretary to the Government of India, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy. Also, Dr. Patrick Hofer-Noser, Ms. Sunita Kumar, Mr. Sunil Jain, Mr. Satish Sharma, Dr. Simon Hobbs. And talking about 2013, the Energy and Environment Foundation Awards in Renewable Energy were conferred upon Mr. UN Panjar, Mr. John Hardy, Mr. Jens Bergdorf, Dr. R.K. Malhotra, Dr. S. Koma Thai Nyayagam, and Mr. Bruce N. Anderson, Mr. Suhas Khan, Mr. Pradeep Chaturvedi. Talking about 2014 now, the Energy and Environment Foundation Awards in the renewable energy sector were conferred upon Dr. Tarun Kapoor, Mr. Rajendra Kumar Kaura, Mr. Rahul Munjal, Mr. Arun Kumar, Mr. Mats Deninger, Mr. Hitesh Doshi, Dr. Sunita Narayan, Professor Hari Narayan, Mr. Devansh Jain. And in 2015, the Energy and Environment Foundation Awards in Renewable Energy were conferred upon Mr. K.S. Popley, Mr. Sumant Sinha, Mr. Rana Kapoor, Mr. Ashish Khanna, Mr. Anders Brownstormer, Mr. Pashupati Gopalan. And in 2016, the Energy and Environment Foundation Awards were conferred upon Dr. Upendra Tripathi, Srimati Arundhati Bhattacharya, Mr. Ramesh Kaimal, Mr. Walter Howard, and Dr. Vivek Bandyopadhyay. Talking about 2017, the awards were conferred upon Dr. Martin Keller, Dr. Dolph Gillen, Dr. Lawrence Jones, Dr. R. Sitaraman, Mr. Pranab Mehta. In 2019, the awards were conferred upon Mr. Arun Hastimal Firodia, Professor Dr. Colin Coulson Thomas, Mr. Tim Carlson, Dr. Ashwini Kumar. Last year, that is in 2020, the awardees were Mr. Nitin Desai, Dr. Andreas Hauer, Dr. Ing Matthias Vetter, Dr. Rahul Valavalkar, Mr. Kushagra Nandan. And in the water sector, they were conferred upon Dr. Syamal Kumar Sarkar, Dr. Emilio Gaffrielli, Mr. K.R. Raghunath, Mr. Dennis Abraham, Mr. U.P. Singh, Mr. Jose Maria Ortega. So these have been the eminent personalities. And now it is time to announce the Energy and Environment Foundation Global Excellence Award 2021 in renewable energy and water sectors. May I request Mr. Anil Rasman, Chairman, Energy and Environment Foundation, to virtually confer the outstanding and eminent personalities of the renewable energy sector and water sector for the prestigious Energy and Environment Foundation Global Excellence Awards. Talking about the first awardee in the Energy and Environment Foundation Global Excellence Award 2021 in Smart and Grid of Energy sector. The award has been conferred upon Mr. Reji Kumar Pillai, President India Smart Grid Forum, Chairman Global Smart Energy Federation, and he is the President since its inception in 2011, and also the Chairman of Global Smart Energy Federation since November 2016. He is an internationally renowned expert with nearly 4 decades of experience in the electricity sector in diverse functions, covering the entire value chain and across continents. Of course, he is spearheading a mission to leverage technology to transform the electric grid in India and provide clean and reliable electricity to every citizen 24/7. He has also played a pivotal role in several groundbreaking initiatives related to renewable energy, electric grid modernization, electric mobility, energy storage, and digitization in India during the past 2 decades. Congratulations, Mr. Reji Kumar Pillai, and we'd like to hear a few words from you. Of course, you are a great leader in clean energy, smart grid technology, smart cities, and also electricity, electric mobility. And we recognize your excellent contribution in the smart grid of energy sector, and the Energy and Environment Foundation confers him with Global Excellence Award 2021. Mr. Reji Kumar Pillai, please. Congratulations, sir.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all the eminent excellencies attending this program. Really an honor to receive this award, and thank you very much for recognizing the contribution. Going to be almost 2 decades that I have been advocating energy transition, digital technologies in the country, and I'm very happy that present government, particularly our minister, is driving this initiative with vigor. And just few days ago only, Government of India issued a order it mandating 250 million smart meters in the country in next 5 years. There's a game changer. And 10 years ago, 12 years ago, when I used to talk about smart meter, people used to accuse me that you are trying to sell some MNC technology here. And we are also happy that many of these technologies we have been able to develop domestically. 5-6 years ago, when we didn't have a standard, the smart meters even in India used to cost something like 8,000 rupees, 10,000 rupees. Today, it has all come to 2,000 to 3,000 rupees. So several groundbreaking research studies and technical reports we have published, which has been a game changer. And the smart metering program, which the government is now advocating, or the recently launched program, talks about no investment upfront by the utilities. Rather, it's a 10-year per meter per month, a modest fee. So that's a model which in 2017 we published in a white paper when the industry and others accused us that this is not going to happen. So I stop here, won't take others' time, and look forward to working with all the doyens in the industry in this energy transition initiative in the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, and very many congratulations. And now let me announce the Energy and Environment Foundation Global Excellence Award in New Fuels. And the award is being bestowed upon Ms. Vartika Shukla, Director Technical Engineers India Limited. Of course, she is the Director Technical of Engineers India Limited. She's responsible for initiating R&D in the areas of fuel cells, biofuels, and hydrogen. She is credited with forging several collaborative partnerships for expanding the technology portfolio of EIL. She's an active member of prominent industry forums like FIPI, CII, and FICCI, and she has served on the editorial board of FIPI Journal as well. In recognition of her outstanding contribution to the oil, energy, and gas sector, she has been recipients of several prestigious awards, including accolades, Scope Excellence Award, and other innovation awards as well. She's an advocate for the use of smart, clean, and renewable energy technologies. And we understand that she has a very strong conviction that innovation is necessary for sustainable development. So Energy and Environment Foundation recognizes her excellent contribution in the new fuels and confers her with Global Excellence Award 2021. Congratulations, ma'am. Ms. Shukla,
Thank
please.
you. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm very grateful to the Energy and Environment Foundation for bestowing this prestigious award and recognition to me and in turn to my company EIL. It is a proud moment for us to be recognized in the area of renewables, which are going to be the sustainable pathway in the future, the backbone towards net zero. It has always been our company's endeavor and my personal dedication and commitment and conviction that the future holds today in visioning out a roadmap towards net zero, even with the tasks that we have on our hand, and the great impetus that the government has given in terms of renewable. There is a very huge task, an uphill journey that the companies have to take. Technology innovation play a very crucial role in it, and so does policy. And with this, I am deeply honored and humbled to join in the midst of luminaries who have contributed with such significance towards greening the environment, towards conservation. Looking together, the environment and energy are coexistent, and one cannot sustain without looking after the other. So are the aspirations of the people. And as His Excellency Vandenberg had mentioned, humans, we have to strive to get the gold medal. And humans are indomitable. And this task is huge. And I believe that in times to come, the massive support in terms of policy initiatives which the government is taking, and with EIL entering into the area of implementing projects in the area of renewables, in the area of hydrogen, will be a step forward towards this. Once again, I am very grateful to have this recognition, and that this gives more push, and it's really a humbling moment for me, and with great humility I accept this award. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, and very many congratulations. And it is now time for me to announce the next winner, and the Energy and Environment Foundation Global Excellence Award 2021 in the renewable energy sector. Let me announce the winner. We have the award is being bestowed upon Mr. Sushil Purohit, President of Wärtsilä Energy USA. He is the President of Wärtsilä Energy and Executive Vice President at Wärtsilä. He has promoted flexible power generation in the Middle East, Asia, Australia, and America's markets. He is committed to accelerating the energy sector's efforts towards decarbonization. He leads Wärtsilä's global business with a vision of leading the transition towards a 100% renewable energy future. And Energy and Environment Foundation recognizes his excellent contribution in the renewable energy sector and confers him with the Global Excellence Award 2021 in renewable energy. Mr. Sushil Purohit, very many congratulations, sir.
Thank you, Aishwarya. Thank you, everyone. I'm really honored and really humbled to hear this. I'm really grateful to be a recipient of this Global Excellence Award. I would like really to thank the esteemed organization of Energy and Environment Foundations, the President, Mr. Garg, Dr. Garg, and Chairman, Mr. Razdan, and all the people involved with this foundation. You are doing an exceptional job in promoting renewable energy and you know the future towards a 100% renewable energy. As I think all speakers spoke about the report on IPCC report, which shows that the time is now. We got to work now. We have to take action now. And I think all of us, you are putting all of us together to actually discuss and find that way. So I'm really grateful for that. Last but not the least, I would really like to take a moment here to thank all our partners and customers and my exceptional colleagues in Wärtsilä in helping the world achieving a 100% renewable energy future. I would like to dedicate this award to my colleagues, which are actually exceptional in power system modeling around the world. So really thank you, and really a great pleasure to be here today.
Thank you so much, Mr. Purohit. And now it is time for me to announce the Energy and Environment Foundation Global Excellence Award 2021 in the water sector. And I'm very pleased to announce that the award has been bestowed upon Dr. Jan Goossens, CEO, Aquafin NV Belgium. Dr. Goossens is the CEO of Aquafin NV. He is responsible for the conversion of waste waters into drinking water. He is the recipient of a number of international awards and recognitions, and his focus is on energy and raw materials recovery from wastewater. He has also been a guest professor at the Kent University for courses on environmental and safety management. And therefore, Energy and Environment Foundation recognizes his excellent contribution in the water sector and confers him with the Global Excellence Award 2021. Dr. Goossens, please.
Thank you very much. Very honored with this award, and I'm also very glad because I've been involved with environment and with water in particular ever since being a very small child, and being able, I'm very glad with that, having a career both academically, working in the private sector and dealing with water, and now working in the public sector and having a contribution to a better environment. And I want to refer to the speech also from Mr. Martin from the Netherlands. We should indeed aim for the gold medal in sustainability, the gold medal in renewable energy. But for the time being, I must say, at least in Belgium, we're happy that we got the gold medal for hockey. So it's a small step already. So again, very much honored with this award, and I would say very grateful, and a lot of success with the conference tomorrow and today. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Goossens, and wishing you very many awards in the future as well. And let me now announce the Energy and Environment Foundation Global Excellence Award 2021 in the water sector. We also have Dr. A.K. Gusai, Emeritus Professor, Department of Civil Engineering, Indian Institute of Technology, Delhi. Dr. Gusai is an Emeritus Professor in the area of Water Resources Engineering and GIS Technologies in the Civil Engineering Department, IIT Delhi. He pioneered the Climate Change Impact Assessment on Indian Water Resources that was incorporated in the NATCOM 1 and 2. That is 2 national communications made to the United Nations FCCC. He has, to his distinction, the formulation of the Ganga Act on behalf of the Ministry of Water Resources as a member of the committee. He also pioneered the use of conceptual hydrological models for water resource management in India. He pioneered the Climate Change Impact Assessment on Indian Water Resources. And he also spearheaded the Water Resources Management Group of the prestigious National Study on Formulation of Ganga River Basin Management Plan undertaken by the IIT Consortium. He is the member of the committee formulated to write the Ganga Act on behalf of the Ministry of Water Resources. And he's also a part of the expert committees appointed by the National Green Tribunal to suggest solutions to deal with the pollution levels in Ganga and Yamuna. Energy and Environment Foundation recognizes his excellent contribution in the water sector and confers him with Global Excellence Award 2021. Dr. Ashwini Kumar Gosai, please. Dr. Gosai? Sir, congratulations. Do we have Dr. Gosai with us? Okay, let me move on to the next award. The Energy and Environment Foundation Global Excellence Award 2021 in Water Sector is also being bestowed upon Professor Ian Barker, Managing Director, Water Policy International Limited, UK.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Professor Barker, congratulations. Let me give you some introduction. He's the Managing Director of Water Policy International Limited, UK. He's an expert advisor to the OECD, advising them on water governance, regulation, and policy. He's also a founding member of their Global Water Governance Initiative. He has over 35 years of experience in the water sector, including having had overall responsibility at the Environment Agency for water planning, regulation, management, as well as fisheries, biodiversity, and land management across England and Wales. He had oversight of their long-term plans for water supply security and drought management, and the management of all abstractions and discharges by all sectors. Energy and Environment Foundation recognizes his excellent contribution in the water sector and confers him with Global Excellence Award 2021. Professor Barker, please. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you, Ashwarya, and good morning, dignitaries, distinguished participants, and delegates. I'm honoured to have been nominated. It came as a great surprise, but a very welcome surprise, so thank you. My career in the UK and internationally has been focused on water management, and in particular the challenge of how to ensure that there's enough water for people's needs, as well as to support flourishing economies and, critically, the environment. And working to try and balance those competing interests to establish sustainable ways of allocating water rights and controlling pollution. And as you'll all be aware, those challenges are becoming ever more difficult with the impact of climate change and increasing demand for a scarce and uncertain resource. So it's vital that conferences like the World Water Summit can provide the opportunity for professionals to share their knowledge and experience. And for me, this award is particularly special to have been recognised by one's fellow professionals at such a prestigious event, and to join such a distinguished roll call of former recipients. So I'm delighted and honoured to accept this award, and my thanks to the Energy and Environment Foundation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, and very many congratulations. And let me announce the next Energy and Environment Foundation Global Excellence Award 2021 in the water sector. The awardee is Mr. Jeroen M. Tielman, CEO, Keystone Capital, the Netherlands. He's the founder and managing partner of Keystone Capital, the Netherlands, and he founded the first ever SDG 6.3 investment capital boutique in 2016, fully dedicated to innovative ZLD water treatment. The unique approach of Keystone is to connect innovative water treatment technology with projects and capital in doing this. Keystone converts innovative water treatment technology into cost savings for industry sectors. He co-founded an India-based joint venture as well, which is called Redstone Water Technologies India. Energy and Environment Foundation recognizes his excellent contribution in the water sector and confers him with the Global Excellence Award 2021. Mr. Tielman, please. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you very much. I'm really honored and it's a privilege to accept this reward. It is also an encouragement to continue our path, which we started 5 years ago, with focusing on the water sector. Our mission for India is also by this award really reinforced, and the mission is to indeed continue to introduce innovative water treatment technologies for industrial projects, providing a zero liquid discharge and a full water reuse. It's also an encouragement for us after our first project we delivered for a textile plant earlier this year to continue to show that innovative water treatment technology and full water reuse really can provide cost savings for industries. So that also from a finance and investment point of view, it's a very good thing. So again, thank you very much. We're encouraged to continue and we gladly support your organization. Thanks again.
Thank you so much, Mr. Tillman, and very many congratulations to you once again. And now let me announce the Energy and Environment Foundation Global Excellence Award 2021 in water sector. We have the next award, Vice Chairman and CEO, Jain Irrigation Systems Limited. He is an acclaimed thought leader in the field of water and agriculture. He is Vice Chairman and CEO of Jain Group, headquartered at Jalgaon, Maharashtra in India. He drives the innovation, R&D and integration at GISL to ensure water, food and energy security, particularly for millions of smallholder farmers in India and also across the globe. The revolutionary micro irrigation systems and high-tech agricultural inputs are enabling these farmers to switch from traditional flood irrigation. Mr. Jain has made a commendable effort in the field of water conservation as well by including production of PVC and HDPE pipes for water supply and sanitation applications and resource to root process, leading to tripling the farmers' productivity without creating pressure on water use or using toxic fertilizers. He has strongly supported research to bring renewable energy-based solutions in the agriculture and water sector. And with his vision and support for renewable energy-based solar pumping systems, Jain Irrigation has become one of the world's largest solar agri-pump providers. And Mr. Jain's efforts in the field of business have received recognitions from across the world. Energy and Environment Foundation also recognizes his excellent contribution in the water sector and confers him with the Global Excellence Award 2021. Congratulations, Mr. Jain. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. And I would like to thank Energy and Environment Foundation for recognizing the work done by us with small farmers, especially over last 4 decades, especially in India, but also in about 120 different countries. When we talk about the climate change and the impact and how we go to net zero by 2050 and so on, a lot of time we lose the situation about what happens to the small people who are involved in that whole process. And our company's focus has been to work with small farmers who can utilize the technology, save the earth, save the water, conserve the water, but do it in a manner which can continue to improve his productivity and his income. So in fact, this award should go to all these small farmers with whom we have worked, more than 8 million farmers who have taken risk, used technology and saved the earth and improved productivity. And they've, it has created enormous transformational impact in improving their incomes while we save the earth. And I think that is the most important thing we need to keep in mind as we pursue various policies, is that while we pursue policies of safeguarding environment and improving energy and water, that should create incremental positive impact on livelihoods of the people, at the bottom of the pyramid. And that, I think this award should be dedicated to all these small farmers who have helped us, supported us in creating this new revolutionary movement. And, it has been about 4 decades, and there are about 12,000 people in my company who are committed to this around the world. And we think there is so much more to do going forward. The work is not going to stop in 1 decade or 2 decades. This is a multi-decade solution providing, impact creating revolution we must pursue. And I would like to again thank the foundation to take note of the work these small farmers are doing. And we would like to remain committed to take this forward. And thanks again.
Thank you, sir, and very many congratulations. As I had earlier announced, the Energy and Environment Foundation
Mr. Gosai, please.
Yes, thank you. I'm sorry that the connection got cut at that time. So at the outset, I'd like to thank Energy and Environment Foundation for bestowing this very prestigious award on me. But at the same time, I think it's important to at least ensure that all those people who have worked with me, they have to be recognized. I'd like to dedicate this award to all my students who have very tirelessly worked with me, and a small group, which is known as INRM Consultants, stands for Integrated Natural Resource Management. Is a company which was incubated by IIT under the Technology Business Incubation System, which have done a wonderful job providing highly technical solutions to the country in the area of water resources, whether it's the natural resource management, making the different plans for the different river systems, or the climate change implications to the water resources, and many other which have been the technology, the cutting edge technology, and those are the strengths of this company. The recent work which I'd like to just mention is real-time forecasting for the whole country, where the digital twins have been created for all the river basins, and every day we are taking the data from the Ministry of Water, Department of Meteorology. They are focused on the rainfall and simulating the conditions of hydrology in all the river basins and giving the flow at any location of your choice. Now, this is one application which has many more other additional applications which can come out of this and change the complexion of water resources in the country. And I think we need to really work with many departments, the country at large, as well as the Ministry of Water Resources, which is the Jal Shakti now. And we'll keep on doing this untiring job in bringing the science to the this very important sector of water resources, which cannot be handled, the issues which are very complex, they cannot be handled unless you bring the science into it. So that is the role. And once again, I'll thank the Environment and Energy and Environment Foundation, which is doing a wonderful job under the able leadership of Mr. Anil Ratan. And I'm sure that we'll be able to really be connected and many such things wherever we can make a difference to the society. Thank you much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Desai. Thank you so much. And I'd like to congratulate all the awardees. Of course, awards do not only recognize success, they also recognize ability, they also recognize struggle, effort, and of course, above everything else, excellence. So congratulations to all the winners. And we also look forward to having your esteemed presence in the coming time in the subsequent plenary sessions and in the future as well. Thank you so much, everyone. And now I request Dr. Anil Garg, President, World Renewable Energy Technology Congress and World Water Summit, to deliver a vote of thanks to the guests of honor, esteemed invitees, delegates, sponsors, and of course also our knowledge partner, associates, and media. Over to you, Dr.
Thank you, Raji. Thank you, Aishwarya. There are few personal award in individual capacity in water sector. So you have to just quickly announce that also. And we will take only 2 minutes. So this can be done.
Sure, sir. Sure, sir. All right, let me announce the Energy and Environment Foundation Global Water Awards in the individual categories. And of course, these are being awarded by the eminent jury. First, the winner of Global Water Woman Leadership of the year 2021 And the award has been bestowed upon Ms. Raji OVS, Design Division Head, PDRC, Larsen & Toubro Limited. Congratulations, Ms. Raji. We also have the Global Water Woman Professional of the Year 2021, and the award is being bestowed upon Dr. Irina Zalsabashi, RO Process Engineer, IDE Water Technologies, Israel. Congratulations, Dr. Irina. The next Global Water Woman Professional of the Year 2021 is Ms. Archana Mudaliar, Jamnagar Manufacturing Division, Reliance Industries Limited. Congratulations, Ms. Archana. The Global Young Water Professional of the Year 2021. The award has been bestowed upon Ms. Ankita Bandyopadhyay, Urban Water and Water Management Business Segment, L&T Construction Limited. Congratulations, Ankita. The Global Effluent Treatment of Water Women of the Year 2020 is Ms. Priya Shamungam, Project Manager, 110 Villages UGT, Project Boma Nahali Zone, Wastewater Business Unit. Water and Effluent Treatment, IC L&T Construction Limited. Congratulations to all the winners. Congratulations to Ms. Priya and all the winners for having won the Global Water Awards in the individual sector. Now I'd request.
Thank you, Aishwarya.
Yeah.
It is always time press moment for me to deliver vote of thanks, but within a minute or so, we will do it and conclude this inaugural session, which is overdue. The chairman of next session are here, and that's why we have to do it fast. We have to thank distinguished dignitaries, His Excellencies, Global Award winners, and our support providers, Niti Aayog, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, Government of India, Ministry of Jal Shakti, and our sponsors in the renewable energy sector, Wärtsilä and Power Grid, both are silver sponsors. Power Finance Corporation Limited, SunSource Energy, 24/7 Solar, NTPC, Oil India Limited, Engineers India Limited, Pandit Deen Dayal Energy University. Now it is Energy University, Pandit Deen Dayal Energy University. Sponsors are in water sector is Jain Irrigation System Limited and NABARD. We are here and Mr. Popley is indisposed, so he could not able to join this moment. He is the chairman of the conference on renewable energy. Once again, I thank you each and every participant and award winner and support provider sponsors for joining this event. This is an annual event on the same date, 21st, 22nd, and 23rd. This is only 2 days because it is virtual, and in future, hopefully, 3 days conference will be there. Water and renewable energy in August 21st, 22nd, and 23rd. Thank you very much, and thank you, Aishwarya. Next session
Thank you so much.
Start within a minute or so, and our chairman of next sessions are here. In Hall A, it is renewable energy. I am taking care of that. And in Hall B, there is a water section, and in which Shubham Garg and Aishwarya will be there. Thank you, Aishwarya. Tripathi Sahab, abhi within a minute we will start.
You have to leave the region, or I can be in the same place?
Yeah, same place, same place. Within a minute, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
No problem, no problem.
Mr. Garg, for the water sector, do I need to leave this one and come back later?
For what?
For the water stream, do I automatically get into the water stream, or do I need to log in through another link?
For water, it is Hall B.
Okay.
B link.
Yes. How do I get there?
Yeah, if there is any problem, just talk to Mr. Puneet. Puneet, are you here?
Yes, Mr. Jan Hussain, we have sent you the Zoom link at your email ID just now. Please join it. Leave this session and join. Welcome.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Thank you all. See you later.
Thank you.
Yes. Yeah. Okay.
Yes,
sir. So the first plenary session, that is global investment in financing new renewable energy projects and energy efficient projects, that is chaired by Dr. Upen Tripathi, first Director General of International Solar Alliance. He has created a global platform in which around 100 countries joined by his tenure. So, Mr. Upen Tripathi, please.
thank you. In fact, it's a pleasure to be back to your platform, to the 12th World Renewable Energy Technology Congress. I have been closely involved with this organization and this event since the beginning. It's a matter of pleasure. I also congratulate and welcome all the award winners, because the amount of pain they take to identify these achievers in life. They really bring changes in society, and it's a very good thing to, celebrate this occasion. And thank you once again for giving me the chair. I'm actually in a new place. I have shifted to Bangalore, and today I'm speaking from Bhubaneswar, where I have, we still have some COVID issues. That's why I put my, mask. And the Energy and Environment Foundation, in its 12 to 13 years of existence, has been doing wonderful things in terms of not only creating awareness, but holding this annual event where the focus is in capital on technology. And this particular session, which is talking about global investment in financing new renewable energy efficient projects, brings who's and who's together. If you look at that, offer is there with heading the Bureau of Energy Efficiency of the third most important country in terms of pollution, if we talk about. And we have Mr. Sudhir Goyal, we have Donald, my friend who is in EIB and the defined investment in that sector. We have Mr. Anderson and who I think all top people. It's itself an opportunity and a pleasure to listen to them. But there are two things that have come, in the last year when between the events that we had. Eight, of course, the intensity of COVID and the damage the second wave and third wave have done in various countries. I was looking at the statistics of investment in 2020, and it was so surprising to see that in USA during the COVID, that is year 2020, the investments in solar field went up by 99%, whereas in India it came down by 49%. I'm not going to the other countries. Many countries it has been plus, many countries it has been minus. But the point I'm trying to make is that the impact of COVID has not been symmetrical. So, in other words, the resilience of different countries, different societies, and different sectors are different. And of course, people explain that in USA the project period is longer. In India, it takes much, shorter duration. The informal sector, the impact of the COVID on the informal sector was much more tremendous in a country like India. I'm not going to explain country-wise as to why in some places the impact was positive in the sense it has gone up, investment in some places has gone down. But the important point remains that the resilience from place to place, from country to country differs. And that is where, it is critical to look at the resilience of the countries and how investment in the renewable energy sector as well as energy efficient sector is going to differ from country to country, and how we have to have mid-course correction. If we are talking about 2021, we are talking about 2022 and 23, or more beyond that, or 2030, that famous deadline, where all the countries have to get up to keep the global mean temperature below 1.5 degrees Celsius. We have to have a lot of new measures in the light of the past, what has happened, the asymmetrical, resilience that I was talking about. And the number two is the impact of COVID has been, diverse within countries. For example, right now, I look after sector education in a province called Odisha, where I advise the Honorable Chief Minister. But, when we look at impact of COVID on education, the teachers are today telling something about COVID rehabilitation, academic rehabilitation, because the students who didn't have access to IT have actually missed out in these online courses. And that impact of not going to school, not interacting with friends, having a different type of homebound internet access based education has been tremendously different. It may be understood or lived with education throughout history. And that rehabilitation, academic rehabilitation of education of students is not only important in the post-COVID province I'm talking about, it is a global phenomenon. And this is also linked to investment because this has affected labor in a different way. So we have to look at the impact when we are talking about future investment, whether in the renewable sector or energy efficiency or in combined sector. We have to look at how it has impacted the land issues, how it has impacted the technology issues, how it has impacted the technologies and how it has impacted the way society is to conduct itself. And the second point, which has come very critical, of course, I avail this occasion to congratulate India for having ratified the Kigali Amendment, which was a crucial thing, and for a country like India ratifying this is a great thing for the world. And which means the emphasis is also shifting from CO2 to non-CO2 issues, because as you know, CO2 only explains 55% of the global warming causes, by 45% will be the short-use climate pollutants. We're talking about NOx, we're talking about SOx, we're talking about methane, we're talking about a whole lot of chlorofluorocarbon sector. And this emphasis, along with the emergence of green hydrogen, when India itself is going to have a hydrogen mission, is bringing new things into the new area. It is in fact giving a new dimension. It's creating a new demand, new market for renewable energy. If in India, in Tamil Nadu, you'll find during monsoon, they used to waste around 2 billion units of wind energy because there is no use at that peak time. It is overproduction, overgeneration. And if that can be used for green hydrogen or unlimited solar potential, we can use for green hydrogen. And of course, you look after issues of standards, of transportation, of storage. But then, once we decide things are not difficult for the world, and particularly the latest IPCC report, which says that things are much worse than what we thought it is. Keeping this in mind, I won't stand between you and the top speakers today we had. I request the speakers to start their turn. At the end, I'll try to summarize a few things if time permits. So I will request now Abhay to go ahead with remarks. Abhay, can you take over? Can you hear Abhay? Abhay, can you hear me? Hi, Rohan, how are you? Can you hear?
Upendra, this is Donal here. I don't know if you can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you.
Good.
It's such a pleasure to see you.
It's really lovely to see you. I didn't see the agenda. Who is first to speak?
Dr. Tripathi, I think Mr. Batre is not connected. I do not see him on the participants list.
Well, then I think the ideal thing is to start with, so you can start them.
Okay. Sure, Dr. Tripathi. Thank you so much. Sure, thank you. So, hello everyone, and I'm Surabhi Goel, Senior Energy Specialist from the World Bank, Delhi office, and it's my great pleasure to be here with you today. The topic of the day is the global investments in new renewable energy efficient investments. I think the way power sector has been transforming itself over last couple of years, it's overwhelming. Every other day there is new thing coming up, new technology, new application. So as professionals, I'm sure we all are overwhelmed with how the SIM technology can be utilized in alternate applications, and how the applications itself are going beyond what we have imagined in the first place itself. When it comes to the financing, what we are trying to do from the climate change perspective. So of course, for World Bank, climate change and SDG goals are inherent and intertwined when we are devising any of our engagements. So we have like two verticals. One is energy transitions and second is just transitions. As part of the energy transitions, we are looking at not only the newer technologies, but also the newer applications of the old technologies. For instance, as Dr. Tripathi mentioned about green hydrogen. So what is new about it is that renewable energy is already there, right? Solar and wind tariffs have seen bottom low prices, specifically after recent auctions of 1500 megawatt Agar Sharjah Purnimat solar parks. Now, how we can leverage further on those renewable energy electrons, which are far more cheaper than alternate generation sources, to decarbonize sectors beyond energy is something very important. So green hydrogen comes into the picture, where we look at fertilizer, steel, cement, transportation, etc. So that is, I think, one of the important segments that the bank at least is looking at, and I'm sure other entities, other IFIs are also focusing on. Within the other technologies which are already been there, and because it's a World Renewable Energy Technology Conference, so I am basing my commentary on India's experience, but equally applicable and can be replicable across the globe. Solar parks, for instance, has been doing wonders in the country. Some parks have really created milestone in the renewable energy tariff. So the experiences of these particular interventions can be understood, can be customized and taken forward in other countries, specifically in Africa region and all, where we need to create infrastructure, where the things are still at a level which is lower than compared to the global standards. So how we can integrate the climate change perspectives in the first instance itself becomes important. And in terms of alternate applications like floating solar, etc., are also gaining prominence. Now, why I wanted to bring this particular aspect beforehand, before getting into the financing discussions, is that because as the bank, when we talk about furthering the climate change objectives, renewable energy plays a center stage. And we have been focusing on the technologies which are newer, which have newer applications, where risk perception in the private sector community itself is at a higher level, and they would prefer to go to more established technologies, more established applications. So there is where the role of MDBs like World Bank come into the picture. We try to pull in our resources, try to bring in the concessional financing so that the first mover risk could be absorbed. The tariffs could be made comparable, at least to the extent possible, with the conventional or the other already established technologies or applications. That impacts on, or has a positive impact, I would say, on the requirements of the government support to that extent. And it brings the international best practices on the table. The technology once established, it really helps in establishing that how that could be replicated and taken to the next levels, along with the investments that we do. And as I mentioned, it's generally a mix of bank financing and a bit of concession financing, supported generally through Clean Technology Fund and other global financing mechanisms. We also look at developing the ecosystem, the technology, the policy systems, the regulatory systems, any gaps on the technical standards, any improvements in undertaking the studies at the first level itself. For instance, if I can speak about floating solar, we have done an extensive work on understanding that where the technical standards as of now are in the country, where are the gaps in bringing it to a level where floating solar ingredients could be incorporated in a better manner so that a quality product can be installed, which has a shelf life of at least 25 years, which has minimum possible O&M expenditures, because if the quality is substandard, then the O&M expenditure go up. Ultimately, end user, the taxpayer's money is on the table. So this is always in the consideration. So these kind of interventions is what generally we try to bring in along with the financing support. I have seen, at least from my personal experience, that these technologies, for instance, like if I talk about rooftop solar, where the engagement began with the financial intermediary, which really helped in tapping the cheaper financing by the private sector players themselves. So there are different business models on tapping into the financing available for a newer technologies, for the technologies that are at the cusp of commercial adoption, and the technologies which have a potential to be replicated. So for instance, if I come back to the rooftop segment, there the financing is available to all the players who are meeting the financial intermediary to whom we are lending the funds. They can tap into that kind of pot of money. They would take the installations and the monitoring and evaluation, the reporting mechanisms. Once the initial few projects are demonstrated, installed successfully, it is easier for the financial intermediaries to expand their line of credits, the other financial intermediaries to come in, the private sector players to understand better that how policy has panned out, how regulatory mechanisms have panned out. That gives them more confidence. And we have seen it across the board, be it rooftop segment, be it solar park segment, be it hybrid models. Everywhere we have seen that the first mover risk, once absorbed along with the cheaper financials, it helps in bringing down the risks around the technology and its applications and attracts private sector capital mobilization. So in addition to it, one last point that I really want to make is that the credit worthiness, the distribution sector is the cash, I would say, generating node in the entire sector. The credit worthiness of the off-takers, of the distribution company, of the bulk consumers play a very important role. So credit enhancement instruments like payment security mechanisms or letter of credit topped up with the guarantees instruments, etc., can really pave a way for bringing higher investor confidence in the newer technologies, in the newer applications. And it really gives a comfort for even the international investors to start looking at the sector positively. So this all, I would recommend that when we are looking at it, the entire package, along with the financing, the ecosystem, the addressing of the risk perception, be it to credit enhancement instruments, or by taking the first mover risk, or by tapping into the concessional financing, would really be the milestone for the commercial investments to come in and to take on the sector without much of the government support. So Dr. Tripathi, I'll take a pause here and I'll pass it back to you.
Brilliant points covered, and I think will get over.
Dr. Tripathi, actually, you are not audible. Maybe you might have to take off your mask. Sorry.
Donald, I think the next is your turn, so I'll give it to you. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
It's a little better, Upendra.
Oh, I'm sorry. I think, this is the new office, and I think there is some technology issue here. So please take over. Please take over.
Upendra, is it me? Am I next?
Yes.
It's you.
Yes.
It is you.
Excellent. Okay, well, thank you very much, Upendra, and thank you, Dr. Garg and fellow partners at the Renewable Energy Technology Conference. I'm here representing the European Investment Bank as a global investor in renewable energy. So what I thought I would do is just take a few minutes and share a few of our investment strategies around the world on what we're doing in renewable energy. And really, it's about building on the success, the real commercial success of wind and solar energy generation. And I think the success there, and it's particularly true in India, is that wind and solar have brought down the cost of energy. It is now energy generation in India is at its lowest cost ever. So that's the major benefit of going forward. Of course, the level of investment in renewable energy in India is quite staggering, particularly from the private sector side. So investment in renewable energy has also generated huge returns for private sector investors. And that's all on top of the climate action mitigation effects of investing in renewables. So I think those are three major reasons for looking at renewables and what we're driving. And I thought it was important to highlight a couple of examples which go beyond investing in grid-connected solar and grid-connected wind. And as Dr. Tripathi knows very well, EIB has been a financial partner to the International Solar Alliance for quite some years now, more or less from the beginning of the ISA. And we've just recently completed a set of feasibility studies on developing a financing program for off-grid solar in sub-Saharan Africa. And we're about to start a financing program probably in the course of 2022 for delivering off-grid solar. And I think there are many good reasons for investing in distributed solar. And I'll come back to that in a few minutes. Another example of how we invest in renewables is we've recently partnered with the State Bank of India as an anchor investor in their NEEV2 fund. So we're putting 25 million euros into Indian startups in green energy space. And I hope some of those projects will be in hydrogen sphere. And in fact, the EIB's portfolio in India is around $5 billion, or as we prefer to say, 4.6 billion euros. And those are all climate action projects. It's for the electrification of public transport and to support the national solar mission and the national wind mission. And I hope we'll be building on that to support the national hydrogen mission. And in fact, last year, the EIB spent or invested 25 billion euros in climate projects around the world. And in fact, just this year, in the month of June, the EIB approved 4.1 billion euros in climate projects, including energy efficiency projects in Austria and a geothermal project in Kenya. So that's two small examples. But I think the most important point that I'd like to get across in today's thing is what is driving investors in renewable energy in this post-COVID environment. And I think, COVID is an important influence. There is a squeeze on investors' capital base. because COVID has led to an increase in non-performing loans, an increase in defaults, which is increasing or reducing, eroding the capital base of many investors and the banking sector in particular. So this is, COVID has been an enormous stress test on investors. But the same, the investment strategies is going to be the same going forward. Capital will always be allocated to the best projects. And the best projects, there are two key components to a good project. The first is those projects which offer the best returns. And we've seen how investing in both grid-connected solar and grid-connected wind can do that. The other aspect is investing in the lowest risk of those projects. And I think it's important to unpack that a little bit, this risk. And around the world, global investors are now being required, both by regulators and legislators, to report much more explicitly on the climate risk that exists in their portfolios. And this is not only for bankers or funds, but also for corporations. And in fact, what this is driving, this pressure to report on our exposure to climate risk, is that investors are beginning to exit certain sectors. And they're exiting fossil fuel sector, and their operations exist in flood or fire risk zones are being examined. So I think people are very much more conscious and are leaving those sectors. So where are they going? Well, I can give you an example of one such target. Earlier this year, the EIB launched a biodiversity bond. So this is a bond that was where the funds would be used entirely for projects which improve biodiversity. So things like rewilding, afforestation, rehabilitation of forest, use of sustainably managed woods, and so on. Now, it was a relatively small bond. It was 1.5 billion euros for us. The interesting thing for it was that it was oversubscribed by 15 times. So we could have raised over 20 billion euros on that one issue of sustainability, meaning that's a quarter of our fundraising in 1 year that we could have done in one issue. So there is a huge and growing appetite for sustainable investment around the world. And that is being driven by the consciousness of risk in investment portfolios. So that was the first and probably most important key point about the EIB's changing investment appetite. If I come back to this point about the best projects, capital being invested in the best project, I think the key there is returns, the second key. And I think we can look to the remarkable success of India's national solar mission, which has led to the fact that $15 billion a year of private sector money is being put into solar, grid-connected solar in India. And those companies and those corporations are generating remarkable returns year on year. And the same is true of the National Wind Mission, where investments are running at about $10 to $11 billion a year. And at the heart of that success, I think, is the tendering process that India has got right. And I think that is driving a great deal of innovation. And as our World Bank speaker was saying, some of that innovation is around floating solar. Some of it is around so-called hybrid sites, combining wind and solar. And these round-the-clock tenders combining renewables like wind and solar and storage. And I think this kind of innovation is going to drive much more in terms of storage investment in the future. And I'd just like to close by talking about 4 possible renewable energy investment strategies, and that these are some of which the EIB is following closely. And the first is the electrification of transport. And I don't just mean metro projects. It goes well beyond this. The electrification of bus fleets is a major source of investor interest across India. And this is seeing the introduction of new business models with the fleet operators and fleet investors separating out. There's also a very important electrification of the freight sector. And this will drive the appetite for renewables and green energy. And the vast majority of freight across India at the moment is on diesel trucks. But with the clever use of logistics, the electrification of rails and first mile and last mile intermodal connectivity, investments there can drive a hugely important transition in the electrification of freight. So that would be the first investment strategy. The second, I think, is to support the self-reliant India. And the area I'm thinking of in particular is in battery development and energy storage development. And there, EIB has been investing in Europe primarily in battery technology and developing so-called gigafactories, but also in the recycling of old batteries. And that is going to become an increasingly important sector. So, and that delivers on the recovery of the key elements that are at the heart of the battery technology. So this whole circular economy, as it applies to the electrification of transport and so on, is vastly important. So investment in battery storage and in battery recycling, I think, will be a major driver of renewables. The third strategy, I think, is, of course, to invest in the national hydrogen mission that India has just announced. And it was very interesting to hear of Australia's hydrogen strategy. And of course, there's the EU hydrogen strategy. And why is that important? Is because hydrogen is also a form of energy storage. And as you said, Upendra, it's not only a good use of energy, there is a significant amount of curtailment in the renewable sectors, which can be used to drive green hydrogen. And there will be a massive hydrogen market. People will be buying and selling and transporting hydrogen in the same way as they're now buying and selling liquid petroleum gas. So there will be a large international market, and that market is at the moment is an open market. It depends only on heavy engineering and scale. We have to scale that kind of technology, and those are key strengths here in India. So it makes absolutely good sense to invest in the hydrogen sector in India. And my final plea or investment strategy would be in distributed energy, distributed renewables. And why is that important? Well, because it drives investment in the rural sectors and in urban poor sectors, and provides micro entrepreneurs with the opportunity to generate incomes for themselves and to provide employment opportunities for micro and small businesses. So I think those, the distributed solar in particular, again, is a relatively straightforward technology. A solar panel and a battery and a solar appliance. And then there are many emerging solar appliances for solar manufacturing, solar water purification, solar cooling, and so on. All of these are available at a very small scale and very suitable for micro entrepreneurs. So with that, I think I'll hand the podium back to you, Upendra. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Donald Cannon. And now I will request Miss Yael Taranto from Turkey to deliver his address. Miss Taranto?
Hello.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Dr. Garg, and I appreciate this opportunity to address such a
Bit loudly. Bit
I-
loudly. Yeah.
Is it better now?
Yeah.
Okay, it was my earphones, sorry. Hello again, and I appreciate this opportunity to address such a distinguished audience, international audience, and I bring you all warm greetings from Turkey. I will now share my screen for, sorry, can I share my screen?
Yes.
It seems to be disabled.
Yeah. Puneet?
Yes.
Just see her presentation.
Yes, sir.
I'll try again.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, while I'm waiting for the authorization to share my screen, I think I will start with
Yes, please use share screen to present your presentation.
Okay. Okay. Okay, since screen sharing seems to be disabled at the moment, I think I will start with part of my presentation that doesn't require visuals. I will talk a little bit about what we do at the Shura Energy Transition Center in Turkey and why Turkey might be of interest here as
Please share screen, ma'am.
Oh, can I? Okay, thank you. It seems to be disabled. It says host disabled participant screen share.
Sir. Namaskar.
Please try again.
Okay, it's fine now. Thank you.
Welcome.
Okay, thanks again. Okay, let me start first by introducing the Shura Energy Transition Center in Turkey and why Turkey might be of interest in this meeting. The Shura Energy Transition Center is a transparent platform working for Turkey's energy transition. And basically, it stimulates discussion on Turkey's energy sector among all interested stakeholders. And what we do is we provide fact-based, unbiased, and independent research and analysis covering technology, economics, and policies. And we aim to contribute to the debate on Turkey's energy transition. And what we do mostly is we publish studies on the energy transition to guide policymakers. And Turkey is interesting from the point of view of international stakeholders, as you can see, because we're in the process of transitioning our energy sector. We are close to Europe, and we also are an emerging economy, an upper middle income economy. Okay, just to give you an idea of what is the outlook for energy transition in Turkey based on our end-use energy consumption. Basically, when we look at the transition now, it's basically power sector transformation, which is underway. This is also the case in most of the world, of course. Our manufacturing sector is the largest energy user, and it's a well-developed sector. And as you see in the chart here, what is striking is renewable energy share in end-use sectors tends to be very low. This is the challenge that most of the world has to tackle, of course, in their energy transition. And another important factor for Turkey is that our primary energy consumption is constituted mostly by imported fossil fuels. We have a 78% dependency there, which also brings up an important point about the urgency of the transition for Turkey. Now, if we take a look at Turkey's power sector, we see when we said that the energy transition is underway in the power sector, what we mean is that we have about 42% of our generation in renewables. And the share of wind and solar is increasing. It has reached about 12% and going further. Now I would like to talk a little bit about financing and the key messages that I would like to deliver in this presentation. Now, renewable energy is becoming the most competitive option for energy generation, and the low carbon energy transition will be the key driver here. So it's, as in the rest of the world, for Turkey, renewable energy is becoming the main investment area in the energy sector. Another important issue is climate financing resources. They have been important, and they expect and they will retain and probably increase their importance in financing renewable energy and energy transition projects, including energy efficiency projects. And next important issue is that conventional source resources such as bank loans and own equity will be insufficient to meet increasing investment requirements. I will talk a little bit more about investment requirements. And equity financing and blended finance will need to play a greater role. This is in Turkey and possibly also in many of the rest of the world. Sustainability financing and green financial instruments will continue to grow. And another important issue is that small-scale distributed renewable energy grows, and this will require new business models and new modes of finance will be required here. And of course, post-COVID green recovery and the Green Deal is becoming the main paradigm for investments and financing. So this summarizes sort of the gist of what I intend to share with you today. Now, to talk about the global financing environment for the energy transition, what we notice is that over the past 30 years, there's rapid growth in developing countries, increased globalization, enhanced role of the private sector, and growth in private sector savings. And access to financing and financial deepening has increased. However, what we also see is that medium long-term financing available for infrastructure investment needs is unable to keep pace and falling behind required levels. So this is the challenge that needs to be overcome. And we also see a significant potential represented by private sector savings, corporations, various funds. And this is comparable to the assets held by commercial banks and international bond markets. So this is something that needs to be unlocked. Another issue is that we have something like $1.7 to $1.8 trillion invested in annual energy investments. This constitutes about 10% of global investments. This is an important chunk. However, what we see, and renewable energy constitutes about half of these investments and growing. What we see coming up is that if we want to achieve net zero emissions, these investments, this investment volume will have to increase 2.5 to 3-fold. And we will also see growing importance of green financial instruments related to sustainability, climate finance, and low carbon economy. And we will see a diversification of these instruments. Now, if we turn our attention to Turkey, what has been happening in general, not just energy, is that Turkey is a country that has a domestic savings deficit, and that makes it at least partially reliant on foreign sources for financing of investments. And the share of loans in the 10-year period leading up to 2018 and going on further has seen that 40% of investment, fixed investments, has been financed by bank loans. And the banking sector actually plays a dominant role in Turkey in the financing of investments. And what we saw in the past 10 to 15 years is that the amount of financing, the financing volume increased by 10-fold. However, what we also see since 2018 is that we have increasing macroeconomic difficulties posed by high private sector debt, economic slowdown, currency depreciation, and the COVID crisis. And these are the issues that we need to be addressing. Now, if we take a look at how energy sector investments have grown, is that within the growth that I just talked about, the energy sector grew about 10 times in energy sector loans grew about 10 times as fast as the general growth, which was also very fast. So we see the energy sector as an emerging sector in the period up to 2018. It is now a more mature sector, but will continue to grow, especially with renewable energy and energy efficiency, energy transition financing. In the past 10 years, what we have seen is that about half of all investments in the energy sector was in the energy transition. And loans by international development finance institutions and export credit agencies dispersed by local banks, played a pioneering role in financing the energy transition in Turkey. This is very much in line with what some of the previous speakers have talked about, both internationally and in the case of India. Okay. Again, renewable energy financing, what we see is that local banks have played a major role here and dispersed something like $28 billion from in the period up to 2018 from 2002, financing about 70% of the investments with loans. And what we see is that share of variable renewable energy like wind and solar increasing in financing after 2010. Again, we have another area in financing which is very important is energy efficiency. Now with energy efficiency, what we see is that the amounts dedicated to energy efficiency have been much lower in the past, and we have a need for this increasing in the future. Part of the reason is that we do not really earmark some of these investments as energy efficiency, but it's important to have okay, I will make my presentation full screen for better viewing. Sorry, here. Okay, I hope everybody can see better now.
Yes, we can.
Great. So basically, it's only been about 8 to 10% of total energy financing dedicated to energy efficiency in the past, but this needs to be growing in the future. Basically, if we look at renewable energy, we see important achievements in the past, such as contributing to security of supply, institutional development of stakeholders, private sector development, rapid development, and diversity of scale in renewable energy. However, we need improvement in reducing import dependency in energy resources, market-based mechanisms, long-term strategy, especially this is very important also for energy efficiency development. And if we look at policy and legislation effectiveness, we have a variety of auction schemes that have worked well, but we also need better policies with respect to integrating finance, taking finance into account at the very beginning of project development. And in terms of financing conditions, we need to develop alternative financial resources and models and tools, and especially specific tools for distributed generation and also for energy efficiency. Now, looking into the future, what would be the financing needs for the energy transition in Turkey? As Shura, we have made a transition scenario that actually accelerates the current government plans, but does not take us to net zero yet. So this is a transition scenario, or the road to transition scenario up to 2030, which foresees over 50% share of renewable energy in power generation, with 30% of the total from wind and solar, And through energy efficiency, 10% savings in power consumption compared to the government baseline, and increased electrification of transportation, mainly 2.5 million electric vehicles, and in heating, mainly 2 million heat pumps in buildings. So for this rather modest, I would say, transition scenario and realistic transition scenario, we would need an average of 12 billion, about 12 to 12.5 billion US dollars of investment annually up to 2030. And most of this would actually be going to energy efficiency, energy storage, and electrification. And this also means a doubling of investments compared to the previous period. And we'll definitely need new sources of financing. Now, what would this scenario bring to us is that the scenario provides an opportunity for enhanced economic growth as well as reduced emissions. Basically, it stops the growth in power sector carbon emissions, and a new plan would be required for 2030 and 2050 with clear targets and based on the Green Deal and green recovery visions. This will be providing visibility for both investors and for financiers. The most pronounced impacts here would be in wages. As you see on the left-hand side, the wages in the transition scenario will be higher than, will be significantly higher than in the current policy scenario, and also reduced carbon dioxide and air pollutant emissions will provide significant health benefits. And what we see here is actually the benefits of the scenario will be 3 times as high as the costs. This is what it will bring to us. Now, we're talking about economic benefits here. And of course, the main challenge would be to secure the financing, because of course you can get a lot of economic benefits once you accomplish the investments. However, financing, which will require twice the level of investments, will be a main challenge. And policy predictability will be the key to securing the necessary financing. Of course, stakeholders will need to play important roles here. The public sector will need to take overall responsibility and regulatory support. IFIs will need to continue to provide capacity development support. This means institutional capacity, and participate in perhaps central mechanisms. Local banks will need to develop new financing models, tools, and retail products, and participation in central mechanisms. Energy firms will need to develop new business models and will need to provide new investments and participate in central mechanisms. And technology firms will have an important role in capacity development support and technical support. And what we also see this was all in our previous studies that we conducted in 2019. Now, what we see emerging now is that energy consumers are also emerging as major stakeholders and will need to play more active roles. And financing, consumer financing, will need to emerge as a main area for financial institutions. As we look at what's happening for challenging and opportunities in 2021 and beyond, one of the major challenges is the currency depreciation and high private sector debt levels denominated in foreign currency. And we see increased role of public sector financial institutions to counteract the reduced ability or preference of private sector financial institutions in accessing sources of capital. Another important trend is the European Green Deal. Now, the European Union is Turkey's main trading partner, and also Turkey has a vision to join the European Union. Now, the European Green Deal, which aims to shape economic and social policies toward making the continent carbon neutral by 2050, is an important paradigm. And other countries are joining suit as China, UK, US, South Korea, Canada, large economies, making carbon neutrality legally required or part of policy documents. So this will be a major trend for the near future. And EU's Fit for 55 package that was announced last month, aiming for 55% lower greenhouse gas emissions by 2030. The EU budget required 30% of total expenditure for climate-related projects are important. Both are important opportunities upcoming. There's also a challenge for Turkey coming here with Europe's border carbon adjustment mechanism that requires taxing, carbon taxing for imported for imports. As Turkey's major trading partner, this is something that Turkey has to take into account, both reducing the carbon content of its exports and establishing carbon taxing and trading domestically to counteract the export requirements. And finally, as renewable energy is becoming the most competitive option for power generation and energy efficiency is becoming a key factor in industrial competitiveness, it will be necessary to encompass a wider range of stakeholders and actors, including industrial consumers and technology providers, in addition to IFIs, local banks, the government. Thank you all for your attention. And I would like to stop here and return the floor to Mr. Garg.
Fantastic, Madam. Sorry, I was briefly out, but I'm in now. Although we missed some of the important speakers, it has been amply. Can you hear me, Donald? Is it okay?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes. Yes.
So, although we missed Bakre and I think another important speaker, particularly the CEO of 24/7, but it has been amply made by the detailed presentations and by the speakers that we had. The very important points all the three speakers have brought out, I'll just sum up in the remaining few minutes before I ask the final 3 minutes by the speakers who are present. Of course, as our representative from the World Bank brought it out, it's very important about it should be made out that it's very critical to get private finance into the public domain, because all said and done, the World Bank, the EIB, and all of the public sector financial platforms, it roughly comes to around 3% of the public finance that the sector gets. Even local, if you look at the global investment in solar alone, out of the $150 billion, roughly 3 to 7% comes from the public sector banks. Most of it comes from the private sector, whether we're talking about the equity part or the loan component. So it's very critical that post-COVID, we maintain and in fact enhance that flow. So globally, as correctly Turkey has made it, the type of measures, both fiscal and financial, they are adopted to attract, private sector investment. That is a lesson for the entire globe, that private sector finance has to flow in, or else, the quantum or the magnitude of renewables or the energy transition that we need will remain a dream, because money has to come, and money has to come at the right time. What we call, the speed, skill, and scale. So we need the speed to get the money into the sector, which will address the issues of global warming. And the second point the speakers brought out, which is very, very important, it is not merely talking enough about renewable energy alone. We have to talk sector-wise investment. We have to talk about country-wise investment, particularly least developed countries or island countries, which need actually more of this, because the crisis is much worse for them. The capital is not flowing there. It is coming to probably 7-8 countries. So the country-wise investment has to go up. And the third thing, it is not merely greening the energy sector, replacing coal alone, but we are talking about energy sector. We are talking about transport sector, which is very critical. We are talking about building sector, and as Donald from EIB put it, even talking about greening the industry, the steel sector, the aluminium sector, and no less is the agriculture. Globally, the amount of petroleum consumption in the irrigation sector of agriculture, or even the industrial side of agriculture, is very critical. So a holistic address, as the speakers brought out, to this issue of global warming and how we can actually green the decarbonized sectors is very critical. And the third point which came out is that the narratives that we have made so far is about CO2. We only know about one villain, and the CO2 is the villain number one, and the story ends there. But as we move from villain number one, we find also there is methane, villain number two. We have chlorofluorocarbon sector, villain number three. We have the NOx, SOx. So there are many villains there, but the narrative is fully focused on CO2. So this is time, now that the Kigali Amendment has been, has come into, has been adopted by many countries, and USA and China, of course, they have promised to do so. So the narrative has to be addressed in a complete way. We have to address not only to bring down CO2, whether carbon sequestration or new technologies, but we have to also think about methane, because methane is very critical in terms of maintaining the three thermostats of the world we talk about: the Arctic, the Antarctica, and the Himalayas. These are the three poles, and they play a very critical role in the maintenance of the harmony of not only global temperature, mean temperature, but also the marine streams, the oceanic streams that regulate the global weather, global climate. So the third point is very critical, that time has come. We have to address all villains, including CO2, but not that entire focus goes on CO2. Countries have to expand their activities to, apart from addressing the issues of CO2, to other things like methane and other short-term climate conditions, including black carbon. And the last point is very critical, that investment brings in new innovations, new opportunities. So when you talk about whether floating solar, the way it is expanding in Japan, or the green hydrogen that India is talking about in terms of a hydrogen mission. Yes, we do need more money to come in, and storage, of course, is the most critical thing to realize the as our representative from the World Bank put it, when you're talking about the electron from the the renewable energy, it is the same electron that constitutes the electricity. If you derive the energy from coal also, but this electron is different. This electron has a lot of potential to address global warming issues, and that is where the capital has to flow in. So before we close, I'll request the speakers to give their message, takeaway message, as they call it, in any panel discussion. So I think we can limit it to 1 or 2 minutes, but the takeaway message is, after all this discussion, thinking of COVID, the post-COVID rehabilitation, thinking of the new technologies that is coming in, and the type of investment that we need to enhance, not only country-wise, but sector-wise. Sorry. And to talk about different villains, not only CO2. I request each speaker to give their 2-minute takeaway message. So starting with Susie, could you start from World Bank?
Sure, Dr. Tripathi, thank you so much. So my key takeaway message would be that, all the investors are eyeing to get into renewable energies, new technologies, if they are not already. Given the latest code red, it is becoming even more important that we ingrain these investments in our own thinking, in the government's thinking, even to more extent possible. The tariffs maybe at the beginning could be a bit higher, but when we look at the externalities, which is missing at the moment, should definitely be included. We are likely to leave faulty legacy to our generations to come in. So please consider that. Code red is something we all should be aware about, should be thinking about, and taking an appropriate action around it. So renewable energy is the most promising one, which can decarbonize not only the energy sector, but the sectors beyond it. And how to adopt it by putting all efforts is something that we must consider. Thank you so much, Dr. Tripathi.
Thank you. Yoni, my friend from EIB.
Thank you, Upendra, and thank you, colleagues. It was a very enlightening discussion, and I really appreciate it. I think my key takeaway from this is that the renewables offer a huge future for us. And you look at what has been achieved in India with well in excess of $20 billion of investment every year going into renewables from private sector finance. So that there is a remarkable success of what started as a political mission, a political initiative some 10 years ago. And what that politics has delivered over time is cheaper energy for everybody, higher investor returns, and lower emissions. So I think, whilst it's very easy to be deeply cynical about the role of politicians, I think there is a remarkable achievement here in India, and I'm struck because my role is regional, and I'm struck by India's success in contrast to some of its regional neighbors, and I think there is a model here to delivering on political will for private sector investment. And the other point I would make is hydrogen seems technically far away, but of all the technologies that we've talked about, of all of the renewable potential, I personally feel hydrogen has the highest potential. It's deployable at large scale, at low scale. It's not dependent on rare earth chemicals or anything. It's dependent simply on the ingenuity, the engineering capacity and the scalability, or the big players addressing scale. So I think hydrogen has more potential than any other single factor that we could invest in the future. And that will drive all of the other sectors that we talked about this morning. It will drive electrification of transport. It will provide employment opportunities for small businesses and micro entrepreneurs across India and across the region. So I think that would be my second main point. The political will behind the National Hydrogen Mission is immensely important. It may not deliver this year, it may not even be in 2022 or 2023, but it will deliver, and it will deliver very important things. So those are my takeaways. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Garan, with that beautiful presentation from Turkey. And in fact, I have listed in the chat, I have given my email ID. I would like a copy of the presentation. Yes, your take-home message.
Thank you. Basically, what I take from this session, and what I would like to say is that we need to keep investing in clean energy in countries like Turkey, in countries like India, as it is becoming almost a prerequisite, not just for the survival of the planet, but for more sort of mundane issues like being able to continue trade as more and more is required, especially of industry, to use cleaner energy, to have less carbon content in their products. As far as Turkey is concerned, and as far as the world is concerned, more finance needs to be unlocked to finance this green transition, especially from private sources, and especially from private sector savings. And I think one of the main challenges for the world is to be able to incentivize this unlocking of resources.
Thank you for that. And I would thank the organization for having invited the panel, and once again, many thanks to all those who participated and to the colleagues who joined. Anil sir, okay, would you like to intervene, or we conclude the session? You are right on time. It's 13:01.
Thank you, Tripathi sir, and all the distinguished panelists for really illuminating and adding few more points in this sector, how to invest in renewable energy and in future of hydrogen. Thank you very much for ably chairing the session, Dr. Tripathi and Donald, Cameron, Surbi Goel, and Mr. Talento. Thank you for sparing this time on Saturday, which is happened to be holiday time. Okay. But this conference is on 21st, 22nd, and 23rd every year, whatever day may be. So I am constant with that. So this is happening from last 12 years. This is 12th edition. And thank you very much from our side for sparing your time and word of wisdom from your end. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Namaste.
Thank you
very much.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
सेकंड सेशन का वो लगा दो इसमें.
हाँ जी. हाँ जी.
सेशन पूरा हो गया.
हाँ जी. दूसरा अभी चल रहा है सर वाटर का.
वो ठीक है. वो देखता हूँ. Himanshu?
Yeah, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
I'm appearing on behalf of Kushagra Nandan, who got stuck up with some.
Yeah.
Good afternoon to everybody.
Hello.
Hello.
हेलो हाँ बताइए ये परसों we will start session within next 2 minutes. आपने राजदान साहब को देखना कोई दिक्कत तो नहीं है उनके उसमें लिंक पे ओके Yes, so welcome to this plenary session, and that is on energy storage, the future of electric vehicles. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Yes.
So,
Yes, sir, you're audible.
yeah, I'm just waiting for Mr. Anil Rajdan, but we can start the session with his permission. And I will request our first speaker, Dr. Andrews Howell, Chair of the Board, the Bavarian Center for Applied Energy Research, ZAE, Germany.
Thank you very much.
Here, I welcome Dr.
Yes, sir.
Andreas,
Yes, sir.
first speaker of the day, sir. Welcome. And
Thank
I
you.
think we will kick off the session a very, I think it's a very crucial session on energy storage, which is the future of electric vehicles. As we know that vehicles represent mobility, and mobility is on land, sea, and air. And why fossil fuels got established as a primary fuel for mobility? Because it could be stored, it could be transported to an area of use, it could even be taken to remote locations, and it could be utilized regardless of the time of the day and the weather of the day. That, I think, is the essence of the success of the oil and gas sector. Of course, it was located in a few countries, and those countries became very rich. But the fact of the matter remains that mobility, particularly, will fall in place to a source of motion which is readily receivable, which is readily usable. And what I think the lesson for the future from the earlier oil world is that there should be some kind of equity in its development and availability. The energy revolution should not transport itself into another revolution of economic inequality. That is something that we have to watch out for. Energy storage can be in the form of batteries, cells. Hydrogen as a fuel is being worked upon. And all these agencies which are working on this are really, I think, going to work on its transportability, easy access, and what you can do to make a common citizen accessible to this source of energy. Electricity as a charging element has an advantage that it has already reached every home. And when you want to recharge your vehicle, you either reach a home or a charging point on the highway or within the city or village, wherever you are staying. It is to be seen to what extent these fuels can be quickly transported into the aviation sector. That is an innovation which will have to come. And I think that is where some of these fuels will win in the race. Well, when you come to storage solutions, there are some storage which are based on metals. They are based on rare metals, and they are based on some elements like lithium, which are not available the world over. to be able to be equitable in the new mobility scenario, I think we have to search for materials which could be diverse, which could be easily accessible, and which do not exacerbate inequality in the world or provide a handicap to those who do not have access to them. Because that would be undoing the benefits of global partnership and global development. How this is going to pan out is going to be interesting, because the earlier economic history of the world has shown that technology has generally not been shared. Materials have not been shared equitably. We are talking about the environment being shared. It is shared because what affects one part of the world also affects another part of the world in a different way. So the dilemma before us is not only to provide electric storage for vehicular movement, but to provide it in a manner that the developed and the developing world can move together. In the morning session, we had some interesting discussions, some very interesting insights into the whole concept of global warming and other issues. But at the bottom of all this, any energy transition is technology and funding. And unless these two elements are available, there will be unequal development, and there will be reluctance on the part of the developing world, which is not the master of technology, to move to the next preferred mode. We talk of circular planning. We talk of circular economies. A circle is uniform in its form. It is not skewed like rectangles or triangles. It is not a straight line. In fact, most technological development across the world, whether before or after the Industrial Revolution, has been linear. It has not been circular. That has led to inequalities. Though this is something which is not particularly germane to this session. But my worry, a worry of a person who has spent a lifetime working in governments and policies, is that fossil fuels, which are considered sin fuels, are a source of a lot of funding for governments, taxation on these fuels, local bodies. Now, what is this taxation going to be replaced by in the future? Of course, these are wider issues which are not really the subject of this particular session, which is more technological and which will be harping on technology. But those who peddle technology must be aware of a whole picture. Because when we are asking the world to be circular in its thought process, the subsets of that development process also have to be circular and holistic in their thinking. We have a galaxy of experts here today from Europe and India, and I'm sure that the discussions are going to be extremely fruitful. I now call upon Dr. Andreas Feuer, Chair of the Board of the Bavarian Center for Applied Energy Research, to speak on the subject. Welcome.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me. I will now try to share my slides. So please tell me if you see this.
You're audible, sir. We're waiting for your slide. Yes, sir. We can see your slide also.
Okay, and can I change? You see the second slide?
Yes, sir, we see.
Okay, perfect. So then technically everything is working. So thank you very much. I'm very honored to be here again. I was in this conference last year. That was my first time, and I thought it was a very, very interesting conference. I enjoyed it very much. Today I'm on holiday, so that means I'm not at home, but I have a good stable connection, I hope. So I will try to give you a kind of a broader perspective on the topic of energy storage, and with some examples going into the direction of e-mobility, but not all of that. So I hope it's not too broad for you. So I try to start with a very basic definition, and then the main question is what is the value of storage? So how can I describe that? I will talk a little bit about the technologies, only very briefly. I think this will come later more in detail. And then of the huge diversity of possible applications. And one of them is e-mobility, not only in the cars, but maybe also in the charging infrastructure, and then end up with some conclusions. So let me start with really the basic, what is energy storage? I must admit that after about 25 years of working in the field, I started to think about this basic question. So, and it's quite difficult to really define it in a very general way. So this is not my idea. It's backed up by the BVS, which is the German Energy Storage Association. And I'm a member of the board of directors here. So what is energy storage? Energy storage system can take up energy and deliver it at a later point in time. So we have this shift in time, and the storage process consists of 3 stages. We have the charging of the storage, we have the storage, just keeping the energy, and then we have later on the discharging. And after the discharging step, we can start again. So that's something which is a difference to what our honorable chairman explained about the properties of fuels, of fossil fuels. Very similar, but they cannot be charged again. So that's the big difference. Okay. So what is actually stored? And we will talk a lot about electricity storage in this session, but there are other forms of energy. It can be heat, cold, mechanical energy, chemical energy, and so on. And usually the form of energy which is charged to the system will be discharged later on. So, but it can happen that we have a transformation. For example, if we talk about pumped hydro plants. So we have electricity, we transform it in a kind of a potential energy, and then we retransform it into electricicity. And sometimes we really have a different form of energy to be discharged, like power to heat or power to gas applications, where we charge electricity and discharge hydrogen, for example. And finally, the third part of the definition is the relation between energy storage system and the actual application. And that is a very strong relation, a very important one. We have to keep in mind that the application gives us the technical requirement, so what type of energy is needed and so on, but also the economical environment. And that's very important for the question value of storage. In general, as I said, the matching of supply and demand in time, let's say in the past, we had kind of a constant supply, but a fluctuating demand. So it would be a good idea at low demand times to charge your batteries and to cover the peak demand from the batteries. And now with the renewables, we have a different situation. We have the fluctuating supply. And then it's a good idea to charge your batteries if you have a kind of oversupply, if you have too much electricity, for example, in the system, and to discharge it when the renewables are not available. In fact, today, we will have a mixture of both pictures. So we have a lot of fluctuation on both sides. And that's really a good reason to talk about energy storage. And then a last slide on the definition part. You can make a distinction between really the storage of energy or the storage of power. In this context, the storage of energy per time. And sometimes it's very important to have a high storage output, electricity output. That can be, for example, for charging stations for electric vehicles. So it is maybe a good idea to have a battery there with a high power output, which is much stronger, much higher than the available electricity grid. On the other hand, we have really this storage of energy, and that is for a long time. So we want to have the energy stored. And a completely different example, this is a hot water storage in Denmark, where they keep the heat of the summer to heat the buildings in winter. And then it's really about a low power, but high energy output. Okay, now I come to the question of this presentation. What is the value of storage? So I would like to start with a benefit. We have a benefit, for example, in general, it's the availability of energy and power in many applications by many technologies. And this benefit has a value. That is, in our society, how much is somebody willing to pay for that? And if you have identified this person, then you have a business case. And that's what we want with all our technologies, to bring them finally into the market. So the basic question, what do we expect from energy storage? And then we have different answers. If we talk about energy, we want a constant supply. We want to cover the peaks. We want maybe an offline operation. So that's what is important. If we talk about power, energy per time, it can be a positive or a negative effect. So if we think about grid services, if we have too much electricity in the system, it would be a good idea to have this negative power to really extract electricity to the battery. The diversity of benefits is another topic. From the availability of energy and power, we can derive the following services. It can be flexibility. I talked already about the electricity grid, the integration of renewables, fluctuating sources. It can, on the other hand, the next point could be reliability, security, so an uninterruptible power supply. And then comes the very important topic of mobility. Yeah, because if we have a battery, we don't need any plug into the grid. We can move with that. And that is for electric vehicles, but it's also for mobile phones on a much smaller scale. And then autarky, so that if we look at island solutions, self-sufficiency, these are all kinds of benefits from energy storage. I will show you now an example from my institute, which is completely different to electric vehicles. It's a cold storage within a fridge. And this very small cold storage can be installed, let's say, in 20 million fridges, so half of the households of Germany. It's a phase change material, a certain type of cold storage, with a capacity to cool, to keep the operation of the fridge for 7 to 8 hours. It can be charged in 2 to 3 hours, and the cost is about €5. So very cheap, very small unit. But if we bring this in all these fridges, and we have an intelligence behind that, we can provide an electric power of 1.15 gigawatts and a storage capacity of 3.5 gigawatt hours amount of energy. And this is a kind of dispatchable load now. We can now charge or discharge it following the needs of the electricity grid. And if we have this installed, then the question comes up again. What is the benefit of this dispatchable load? What is the value, and who would pay for that? And if I try to answer these three questions, I have different answers for different countries, for different environments. If I talk about, let's say, Germany or a European country with a very reliable grid, I would say, okay, for the owner of the fridge, there's no benefit at all. Yeah. For the producer of the fridge, not at all. It might be interesting for the utilities, the grid operator, the society, because with this dispatchable load, we are able to integrate more renewable energy. That could be interesting. But if I look at a country with a weak grid, then it might be very interesting for the consumer because he can keep his cooling operation even though the grid failed. And that might be interesting for the producer of the fridge to sell his fridge with this additional advantage. And of course, the same for utility grid operator and let's say in the end, the society to integrate more renewables. So we see sometimes it's a good idea to do that, but it's not clear who would really pay for that. And that is a kind of mismatch we will have to face. So let me show you some examples of prices for storage capacity we are willing to pay. So if we talk about mobile phones, just to have no free time at all, we would pay, let's say, about 10,000 euros per kilowatt hour. Extremely high price, of course, very small storage units. Another example, that is more from the northern people. So if you want to fill up your bathtub very quickly, you have to have a hot water tank, which is a thermal storage in some respect. That is quite cheap. It's €1 per kilowatt hour. What we're talking about in this session, e-mobility, maybe we're in the range of 500, maybe it goes down to 200 euros per kilowatt hour storage. Other examples, if we use this battery technology, for example, for grid services, we have a fast and exact response on fluctuations, also in the range of 250 euros per kilowatt hour. If we talk about utilization of industrial waste heat, this is again an example from thermal storage. Just pick up waste heat and transport it to somewhere else. This is a project in Germany. So it's in the range of 100 euros per kilowatt hour. And finally, the integration of renewables on a let's say, private basis in a home. So then we're talking again about 250 euros per kilowatt hour. You see, there are many things influencing, many aspects influencing the value of storage, and some of them are not technical at all. Just short overview, the technologies, I mentioned them all. Electrical energy storage, that can be batteries, all kinds of batteries. Then we have thermal storage, we have different technologies here. And finally, we have what we call chemical storage. This is the whole field of hydrogen and let's say conversion to methane and other things. If you want to learn more about that, for example, in the German Energy Storage System Association, BBS, has a homepage where we try to structure all these technologies. I will not go into detail here. But the applications, I will talk a little bit more about the applications. So one of the fields of applications I would describe as energy efficiency increase. And there we have, for example, and that is also a mobility application, the recuperation of mechanical energy. So it is about flywheel energy, electrical energy storage. So very fast turning cylinders, recovering braking energy from trains in this application. So we have a high power input and high power output. So very short charging, discharging times in the range of 25 seconds. And you recover the braking energy and give it to the next train starting. So that's a very good step to increase efficiency and reduce peak power demand in this field. The next example is a very classical one. This is now about the integration of renewables. It's about distributed energy storage. I had the honor to chair a working group on the International Energy Agency on this topic. And so we collected a lot of examples. And one of them is this here, a very German example or Austrian example. This is close to where I live. Just a building in the mountains, very remote. And you have, in the past you had, and this is exactly what our chairman told us in the beginning, in the past you had to bring diesel up there to run your generator. And now you have PV and a battery and you have a 24 hours, 7 days a week supply with this system. And the last example is a little bit complex, and it's something that we try to develop in Germany and Europe. It's called flexible sector coupling. I will explain shortly about this. We assume that in the past, we will have most input from renewables coming from wind and PV on the electricity sector. And to decarbonize the thermal heating and cooling or the mobility sector, we have to couple these sectors. So the arrows should show this. But we would talk rather about flexible sector coupling, because we believe that it's important to have storage capacity involved, because they can arrange this match of supply and demand, which otherwise is not given. And one of these examples here would be power to hydrogen. So this is an example from the north of Germany. We have very strong wind there, and we have a lot of wind farms, and they produce hydrogen. And then we have a bus fleet, a local bus fleet running on hydrogen here for public transportation. And that would now combine or couple the electricity sector from renewables to the mobility sector. So let me come to the end, to the conclusions. A large number of energy storage technologies is available. You will talk about that later, I suppose, and a large number of possible applications. So please keep in mind that there is a lot of application. There are much more applications than you will be able to discuss today in this session. Energy storage can support the increase of energy efficiency, and it can help by integrating the renewables. And this can happen with distributed energy storage system, remote island solutions, or flexible sector coupling. Very important in my view is that the value of energy storage can only be quantified for an actual application. And that brings me to the final main message. Always think energy storage within a real application. Only then you really can quantify the value of energy storage. And with this, I thank you very much for listening and for your attention. And I'm happy to answer some questions if there's time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Andreas Heuer. We are really blessed to have you on this session. You have, in very simple words, encapsulated energy storage, its diverse uses, and its versatility. And I think its versatility is really going to be a buzzword, the future. And we only hope that this technology reaches across, because wind and solar are available in most parts of the world, luckily.
Thank you very much.
Either there is wind or there is solar, or they're both. But if they're both, you can have a combination of the two. And that's how renewable energy systems work. I'm glad you talked about pumped storage, something which Europe and North America are very strong on, but Asia is weak on it. So thank you so much. And I will now be calling upon our next speaker, Mr. James Eklid. He's CEO and President of Aelia, Sweden, to kindly make his presentation.
Thank you, and thank you for letting me talking about Azelio and our energy storage.
Can we increase it? Whoever is handling.
Sorry, is the sound of my too low, or?
Yes, sir.
So, is it better now?
Slightly better, it could be better, sir.
Okay, now I have maxed it. Maybe you can hear me now then.
Okay, okay, thank you.
You have to stop the others sharing.
Yes,
I have a
think
presentation.
we have to mute the others if we can, sir.
So now I have my shared screen, and what we do at Azelio is energy storage, but we do a very specific thing, because we can offer distributed or decentralized baseload systems, meaning that we can provide renewable energy around the clock in a specific location. So, of course, for all energy storage, that you take renewable energy when it's available, you store it, and you dispatch it when you need it. So transform it from when it's available to when it's needed. The Azalea system is a solution for the clean power transition because we can offer energy storage that you can use 24 hours a day. You can have it to the right cost, meaning low cost, and you can use it decentralized for smaller, medium-sized, and of course also large-sized projects. But the focus of the solution is smaller, medium-sized projects between 100 kilowatts up to 100 megawatt, meaning that we can provide about 1.3 megawatt hours up to 1.3 gigawatt hours of electricity. And the solution is a standardized module, as you see in the picture. It's called the TESS pod. And TESS stands for Thermal Energy Storage, and pod for Power on Demand. So what we do is that we take renewable energy in the form of electricity. We use that to heat up recycled aluminum alloy and to store the renewable energy as thermal energy at 600 degrees Celsius. And then we can save the energy from the day to the night, from one day to the other, or from 1 week to the other, and then to dispatch that when it's needed. And the typical application is to connect it to solar PV. The input can be any type of renewable that you need to store and need to move to another time. Solar, wind, tidal, wave, whatever you have available. But the typical application is to use solar PV to produce electricity and to store in our system. And a very typical size for our installation is with 20 cluster with the TESS pod, providing 260 kilowatts of electrical power and 3.3 megawatt hours of electricity output per cycle. And this can be integrated into a stable grid to solve some kind of problem, or it can be integrated to an unstable grid to be the actual base load output. But it can also be applied to a pure off-grid environment into a microgrid system or as a standalone system, providing renewable baseload power. And the most important factor for electricity is the cost. So what we can provide with the TESS pod is a levelized cost of electricity that's sustainably more cost efficient than the alternatives. And if you try to build a same system based on lithium-ion batteries, that's considerably more expensive. And the normal competitor, you could say, or the alternative solution is actually diesel. And it's less than half the price compared to diesel. And another very important factor with the Azalea system is the lower CO2 footprint compared to diesel, of course, an enormous decrease. But also compared to batteries, the footprint is about 30% lower. And it's also the benefit of no specific scarce metals. The storage material is recycled aluminum that you can find everywhere around the planet. When I have described the TESS pod now, I'm talking about electricity in, thermal energy storage, and electricity out. You also get an output from our system of thermal energy at around 60 degrees Celsius. And this thermal energy can be used for, we have a cooperation with a company in India. They will use it for water purification and desalination. We have other corporations where they will use the thermal output for heating greenhouses during nighttime. And we have a project in Northern Europe where our customer is using the heat for heating a building and heating water. But the main focus is the electricity. And one application is to build decentralized hubs for remote EV charging to provide power that where you can charge our system fully based on renewables, and you can provide distributed or decentralized power for applications like charging. Another application where we actually signed an order last week is for sustainable agriculture. This is a project in Egypt where they today are using diesel generators to produce electricity. And to implement 20 of our test pods, they will save 232 cubic meter of diesel every year. And they will reduce the CO2 emissions by 603 tons annually. So the Azeli solution is available around the globe. We are in a startup phase when it comes to volume production, but we have installations in a commercial way in Dubai, in Sweden. We have verification installations in Abu Dhabi. We are running in Morocco, and we are now also installing in Egypt. I talked about the cooperation in India before. We have signed a total 15 MOUs around the globe for India, for Africa, for Middle East, for Europe, for North America, and for South America. And the total storage capacity these MOUs consist of is 5.6 gigawatt hours of electricity. So this combined gives a solution that actually is the future of renewable energy, where we can provide dispatchable power when and where you need it. So this is Azeli and our solution for long duration energy storage. Thank you.
Anil sir, perhaps you are on mute.
Sir, you are mute.
Yeah, sorry, I muted myself. Well, thank you very much for a very enlightening talk. And we are grateful for what Europe is doing. And we look forward to greater cooperation. Our next speaker will be from India. We have a speaking order, Dr. Garg.
Do it. You can do it, sir. No problem.
Well, I think if somebody is ready or maybe wanting to leave because the earlier speaker has left, I just thought that maybe Mr. Devashish Ahuja is listed with me as the speaker.
That's right, sir. So,
Right, sir.
So let me know if I can start. In case there is nobody else who's in a hurry and wants to leave, wants to swap his slot with me, in that case I could start.
Go ahead, sir, please.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much. Perfect. So thanks much, everyone. Pleasure to be here. Honored to be speaking with such esteemed panelists and Mr. Razdan. So I, in my current position, lead the auto and electric vehicle team at Invest India. For those of you who don't know what Invest India is, it's the National Investment Promotion and Facilitation Agency, comes under the Ministry of Commerce. And the main mandate we have is twofold. One, to promote India as an investment destination to the rest of the world. And second mandate is more towards the ease of doing business, wherein we facilitate investments coming from both Indian as well as overseas investors and support these investing companies in their investment journey, right from the pre-investment phase, wherein we support them on any policy advocacy efforts, if any, or during the investment phase, wherein we support them on joint venture partnerships, government affairs, any licenses, clearances, approvals which they need from the center, from the state, whatsoever the case may be, or location assessment, making them understand the policy frameworks we have, the incentives we have for them to set up their manufacturing units in India. And once the investment has been grounded, it has been executed, any further issues, Invest India sector teams are there to support these investors. So all of this effort is on a pro bono basis to our investors, and that's what Invest India largely does. It's sitting in a very sweet spot between the corporates as well as the government of India. And we do have 49% shareholding from various government entities, both across center and state. So we are very well connected within the government of India ecosystem and help navigate our clients within the ecosystem. So with this introduction, let me share my screen and my slides. Just 1 second. Is my screen visible? I hope my screen is visible.
Not yet.
Yes.
Perfect. Perfect. So this slide is basically a good snapshot of the e-mobility sector in India. I'm sure most of you already are aware of most of these growth drivers and electrification market numbers coming from the industry, but let me quickly walk through this one. So on the left-hand side of the slide, we have the growth drivers. The first one and the biggest one being last mile e-commerce deliveries. So with the advent of COVID, if there is one industry which has gained, it is definitely the likes of e-commerce or the food deliveries or the grocery delivery fleets or the grocery delivery companies. These are the companies who understand the need of electrification. These are the companies who have their fleets doing more than 150 kilometers on a daily basis, and total cost of ownership is working in their favor to transition their existing ICE engine vehicles to electric vehicles. So we are already seeing commitments from several players like Amazon or a Flipkart or a Big Basket to move certain percentage of their fleets towards electric vehicles. Then, of course, from a government perspective, we are having several policies which promote localization of both EV components as well as vehicles, as well as the infrastructure, which would mean charging and swapping stations. So we'll deep dive into this in the coming slide, but I'll want to touch upon from an infra perspective. We are Government of India, Department of Science and Technology, Niti Aayog, and the industry stakeholders have already very closely finalized the industry standards for charging stations, the low-cost charging stations, and these should be officially out by Bureau of Indian Standards in the coming few weeks. So this is on radar. From a GST perspective, we have already seen reduction of GST on vehicles from 28% to 12%, and right now these vehicles are taxed at 5%, which is again a massive growth driver. And then, of course, the supply side incentives of production linked incentive scheme, both for vehicles, components, and the batteries. And we'll deep dive into the energy storage aspect of batteries in the subsequent slides. On the right hand side of the slide, we have the market numbers. We'll not deep dive into this, but most of these numbers are taken from Center for Energy, Environment and Water report. And we do see from a battery perspective, there is a potential of 158 gigawatt hours by 2030. This slide will majorly talk about the policy framework, the policies which Government of India is having to promote localization within the electric vehicle ecosystem. So firstly, we do have the demand side incentives, which basically is the FAME scheme with an outlay of USD $1.5 billion approximately, or 10,000 crores. This policy recently got extended by further 2 years, and the incentives on vehicles purchased by end users, these incentives are typically based on the size of the battery. So for example, for every kilowatt hour of the battery, we can expect an incentive of rupees 15,000 rupees with the revised FEM guidelines. And this has been taken in a really, really good spirit by the industry. We already see most of this incentive being passed on to the end consumer by most of the OEMs. It's already working in that direction. Secondly, government of India is having phased manufacturing program vis-a-vis. We are basically having increased custom duties on parts which are imported into electric vehicles. They started from 0%, but now it's on track to move towards up to 15%. So we are already seeing lots of localization happening in India from a cell perspective, battery cell perspective. Right now, the custom duty is 5%, but over the coming years, plan is to go to 15%, as and when we see traction and localization of these cells through the other policies, such as the production linked scheme for advanced chemistry cells, which has recently been notified by the Government of India on 9th of June 2021. This scheme is having incentives worth $2.5 billion spread over a period of 5 years. Policy has been designed by Niti Aayog, and it will be implemented by Department of Heavy Industries, which is the nodal ministry for auto and e-mobility, and which is the line ministry for us as Invest India sector team. We work very, very closely with DHI. So just to give you a brief snapshot of this scheme, it's a $2.5 billion scheme, of course, and mandate here is for companies to set up capacities between 5 gigawatt hours to 20 gigawatt hours. So minimum capacity has to be 5 gigawatt hours to avail incentives within the scheme. Total RFP value for the scheme is about 50 gigawatt hours, and we are expecting investments worth 45,000 crores through this policy. The kind of incentives which companies can claim is to the tune of $27 for every kilowatt hour of these batteries, which is massive. $27 right now, cells are being priced at $120, $130 per kilowatt hours. So on this price, central government is giving incentive worth $27, which is approximately 20% plus of the cell value. And this incentive would be based on the energy density and the cycle life of your batteries. So just to put things into context, let's say a typical battery with the kind of cases which we have facilitated, a typical cell with an energy density of close to 200 watt hour per kg and a cycle life of, let's say, 4,000 cycles will be easily getting incentives over $120 million spread over a period of 5 years. Anybody who's interested to understand this math in detail, I'll be happy to connect offline with you. But this is the way this policy is structured. So over a period of 5 years, if your cells are able to give energy density, let's say of 200 watt hour per kg, cycle life of 4,000 plus, then it's quite possible, and a localization value of 50%, it's quite possible that you will be able to avail incentives worth close to $120 million spread over a period of 5 years. This is only from the center. Over and above this, we have close to 12 state governments which have come up with their state EV policies, and most of these states are again offering supply side incentives to manufacturers, which is over and above the central government incentives we just spoke about. So southern states like Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Telangana, Andhra Pradesh, and states of Maharashtra. These 5 states in particular are having very, very competitive supply side incentives, and we as Invest India have facilitated a few investments within the cell manufacturing space, within the energy storage space in the past couple of months. And as a matter of case studies, I can tell you that a couple of these companies who have plans to invest $400 million plus in the scheme, because for each gigawatt hour, typical investment value is somewhere between $80 million to $120 million. Since the minimum scale of these factories would be 5 gigawatt hours, so we are seeing typical investments for these plants to the tune of $400 million plus. So in one of these cases, we have seen state level incentives, nominal value of state level incentives to be close to $130 million on an investment value of $430 million, which again brings to close to 30% cashback from the state itself. So right now, there is a sense of urgency from the Government of India side, and we are offering very, very lucrative and very, very and interesting subsidies to manufacturing companies who are looking to set up cell manufacturing facilities in India. And the beauty of this policy is it's technology agnostic. It's not supporting any one chemistry over the other. It is not supporting a NMC over a LFP or a LMNO or any other chemistry. Right now, basis the eligibility parameters of energy density and cycle life, more than 15 chemistries worldwide are eligible to participate in this scheme. and will be able to avail these sort of incentives basis their performance along energy density and cycle life, which we just discussed in some moments back. This slide will primarily talk about it's a qualitative framework showing how the advanced cell chemistries manufacturing in India, energy storage manufacturing in India will lead to the growth of overall Indian EV ecosystem. So we just see, I mean, with the production linked incentive scheme coupled with the state incentives, which we spoke about, with all of these incentives, definitely cost of cells will be lowered. These players will be bound to pass on some of these incentives to the end customers. So which will eventually lead to a lower pricing of vehicles, because these cells primarily cost 30 to 40% of the vehicle cost. So once cells are lowered in price because they are being made locally, then of course vehicles will be lowered in price, which will lead to an increase in demand for these electric vehicles, further leading to economies of scale and further lowering down of the cost of these vehicles. So overall ecosystem will definitely gain once these cells are localized, which is more than between 30 to 40% of the total vehicle cost. And we are seeing this PLI policy, energy storage policy, could be a catalyst for growth across EV ecosystem, right from OEMs, which will have lower priced vehicles, to EV fleet operators and last mile delivery operators, which will again have lower cost vehicles on their books. And then we'll have charging infra companies, which basically it's sort of a chicken and egg problem between whether the vehicles come first or the charging infra comes first. So with cells being localized, vehicles getting cheaper, we'll see more of vehicles on the road, and definitely we'll see more of charging companies wanting to expand their services within India. And with the complete ecosystem getting a boost, of course, the challenge of financing will no longer be there, and PFCs and banks will be happy to offer supply side loans, supply side financing to manufacturers of these technologies and these products. This is what the anticipation is. And then lastly, the role of Invest India in the complete scheme of ACC policy, Advanced Cell Chemistry Production Linked Incentive Policy. So we as Invest India sector team are working in 4 directions. We are working on attracting foreign battery technology companies, and we are already seeing good amount of traction from American players, some European players, Asian players, and Russian players. We are right now working with 5+ technology companies who are working on different chemistries, be it NMC, LFP, LMNO. Some companies are working on VMLMP chemistry, which is again a very unique proprietary technology. So we are, in fact, a couple of these companies are also working on nickel-free, cobalt-free, non-LFP technologies, which have the benefits of LFP tech chemistries, but definitely have better energy density than LFP chemistry. We are working on these sort of technologies which are abundant in raw materials which are present in India and do not have their supply chain dependencies on imports. So it's an interesting time, I would say. From one case study which I can talk about is an American company which we are working with for the past 8 months. It's already in the public domain. So they have been very, very aggressively working in India, already done most of their joint venture work with Indian player, already done their MOU with Karnataka state government, finalized their incentives. And they are a couple of these companies are also very, very actively looking at the PLI scheme, the RFP, which should be coming out.
Excuse me, Devashish, we are running short on time. We have a number of speakers.
Sure, sir. Just 2 more minutes. I'll just take 2 more minutes. Secondly, we are working on supply chain companies, which are very, very crucial to these cell technology companies. These supply chain companies are crucial because the PLI scheme is mandating a minimum value addition of 60% to avail incentives for from this PLI scheme. So we are working with global cathode manufacturers, anode players, separator players, and so on and so forth. And most of these players are in discussions with several states to localize their presence in India. Thirdly, since it's a capex intensive affair to set up cell manufacturing facilities, we are also working with global funds. And right now we are seeing a good amount of traction from Middle East who are looking to back these Indian consortiums and foreign technology company consortiums to fund as a passive investor and be a stakeholder, be a shareholder in these cell manufacturing ecosystem. And lastly, we are working with Indian companies across sectors of energy, auto, oil and gas, and chemicals who are looking for joint venture partners, technology partners to forge their partnership on the cell manufacturing side. So this is the broad work which we as Invest India is doing to promote the cell manufacturing ecosystem in India. We'll skip the slide. This is basically giving you a snapshot of what's happening in the Indian EV ecosystem, but for the but since we are running out of time, let me skip this one. And with this, these are my coordinates given on the slide for any one of you who wants to connect with me offline to understand the kind of work we are doing or to understand the opportunities we have. Would be happy to engage with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Anish. That was very, very informative. Ashish, sorry, and we will be very happy, I think, to cooperate with you in the future. You've made a very good beginning, and we only hope that the global participants today can know more about you and will be there to participate in our very big market.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker for the day is, I think I have Mr. Himanshu Mishra listed with me.
Yes, sir.
If you're ready, or Mr. Prabjot Singh Bhullar, any one of you, Mr. Himanshu Mishra is the Vice President.
I'm ready, sir.
You're ready, Mr. Bhullar?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Prabjotji, welcome. Your partner of LNL Partners. Kindly go ahead with your presentation.
Right, sir. So am I audible to everyone? And can everyone see the screen?
Yes, yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes. A very good afternoon to Mr. Anil Razdan and the other members. I'm grateful to all to give me this opportunity to share my thoughts and views on the challenges of, migrating our present IC vehicles to the electric vehicle segment. My issues and my inputs will be more driven by my experiences as a council and my, the issues which I have identified in the initiatives which have been taken so far, for achieving the objectives of migrating the fleet of vehicles to the electric vehicle segment. And I think a lot of these would have been spoken and touched upon by my previous speakers, but I think it's very important to always, set the context right, that what is driving the nations to move towards the electric vehicle segment. Of course, most nations have commitments under the COP, and India too has a commitment to reduce the emissions intensity and the carbon footprint by 33 to 35% from the 2000 levels by 2030. You are targeting to achieve most of your electric power demand from non-fossil fuel, and you're trying to target a lot of your energy requirements by leaning on clean energy, which is renewable energy instead of conventional thermal and coal. And of course, the entire objective is you're trying to reduce the emission of greenhouse gases and, which is leading to global warming and addressing a very major environmental concern, which is not just confined to India, it's a global concern. And of course, there are economic reasons and benefits to the state, if we are able to migrate our fleet of vehicles to the EV. Of course, it will lead to a huge potential savings on the oil import. And for me, the most important thing I think here is to address the issue of storage is the battery cost is a very, very critical component for an electric vehicle. And, so these strategies which are adopted, my previous speaker has thrown light on the great initiatives, in India in terms of addressing those challenges. And I will try and identify some of the issues I think which we still need to bridge the gaps. And of course, as I already mentioned, the EVs are,
Sir, pardon my intervention, Prabjot, rude of me, but we have barely, I think, 10 minutes per speaker, and then we'll be, in fact, overshooting by 10 minutes. So I think
sure, sir. I will meet my time requirements, sir.
Thank you.
Right, sir. Right. Thank you. So, of course, we are all aware that, the EVs will play a key role in curbing the vehicular and noise pollution in urban areas and, of course, address the environmental concerns. So, if we look at what have been the challenges for setting up an EV regime across the globe, and being a lawyer, I'm going to focus more on legal regulatory issues and, bridging the gaps in the contracts and the transactional issues. which are the challenges which any manufacturer of battery would face or a car manufacturer would face who's trying to migrate his fleet of ICE vehicles to an electric vehicle. Of course, if you look at the larger issues, it's creating a market and demand for the EV. Where would raw materials be sourced? Mr. Razdan had it's a very, very fundamental issue that we need to source materials, minerals, which are equitable. What is the kind of technology we are going to adopt? These are all very, very critical issues. How would battery manufacturing be catered to? What is the support the state is going to offer to the battery manufacturers? What is being done to build up a sustainable charging infrastructure? What kind of state support is coming in form of incentives and subsidies? And if we are really, really trying to move our fleet of vehicles, the ICEs, to the electric vehicles, with the objective of contributing to the environment, we have to look into a very fundamental issue. We're going to be building charging infrastructure. Where is the power which is going to be supplied to the charging stations to charge the batteries going to come from? Is it going to come from clean power, or we're going to again lean back on conventional power, which we say is not clean and not environment friendly? Second, of course, is the subsequent issues of once we are able to achieve this objective of laying up the entire charging infrastructure for battery and storage, what will be the regulatory framework for second life use of those batteries? What will be the regulatory framework for recycling? We have had some battery management rules which have come up, but these are all areas where a lot of work needs to be done if you have to fill the gaps in terms of achieving the entire objective. If you look at initiatives, Devashish had spoken about some of them, and I will just can be quickly set out without going into the nitty-gritties of each of these initiatives. But these are initiatives, which are trying to build in demand side incentives, which will reduce the cost of EV to the consumer upfront. There was a model to provide subsidy support. There has been a regime which is trying to build up charging infrastructure. There has been this incentive brought in to reduce the BCD and GST on EVs and batteries. State initiatives have come up in terms of promoting the setting up of a movement to the EV vehicles. Battery-based management rules are there. And of course, I would like to dwell most of my time today on this initiative which has been done in terms of coming up with a production link incentive on the manufacturing of ACC batteries. If you look into this program, and I won't go into too many details, Devashish has spoken about them. I will straight away come down to the issues here, which I think really need to be looked at and addressed upon. I will not go into the nitty-gritties of how the bidding process will work and what is the support being offered here. Of course, if you look at it from a perspective of what kind of a support is being offered, you are of course being provided with land, you're being provided with right of way access by states, you are required to meet a certain investment requirement. There is a time-bound target which you need to achieve in terms of production. But net, I think the issue which we need to look at is the fact that if we are trying to kind of build a space of battery manufacturing and we are trying to kind of cater to the automobile sector and are wanting that the automobile manufacturers start sourcing these batteries, I think we need to look at what is happening globally. And this is courtesy a report from McKinsey, which kind of tells you as to what is the model the OEMs have followed globally for sourcing batteries, whether they are making their old battery cells or are they sourcing battery cells and battery packs from other manufacturers. So if you look at Tesla, it's sourcing the battery cell from Panasonic. BMW is sourcing it from Samsung. Volkswagen is sourcing it from Panasonic. So there's a different approach which is adopted by each of the OEMs. Now, whether or not these OEMs, how they kind of fit into this entire model. But I think if you look at it from an implementation perspective, the biggest issues I think the battery manufacturing segment offers and which we need to address at the macro level is this interrelation between the mining of the materials which are to be sourced, which I think Mr. Razdan very clearly brought out that we need to search materials which are equitable. And Devashish mentioned that there is a move towards looking at battery technologies and materials which would be available on a sustainable basis. But then if you are trying to kind of come up with a model of manufacturing batteries here and giving people incentives to come and set up batteries which need huge investments under the PLI scheme, I think these are very, very fundamental issues you need to address. Because if there is enough data, and I wish I had more time, I would have taken you to that data that there is a great paucity of these minerals globally. And most of the countries globally have already gone around sourcing the minerals. We might say that a technology is, the policy which we have come up for manufacturing battery is technologically agnostic. But the issue here is simple. You are trying to come up with a model where you're saying that the entire ICE vehicle fleet is going to gradually move towards the EV segment. We need to be very clear, what kind of batteries are we really leaning on? What is the kind of reserves we have of the minerals or the materials we are sourcing for these batteries to be manufactured? What are the standards we are setting? What kind of, is there clarity on the battery technology and the chemistry roadmap? And we know that there is already an initiative done by the government of India, and I might like to flag this, that we have a joint venture which is between 3 public sector entities, which is Khanij Videsh India Limited, which was set up to ensure that there's a consistent supply of critical materials through acquisition, exploration, mining, and processing of strategic minerals. So I think while the Niti Aayog and the government have already taken the step of coming up with a policy and a framework which promotes the setting up of ACC battery cells in India, we need to walk that path and bridge the gaps in terms of ensuring that there is a sustainable supply of the materials, the minerals which are required for manufacturing of batteries by each of these manufacturers. Now, there could be a scenario where these manufacturers come and lean on the policy or are doing it themselves. But end of the day, they are trying to migrate the present fleet of vehicles from the ICE to the EVs. So there is definitely a need of building a framework where there is a long-term supply agreement between offshore mineral suppliers, whether they are joint venture entities of the government or third parties. And there is some kind of an incentive framework or a framework set out which assures this to the manufacturers. And I think we need to learn our lessons from our experiences in the other sector. The power sector showed very, very clearly that despite the fact companies like Adani and Tata went out to source out power under the UMPPPs from Indonesia, they were also again hit by pricing, and there were problems within the entire legal, contractual, and regulatory framework, where even that additional cost they incurred could not be a pass-through. But that actually was bringing those companies to a point of time when they became completely non-viable, because most of the off-takers were not willing to pay an increase in pricing. So here, when you are wanting people to come in and take use of the government policy and the PLI framework which has come up and set up, I think it's very important to also be very, very clear that this is the kind of support which will be available in terms of sourcing these materials. I think because those are very fundamental, the battery pack is a very, very important part of the entire picture. And if there is uncertainty created there, the migration will never happen. And further, of course, as I mentioned, that if we are trying to kind of actually move our fleet and wanting to build in, migrate a fleet to the electric vehicle segment, the charging infrastructure is a very, very important framework. And it's very, very, you have to be conceptually very clear, how is this charging infrastructure going to be sustained? Will it be sustained on clean energy, or will it be sustained on the conventional energy which we are using today? So obviously there will be a need for a change in the regulatory approach to this issue, and that will have, the regulation will have to drive it, and the policy will have to drive how we kind of achieve this objective of migrating a present fleet from the ICE to the EV. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much. That was extremely incisive and realistic, because I was a little rude, as I said in my opening remarks, but I think it's better to be frank, as you've been frank, because whoever is an investor comes in with certain aspirations, but private investor can never be sure of who's going to be the owner thereafter. Right. What is going to be the future? There is a risk factor attached.
Right.
Yes, there is some.
There's some lags. We can't hear you.
For all this is the global regulator. I think regulation, if we are wanting to act globally, regulation may have to be global. We do not have the time to discuss this. But what are those regulatory agencies? Has WHO been successful in controlling COVID or taking measures? Well, these are, I think, multilateral institutions will have to come in a big way. I'm so grateful to you for having raised these points, and you have gladdened me in a way. I think our next speaker is Mr. Himanshu Mishra. He's Vice President, Regulatory Affairs, SunSource Energy.
Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot. Good afternoon,
Himanshu, if you're ready.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Okay.
With San Francisco in the background, I think, or where are you?
Yes. No, sir. It's a background of Zoom. I am handling this webinar from my home. So background is not enough, good enough to say this. Okay. First of all, thanks Anil Garg sir for allowing SunSource to participate in this for symposium of luminaries, wherein we are discussing about the future of electrical vehicle and energy storage. And I'm very much pleased that most of the burden of introducing about the terminologies and the incentives has already been covered by few of the earlier speakers. I do not have presentation to share, but just to share with brief, I will start with my introduction. We are at SunSource Energy. We are a solar energy developer in the country. We have presence in almost 24 states in the country. And we are part of SHV Energy, which is a leading global distributed global distributor of off-grid energy solution and sustainable fuels and renewable energy solution. SHV Energy have presence in 25 countries and it's Netherlands-based company. In SunSource, we are developing projects in C&I segment, for C&I segment, handling rooftop solution and also open access solution. Now coming to the topic, sir, I do not have presentation, so I won't take much time. I'll be very brief in my submissions. In 2003, when India was facing about this electricity reforms led by Electricity Act 2003, even the thought of open access was ridiculed by many, and many prophesied that it will be set aside, it will see its demise very soon, considering the resistance of incumbent licensees at that point of time. However, we can be proud enough today that it had led to transformational change in electricity sector we know today. The electricity exchanges, different kind of trading opportunities has come up because of this very idea of open access. Even in 2003, when Elon Musk floated the idea of electrical vehicles and storage solution, none of the investors paid attention to it, and even the auto wizards were skeptical about this novel thought and set aside this as very insignificant and the idea is not worth considering. But now we cannot have the same view today. EV forced traditional business models to transform to adopt to survive now. Valuation of Tesla today, Tesla Mobility today is having a valuation more than combined value of General Motors, Ford, Toyota, Nissan, Renault, and Volkswagen. EV and storage complement each other. Without storage solution, EV, we cannot think of EV solution. Without EV, we cannot think of storage solution. And storage solution, and the more the players come up in these areas, more the competition will be and more benefit will be passed on to end consumers. At present, the EV and storage solution are seriously facing a ground challenge, behavioral challenge of range and anxiety. And because of this range anxiety and lack of charging station, which is a kind of chicken and egg solution for pushing EVs, is creating a resistance. However, thanks to many awkward and odd events that has actually contributed to pushing electrical vehicles in a significant way. COVID has resulted pushing e-commerce business, and e-commerce people relied reducing their cost, and combined with the incentives provided by center and state, they now transitioning towards their conventional vehicle mobility to EV vehicle mobility. We can see there are significant investment coming up in EV space in these days. The primary reason why EV and storage solutions are pushing up because of stimulus packages in Europe and China that has led to more innovation in this segment. Germany COVID solution, stimulus solution was doubling towards the EV incentive. Germany now delivers more than $11,200 subsidy for EV, and even France has increased their subsidy up to 14,000 USD, including 5,900 as rapid scheme for older cars. China has increased their spend on EV and digital infrastructure by USD 1.4 trillion USD dollars. Indian government has not is not behind such promoting such kind of scenario by pushing incentives, and significant investment in terms of 1.4 billion USD has been earmarked and spent on EV incentives as part of EV incentives combined with other state incentives. Government of India is pushing very heavily on EV and storage solution, and Dev Ashish has already delineated the efforts Invest India is doing to push storage solution. And storage solution, if come up, then EV will definitely gear up. However, we need to think about what Prabhudev Gullar sir has mentioned, that if we are pushing EV with a reliance on fossil fuel, which Radhan sir has mentioned as a sin fuel based economy, then we are not heading progressively towards sustainable economy. So we have to think of the solution wherein we are providing a renewable enabled storage solution and EV charging infrastructure. For example, just to quote you an example, there was a tender RFP document coming up for EV charging stations on Agra Express, Lucknow Agra Express, and the very thought that was pushed for giving connectivity was connecting these EV charging stations from agricultural people. Now, to have EV charging station every 25 kilometers, you have to augment the agricultural infrastructure, or either you will augment it or you will overload it. Compared to this, the distributed renewable based EV charging stations could have been pushed. I'm not sure what is happening post that tender. However, this was not the thought behind promoting EV charging infrastructure. And unless we are not pushing EV charging infrastructure based on renewables, we are not heading forward. We are again going backward to the fossil fuel based economy. And sooner or later, many traditional businesses have to adopt electrical vehicles and storage solutions. I was reading about one of the company called Fredium Storage, which are developing a solution which are good enough for EV charging station and is comparatively cheaper than lithium ion. The one of the speakers, Mr. Jones, perhaps Iolia, has already delineated the feature of that test pod, which is having a cheaper solution than lithium. Considering the fact that lithium is concentrated and few of the countries have monopoly over it, if we are relying on storage solutions on lithium-based fuels, then maybe perhaps we are not thinking progressively from the future perspective, which is lying in lithium is mostly lying in Chile or governed or controlled by China or maybe now Afghanistan. There was some news articles which are saying that Afghanistan is having huge lithium reserves, and that is the reason why there is a geopolitical change happening. So we have to think of the storage solution, and I'm very pleased that Government of India has started giving proposed incentives on a technology agnostic storage solution promotion. So I have my 100% bet on EV going forward, and soon we will be seeing very significant proliferation of EV vehicles in remote areas. In fact, now we are seeing EV in two-wheelers or three-wheelers, mostly in tier 2 and tier 3 cities are for primarily lead acid-based batteries. However, it will soon be replaced by either lithium-ion based batteries or by batteries which are compatible and providing a sustainable solution for our economy. So, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much for sticking to your time and your promise. Our next speaker is Professor Vladimiro Miranda. He's IEEE Fellow, TC INSEC in Portugal.
Well,
Professor Miranda.
yes, hello, good morning, everybody, or good afternoon for you.
Beautiful screen behind you.
That's Brazil. That's the region of Pantanal. There it is. Very well, and this opens my talk. First of all, I want to thank the organization for the honor of having me here, sharing my ideas with you. And especially also thank you for accommodating my talk within my time limitations due to our difference between Portugal and India. However, I am representing more than Portugal. I am also the president of a research institute in Brazil. And that's why I have this image on the background. But let's go right to the point of my talk. And I will luckily address a different topic from other speakers. Let me just share my screen, please. Share, and here it is. Okay. I will address a problem. Let me go quickly in front here. I will address a problem that sometimes is not well understood. What we are witnessing in recent decades is the growth in importance of distributed resources. And we have been seeing this a long time, emergence of distributed or dispersed wind power, solar power, smart meters, electric vehicles, and now battery storage in a dispersed form. And this is a sort of game changer, because traditional methods for studying impacts and to design policies were relying on models based on concentrated resources, and the effect of having time evolving and spatial evolving scenarios have a very big importance in defining the solutions that we need to evaluate and deal with. So this talk is on diffusion of technology adoption. Of course, we like to say, and that is absolutely correct, that we are trying to save the planet. But it's not our effort that matters, is if the society willingly accepts and absorbs these ideas. Now, the idea of innovation diffusion was originally proposed by Everett Rogers, and taking in account factors that influence the spread of new ideas: innovation, communication channels, time domain, and the social systems. And classically, you can see this on the figure on the lowest right corner. Classically, we have 5 social groups that we can identify, called the pioneers, the early adopters, the early majority, the late majority, and the laggards, the ones that come too late almost. And this influences how the technology is absorbed by the society, and influencing the shape of this curve is a matter of policy. The diffusion patterns for several technologies, all them follow a same general law, a sort of logistic law, but some are much faster than others in growing. Why is that? That is addressed by diffusion models. The paradigm of the prosumer that has been pushed by several knowledge centers which means the producer and consumer, the citizen, will be not only a consumer of electricity, will also be a producer. This paradigm has assumed that all innovative technologies are present at the consumption spots, for instance, the residences. And this is very different, very distant from a transformation reality. So we are going to put this on the trash bin, this idea, because this paradigm of the prosumer does not allow us to understand and predict the diffusion of dispersed generation, electric vehicles, batteries, new technological processes, and so on and so on. So identifying the risks and assess the design of policies is what matters for us. Classically, in power system planning, which must be the global infrastructure that assembles all these innovative technologies, the power system planning has used very simplistic or gross hypotheses on installed capacities of peak power values, etc. Typically, some percentage of growth, some growth rate homogeneous territorially. And this is very wrong, does not adhere to reality. So I'm sharing with you some studies that we did in Portugal, and the basic data from for these studies are census data. Census data allowed it, taking data from residences and citizens in Portugal, the characterization, for instance, of photovoltaic generation, of electric vehicle dissemination, even air conditioning, and synergies of concerted use of these distributed resources. And I have here on the screen a reference on the reports published on these studies. And you can see that we have a geographical information system relating to this data coming from the census, showing the different geographical distribution of this technology adoption. Now, the characterization of the stability of the adoption needs to have several levels of aggregation. And so we did that work, departing from neighborhoods, boroughs, municipalities, for combinations of technologies, for instance, electric vehicle charging, of course, and photovoltaics, or electric vehicles and air conditioning, or photovoltaics and air conditioning, etc. And this allows us to have several degrees of aggregation to model this. Then to build a diffusion model, we had to resort to cellular automata operating on the geographical distribution systems, which allowed us to see the effects of using the diffusion equations, to see to produce a forecast of the technology diffusion along the territory along many years. So we have an image of what is going to happen and what is going to be adopted. We checked this on the impacts on the distribution system. For instance, the second largest city in Portugal, we conducted a study and which showed that if we adopt diffusion models, the forecast for the impacts in the electric power network is very different from the forecasts produced by traditional extrapolation or growth rate methods. Very different. And because we are talking about distribution, the investments are allocated in very different areas of the city depending on the forecast. So using diffusion methods allowed us to understand these impacts at distribution level, and also due to the aggregations possible, we could forecast the impacts on the transmission system, region by region, impacts on, placed on the substations connecting the distribution areas in the country with the transmission system. And again, using census data to start the diffusion models. Now, these models have been accepted and by the ENTSO-E. ENTSO-E is the Association of Transmission System Operators in Europe. And now the HOA is recommending for the transmission system operators to produce impact assessments to dialogue with the regulators in Europe. They recommend census data and spatial temporal models using diffusion. So this is very recent, but it is a very good move. Now in Europe, this is being recommended. The policy impacts you can see here in the two maps below, the same city, but with the incentives. I heard incentives in the previous speaker, incentives targeting middle, high class. You get the distribution of technology adoption very different from incentives targeting middle, low class. So this adoption patterns impact the development of the power system as well and the investments that they are going to be placed. So we had to build energy transition technology forecasts along a process that starts with the global diffusion forecast, cellular models, aggregation of these cells until we could have net load forecasting and impacts in the power system. This finally led us to study of the policy designs. Policy designs, we did the disaggregation model. You can see the characteristics of disaggregation in the country. And we assumed that the decision makers, the policy makers, were aiming at minimizing system costs, investments in system, and also minimizing social asymmetries. And the system costs were evaluated relative to a scenario zero, a ground-based scenario without technology adoption, new technology. And the social asymmetries, we went to social sciences and economic sciences to adopted the T index for economic asymmetry. And then we did a study all over Portugal using the 2011 census, divided the country into 17,000 spatial cells using 120 social demographic criteria, family status, education level, subject ages, etc., type of housing, associated through the geographic information system, these census data to service areas defined in the power system, and did several case studies. I give you examples of diffusion of electric vehicles and diffusion of residential photovoltaics. And two fundamental estimates were derived: global forecasts and technology adoption potential. Then we studied the impacts of 9 different incentive policies. Incentives you have here in the table to decode this. There are incentives addressing electric vehicles for low or medium income people, or incentives addressing high performance, high income people. And then we had a benchmarking scenario, which is randomizing incentives with no specific target. Then combinations of these incentives were tested using the 2015 case-based scenario to develop up to 2035. And then the results were very clear. You can see here in a two-space criteria, two attribute space, the consequences in terms of overcosts in investment in the power systems, and the change in the asymmetry of social inequality caused by the adoption of new technologies. And you can see that the consequences of different incentive policies are very clearly different. And one of these policies emerged robustly, as the preferred or the non-dominated or the Pareto border policy. And surprisingly, it was a policy targeting high-income people, not low-income citizens, as many people tend to think that it should be. But the high-income people targeted by incentives would lead to less social asymmetries and a very good compromise with overcost factors. So this contradicts, say, easy written policies of people that don't do studies, but just have a well-meant idea, but they do not assess the consequences. And these consequences can only be assessed if you use diffusion models. And so the broad reasoning ideas are the following. To finish my presentation, Mr. Chairman, I hope I am not abusing my time. First, they are always early adopters. So the distribution of new technologies in the society is not homogeneous. The adoption phenomena may be translated into forms of spatial clustering. And this spatial clustering has impacts in power system investment plans, which represent an overcost linked with the technology transition. The natures and targets of incentives have very strong impact in spatial temporal adoption. We need the approaches based on diffusion modeling to help regulators and policy makers to produce forecasts and assess impacts in the systems and in the society, both in the planning and the operation of systems. So battery storage is a new technology now that is subject also to these laws of diffusion, because I'm not talking a very highly concentrated battery storage. I'm talking about battery storage that can be dispersed and disseminated in the society, home storage, storage for small factories, small anything. So these will follow the diffusion laws that we have observed in many other technologies. And so if we adopt these models, then we can assess not only the costs of the technology adoption, but also the effects of policy designs that we try to adopt to support the technology evolution. Well, this was my very small contribution, and I thank you, and thank the organization, and thank Mr. Chairman for your patience in listening to me. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Next speaker is Dr. Arpita Dey. Are you ready, Arpita?
Yes, sir, I am.
Can you start?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
So, thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. This is Dr. Arpita Dey from India Cellular and Electronics Association. First of all, I would like to thank Dr. Anil Kumar Garg for giving me this opportunity to share this platform with such immense dignitaries and getting the insights about various perspectives across the world and across India. So let me just start by giving an introduction about my organization, wherein India Cellular and Electronics Association is the apex industry body for mobile and electronics industry, which comprises of manufacturers, brand owners, technology providers, and solution providers. We basically deal with verticals and help in deep building manufacturing competencies in consumer electronics, telecom and IT, agriculture, defense electronics, then you can say IT hardware, electric vehicles, IoTs, etc. So now coming back to the topic where we actually have started on with. So that's basically EVs and energy storage and how they work together. So the growth in the EV market has, the important implications for electric grid as well. So EVs obviously use increasing amount of electricity, resulting in more of a generation of the electricity with fuel usage and of course the emissions that are associated. So actually we require additional capacity to make, transmit and deliver the additional energy, especially during the grid's peak hours, the demand hours basically. So in that case, additionally, grid operators are facing the need to upgrade this particular transmission and distribution systems, basically by adding more of the capacity to transmit and deliver. So an alternative to this conventional transmission and distribution would be to, add electricity storage near the EV charging stations, which are basically the distributed generators, which are the renewable distributed energy generators. As prominently discussed by many of the dignitaries, renewable plays a very important role here in terms of the energy storage, whether it is associated with the EVs or other sectors which are emerging. So using the energy storage for EV charging has notable synergies with the associated benefits. For example, you can say the distributed storage for EV charging could be a part of localized strategy to integrate the distributed photovoltaics or any other source of generation which is available at that particular sector or the region, and having some reliable electrical services in specific parts of the grid. So it is basically the integration of this distributed generator to the grid and how you can support EVs in it. So coming to the market dynamics being the driver, that is reducing the cost of EV batteries, that's number one. The restraint here could be the lack of EV charging infrastructure in terms of the development. Opportunities here could be the government initiatives which would help the EV penetration and easy adoption, and challenge would be the standardization of the EV infrastructure. So all this comes in basically a loop which we are trying to channelize how EVs and storage can go hand in hand, and all of these four aspects which I just spoke about can be thought of and dealt with easily. So the deployment of small scale battery storage systems is basically increasing in all the power systems across, as we all know. So this has synergized, and the acceleration has been increased due to the need for the backup power system and a rapid decline in basically the energy storage system prices. Also, advances in digital technologies like AI, blockchain, then predictive analysis as well, they give rise to aggregated solution and innovative business models. This also plays a major role in supporting of the storage technologies, especially for EVs as well. We all know that battery manufacturing capacity is led by China, and followed by US, Korea, US, Korea, and Japan. And moreover, if more of the research and development phases are carried over, they tend to decrease the prices and thereby increase the sales of the electric vehicles as well, because the storage plays a major chunk and a very prominent part in the electric vehicles. Also, stricter emission norms here, they are coupled with growing attention for fuel efficiency. They are also expected to drive the battery demand. So, on the account of efficiency and enhanced lifespan of the battery, this has a major chunk and a major role to play. Lithium ions here, if we talk about there being enormous technologies which are being worked upon, as explained by Mr. Raneja and Mr. Bhullar. So I will not be repeating those. But then just to add, lithium ion batteries, they are expected to capture a substantial portion of the market over a projected period because of their densities and the charging time. And adoption of lithium-ion batteries in EVs, energy storage systems, they are, going at a very fast pace due to the very low maintenance and high energy densities that they provide. Nickel cadmium and nickel metal hydride batteries, they would, be coming after this and capturing the global market segments in this as well. So this was all about the general scenario which was ongoing, and also in other contexts which was already explained, they are dealing with the supply security and the circular economy with the storage systems. So I'll not be deep diving into that, which is already explained by Mr. Razdan in the beginning itself. So coming to the Indian context here, the NITI Aayog, in association with the India Smart Grid Forum, they had already come up with the storage roadmap for India, which was, a value of 2416 gigawatt hours of total energy demand storage by the year 2032. So this is basically a projection which is huge, but still we are working towards it. So in order to push ahead the domestic manufacturing for storage batteries, the PLI scheme has already been launched and explained by all the dignitaries here. And just to add on, the features here would, be the cash subsidy offered on the output or the volume of the cells. Then cells with higher performance specifications would be able to achieve higher incentives. Subsidy benchmarks to also consider, the parameters of quality and the performance characteristics of the cell. So in a nutshell, if I would, like to sum up in this, would be basically EVs and your energy storage, they go hand in hand as described by all. So defining energy storage in its flexible nature and applications and characterization for generation, transmission, and distribution plays a major role here. How we need to collate all these things so that all interloops can be, channelized for a better environment in terms of the EV and storage can be looked into. Then need for energy storage mission and policies in the Act, basically to evolutionize the policies or the for the energy storage sectors over the years from the learnings of the past and for the predictions of the future. This plays a major role here. Inclusion of the storage purchase obligations of various existing and emergent cost-effective solutions that would be, adding to the flexibility of the storage systems. And then obviously building a national smart grid roadmap. It enables the consumer participation, renewable energy integration, future grid connectivity with certain microgrids, as we've all spoken about. In EVs, of course, that plays a major role. And the guaranteed supply, power quality, demand response, and dynamic load management. All of it, comes in a package that has to be dealt with. So energy storage with EVs, with all these aspects, would definitely play a big role for the economy to grow. This would be all from my end. Thank you.
Thank you, Arpita, for a very, very incisive intervention. But my question to you is, you are a young entrepreneur, it seems. And what is your view on governance? What should be a governance model for this future? I mean, if the demand is global, does the governance has to be local, national, regional, or international for this whole global plan to succeed? Or is it going to be left to the vagaries of commerce and imperialism?
So, sir, here my viewpoint would be, as I am from India, so taking this initiative ahead, I would like to speak that the governance should be followed in such a manner that both of the things grow, whether the electric vehicle adoption is there or the infrastructure development for the charging infrastructure, as we all know. The chicken and egg story is always the major play here. So the government compliance and the policy maker should be more focused on region-wise adoption and the focusing points which would help in the EV adoptability in various sectors. So it would be very wrong to say that only a region should be involved, or it should be national, or it should be state centric. It is a joint effort to bring up the EV adoption. Why I'm just speaking about the EV adoption, because here the topic would be EVs and storage. So dealing with all of this, national, state, center, all levels are sharing the same platform, the adoption, and easy-centric approach for the adoption. So this would be from my end that yes, the policymakers and government should be dealing with whole of the nation as in a whole, not specifically focusing on states or sectors.
Arpita, you dealt with region, state, or nation. I'm going beyond it, because the materials that you will require,
yes,
which some of the speakers have, I think, wisely identified, they are not available locally.
Absolutely.
Will you be held to ransom in the future?
So that goes on with the the duty structures and the imports that we look forward to. So that again comes back to the same question, that the government policies play a major role here, how things can be imported, then the manufacturing can start, and how we can build our capabilities in that.
No, that is within your nation.
Yeah.
You see, it's unlike sunlight or other things. Prabjot, I'd just like you to come in briefly. We've got to conclude this in 2 minutes.
Sure, sir. So, sir, I would say that we need to learn our lessons from the past. So let's look at the way in which we have gone about, moving towards the clean energy and the renewable energy targets. So if we go back 15 years to 2005, you had the Kyoto Protocol coming into play, where there were obligations taken out by nations to bring down the emission of greenhouse gases, move to clean technology. But then that was followed up. There was a macro level target which was set up globally, that yes, we need to consciously move to clean energy. So similarly, I believe for the automobile segment, if there is a consciousness that the emission of greenhouse gases from automobile vehicles needs to be curtailed, we need to set up global targets for each nation and say, well, this is the milestone we are setting up, this is the timetable we are setting up, we will migrate and achieve these targets. And then is this time for the state to intervene and come up with change in the law at the state level, just like we did with the Electricity Act in 2003. We set up targets saying every distribution licensee will procure a certain procurement of power from renewable energy. So you need to set up, so like we said, in National Capital Territory region, we set up targets that the vehicles which are floating around, even if they are the internal combustion engines, they will be meeting a certain amount of emission norms. So we will have to set that target up, because that will have to then play back into what targets need to be achieved by the battery manufacturing industry, what kind of charging infrastructure we need to have to sustain the electric vehicles, which we are trying to incentivize people to move towards, saying, well, here guys, here we have a battery manufacturer who can provide you batteries on a sustainable basis for your lifetime. We have a charging infrastructure which is sustainable, and that also runs on clean energy. So you are right there that there is a need for setting up global targets. Countries need to get together and say, well, this is how we can achieve it. There has to be some kind of bilateral arrangements where all these issues of minerals, raw materials, supplies, so that nations come together and say, well, this needs to be achieved globally. It's not a target to be achieved by just one nation in isolation. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Prabjot, and all the Arpita for having provoked me. And I must be failing in my duty if I do not thank Mr. Himanshu Mishra, Professor Miranda, Devashish Aneja, Dr. Andres Hoyer, and Mr. Jonas Eklund. Thank you very much. It's been an extremely enlightening discussion, but I assure you we've just begun to scratch the surface. Thank you very much. Best of luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for very ably chairing the session, Mr. Anil Razdan, and all the distinguished speakers. Is a very high quality discussion and presentation that will be available to all the participants on YouTube. Thank you very much once again.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Have a nice weekend.
सर आप नेक्स्ट हॉल में बी हॉल में चाहिएगा आपको राजदान साहब जी सर with a cup of tea.
Well, I have a cup of coffee, but I can't find the time to drink it. लिंक यही चलेगा
लिंक
सर हॉल बी का लिंक भेजा है सर आपको अभी अभी भेजा है मेल पे
Mr. Gopal Naik is here.
Yes, good evening, sir. Anil, good, sir. I am Professor Gopal Naik.
Yeah, Naik.
Yeah.
Sir.
You are required in hall B or here?
Yeah, tomorrow I have, sir. Mine was tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah.
You are chairing the session tomorrow.
Yes, sir. Tomorrow I am chairing the session.
This session is chaired by Jennifer.
Yes, good morning, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Dr. Jennifer. Only information I have to convey is that Vartika Shukla will not be available and others are present, hopefully. I'm not sure about Tim Patterson, but all others are there, but Vartika Shukla is not coming.
Okay, so I saw Mr. Patterson.
Okay, good.
So does that mean that, I'm sorry, who is not coming?
Vartika Shukla first.
Ah, Vartika, of course, from EIL, understood.
She has some board meeting immediately done. So with a short notice, and that's why she's there.
Understood, of course. I know she's the new chairman of EIL, the incoming chairman.
Yeah.
Understood. So let us know when you're ready for us to start. Is everybody else, may I ask, to check Dr. Das, Colonel Rohit Dev?
Yes, I am there, Jennifer.
Great, thank you. And Colonel Rohit Dev, are you in?
Yes, I am here as well. Good afternoon.
Good to see you. Good to see you. I'm going to have to, our next person is Mr. Barad.
Colonel Rohit.
Sir, good afternoon, sir.
Colonel Rohit is there.
Yes, I have seen him. And then our next person is Mr. Bharadwaj. I'm sorry, I don't know. Kumamuru, are you there?
I'm not in, but he will come.
Okay. And then Mr. Tim Patterson. Okay.
Yeah.
So let us know when you're ready to start.
Yeah, we can start right now.
Okie dokie.
Without losing any time.
Okay, very good. So I will begin then, or will you do some introductions, or shall I go ahead?
You can go ahead. State.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. It's a pleasure to welcome you to a plenary session on bioenergy, biofuels, and fuel cells. We have a great panel of speakers, and we're looking forward to questions and discussion. The key point of today, of course, is to discuss what does the future of bioenergy look like and how we are going to ensure an energy transition. May I ask to be allowed to control the presentation so I can pull up my presentation? It is my honor to chair this session, and I will begin with an overview presentation of how, at least at LanzaTech, we view carbon, and I will use LanzaTech examples, but I want you to consider that my messages relate more to how we can process carbon in the future by leveraging plentiful renewable energy. I think we would all agree that it's absolutely time to rethink carbon and to redefine where we source, how we utilize, and how we dispose of carbon. I would argue that the resources that you see right here on this slide are actually not pollution, but rather waste resources that can become the feedstock for the production of all the products that we use in our daily lives. If we think of it that way, and we think about abundant renewable power, then I would argue that the potential is limitless, because we have so much of today what we call waste. And that really the way we think about it is green electrons, CO2, and in our case, biology, are a path to making all the products that we use in our daily lives. And when I see CO2 as a resource, I don't just mean CO2 from the air, but also CO2 that's been captured in biomass by plants, CO2 that has been captured in municipal solid waste, as well as industrial waste resources. The way we do this is we have a biological catalyst, a bacteria that is able to convert hydrogen, CO, and CO2 to products that we use in our daily lives. We do this in a bioreactor that's a continuous bioreactor. In other words, a bioreactor that can take in inputs that are gaseous, like industrial off-gases, like gasified waste, like CO2 that's coupled with green hydrogen to make ethanol. And then we take that ethanol and we convert it to jet fuel diesel, as well as the things that we use in our daily lives, polyethylene, PET. The other arrow that I show here recycles the products back through gasification. I think it's very important for us to start to imagine a future where post-consumer waste is put right back into the cycle. Sometimes when you think about this, it feels a little bit like science fiction, but it's not. The pictures you see here are our first commercial operating facilities. The first one has been operating in China since 2018, and we've produced more than 25 million gallons of ethanol. It is at a steel mill, and we've prevented the carbon monoxide from being converted to CO2 and going up the flue and recycling that back into our bioreactor to make products. The second commercial plant started operation at a ferroalloy mill in China, and that started in April of this year. And we are now building other facilities. It's worth pointing out that the first plant was certified by the Roundtable of Sustainable Biomaterials, something we think is extremely important, that third-party certification to validate your work. I think you all know that to get to scale does not happen overnight. The reality is that our company has been around for 16 years and has gone through a scale-up process from the laboratory all the way through that first commercial scale. I would caution everybody to consider the steps in scale-up to make sure that once you get to commercial scale, you have a truly operating unit. But what I really want to show you today is the power of biology. What I'm showing you here is you can see the top line, the variability of our production plant in China, the gas stream, almost plus or minus 10%. Despite that, the production of the ethanol is actually continuous across the horizon and the days of operation. This is extremely important because when you think about waste resources are not homogeneous. And so what that means is that the ability to convert variability is quite important. And I would argue that this is where biology shines. We, biological organisms, are able to process chaotic input. This is not true of thermocatalysis. And so here's an example of the gas stream and the variability when we use municipal solid waste. As you can imagine, the carbon-hydrogen ratio of lawn clippings and wood is very different than the carbon-hydrogen ratio of plastics. And so this variability that you're seeing here is what you would expect of waste. On the other side, you see the output of this gas fermentation unit. This is at a commercially operating municipal solid waste, no additional sorting, and you can see the output of this pilot unit is completely flat. This is, I think, an important point in the power of biology. Our partner, Sekisui, has been doing this work with us for the past 5 years. This is the global state of play, and as you can see, these are the feedstocks that we are using just with our process technology to make products. You can see that one of our partners is Indian Oil. Indian Oil is an investor in LanzaTech. Our partner, Dr. Ramakumar, is a director in our company, and we are also building in India our very first refinery off-gas to ethanol project. The PSA tail gas that we're using as input in this stream is a hydrogen CO2 stream, where 50% of the carbon in the ethanol will come from CO2 because the presence of hydrogen allows us to convert the CO2 stream. Now, this is an awful lot of waste, and it's an awful lot of carbon that is being converted to ethanol. I think we all know that the world, as it transitions away from gasoline vehicles, is in fact going to be needing, is not going to be needing so much ethanol. And so what we've done is we've developed approaches to convert the ethanol to other products. And so we think of ethanol as a feedstock for making the products we use daily, rather than as a gasoline blending component. So ethanol is essentially the carbon and energy carrier of these distributed waste resources. Sustainable aviation fuel, as you know, is an important outcome or output for ethanol conversion. And we've developed a process to take ethanol to jet fuel, a process that we demonstrated through 2017, and we received ASTM certification so that we could fly a plane from Orlando to Gatwick, a commercial flight from the US to London, using jet fuel, drop-in hydrocarbon jet fuel derived from ethanol. In order to accelerate commercialization, we formed a company called LanzaJet with investors Suncor, Mitsui, Shell, and British Airways. And what we're doing now is building a 40 million liter sustainable aviation fuel facility in the United States with our partners, with our investors, as well as the Department of Energy and ANA. So that first plant will be up and running next year. But our partners in LanzaJet also committed to building commercial facilities. And with their commitment, not only will we have a plant running in 2022, at the end of 2022, to make the 40 million liters. But we also expect to have additional facilities owned by Suncor, Mitsui, Shell, and British Airways that will produce on the order of 500 million liters per year of aviation fuel. This is an important goal because many airlines have committed to 10% of their aviation fuel demand by 2030 to be from sustainable resources. And as you know, with new technology, if you're just building one and then a few more, you cannot get to the scales that you need. So to accelerate the fusion, we went ahead and partnered with our investors. I want to point these two projects out because they're aviation fuel projects in the UK, and they've been shortlisted for funding by the UK government. One we call Project Dragon, which uses waste ethanol resource made with our technology to make jet fuel. The other one is a partnership with Carbon Engineering, where we will be using directly air captured CO2 coupled with green electrons to make our ethanol, and then taking that ethanol and converting it to the drop-in hydrocarbon fuel. I told you that I think of ethanol as a feedstock, and I think of ethanol as a way to make the products we use in our daily lives. We have been demonstrating that already. Our partner Mibel has purified our ethanol so that it can be used in the home, and it is now, our ethanol is used as cleaner. Coty has announced that later this year, their perfumes will use our ethanol. So imagine pollution being converted to ethanol and then into products that you use in our home. Partnering with Unilever and Indian glycols, we've made surfactant. That surfactant is used in detergent that is used by Unilever in their Omo cleaner. In addition, with Total Energies and L'Oreal, we have made polyethylene bottles. This is not at commercial scale, but rather it has been done at a pilot scale. And we have also partnered with Indian glycols and FENC to make polyethylene. Sorry, it jumped forward. To make polyethylene as well as PET, both fibers and resins. And the fibers have already made into apparel by Lululemon. You see that product right there, that material was actually made from recycled carbon pollution in our plant in China, converted to ethanol, and then converted to PET. We've also made resin and have gotten certification for pharma and food use. Stop and think about it for a second. Because we go from ethanol to ethylene, which is the same feedstock that we use to make MEG already, these products have virgin PET properties. So for example, today recycled PET can be used for a lot of things like polar fleece and bottles, but not for food, not for pharma. You have to use virgin material. So if you use recycled carbon to make virgin material, you then have the same properties and you can put it back in your recycle loop. This to me is the future. I'm showing you again the cycle where we use waste carbon, but here everything I've shown you so far uses ethanol as the product and then the feedstock for everything else. What I want to share with you is in the power of biology, what we can do is we can go to what we call microbe 2.0, which is a programmed microbe, a genetically modified organism where we have introduced a chemical pathway to make other products. So instead of making ethanol, we use the same starting materials to make acetone isopropanol. And what we do with modeling is define the footprint and the pathway, and then we input that into our automated systems to genetically produce new microbes that make different products. And so if you think about that, what you've now able to develop is a different microbe that you can put in the same bioreactor to be able to make different products. And imagine that this will absolutely change the chemical industry, because today, if you want to make isopropyl alcohol versus ethanol, you have to build a new production facility. But with biology, you don't have to do that. And so you basically have a toll manufacturing facility. Ask yourself, what do you want to make today? If the price of ethanol is high, you make ethanol. If the price of acetone is high, you make acetone, all in the same bioreactor. Let's just take a few minutes and go back to the beginning. We have a tragedy unfolding before us. And in my mind, every carbon atom we put into our atmosphere matters. The only way to change this is to disrupt. I believe that new technologies change our worldview. Just like solar not only changed the power industry, but also changed mobility. We need to absolutely redefine the process industry. We need to make all of these things I've shown you today from waste resources. And to me, the only way this is possible is if instead of continuing to build larger and larger facilities, we learn to put our process technologies at the sources of the waste. We need to rethink carbon. We need to rethink refining. We need to harness clean power, biology, to make everything that we need. That is the future, in my mind, that will change our carbon trajectory. So I leave you with Dr. Fuller's, one of my favorite quotes. We need to absolutely change our model in a way that makes how we do things today, how we make things today, obsolete. And so with that, I will thank you for your attention. And I would ask that we leave questions to the end so we can have a proper panel discussion. And if I may do so, please allow me to welcome Dr. Das, who is the head of refining R&D at Reliance Industries. Dr. Das, may I ask you to join us and to please share your presentation and words of wisdom with us.
Yeah, my presentation is, you cannot start. Yeah, are you able to see my screen?
Not yet. Now we can. Please, sir, go ahead.
Yes.
Screen is not moving actually.
Yeah, I do see it, however.
Puneet?
The screen is not moving.
Yes, sir, we give you access. Just.
Yeah, it moves.
Now it is. Please go ahead.
Still stuck.
Start, Mr. Das.
Yeah, actually the screen is not moving.
It will move. You start and it will move.
Okay. I had sent you the presentation in case you, because the screen is not really moving.
I found that sometimes it's slow, and when you click, it takes a few minutes. Can you try again, please?
Yeah, I tried, but doesn't move. It is very slow actually. Yeah, now it's okay.
Sir, we will change the slides. You just say next.
Okay, I think you please do that. Can you go to the first slide, please? Okay. Yeah, thanks, Dr. Jennifer, for the kind introduction. Good evening, everybody. I also like to thank Dr. Garg to give me this opportunity to share some of the ideas that Reliance is working upon. The topic that I would like to cover essentially is the sustainable fuels and chemicals and some of the ideas that Reliance is working upon. Can you go to next slide? Yeah, whatever I speak here, it is on my personal capacity. So this is a disclaimer, and Reliance has nothing much to do on whatever I say. Next slide. As you know, Reliance is a major company. It has got several portfolio in the business. It started with oil to chemicals, so to say, the business of O2C. We also have very large presence in the digital platform and also in the retail sector. Next slide. The subject of my presentation, the coverage would be basically on the energy and chemicals and what are the new innovative ideas that Reliance is working upon. I'll specifically touch upon two key areas of work which are also connected to the current topic of this session. That is a biomass catalytic gasification and integrated with CO2 capture, how this technology can lead to a very economic way of converting a kind of waste into renewable fuel and hydrogen. So this is one of the key topics I will touch. I'll also touch upon the RKT steel hydrothermal liquefaction technology for converting MSW wet biomass to liquid fuel. And the third part would be covering a circular economy of utilizing Reliance catalytic pyrolysis process to convert all kinds of waste plastic and biomass into pyrolysis oil, which further through the multi-zone cat cracking can be converted into renewable chemicals or even circular chemicals. So these are key topics. As you know, Reliance has declared to be net zero by 2035, and there's a lot of hectic activity which is going on to achieve this target. First, carbon neutral by before that, and net zero by 2035. Reliance also has very ambitious plan which has been recently announced to build 4 gigafactories around renewable power and green hydrogen. Next slide. Although this is a bit crowded slide, but what I intend to do here is a couple of opportunity areas on which India and other agro-based countries can really benefit. There are 4 cycles which I have shown: the availability, the affordability, the sustainability, and productivity. And to have innovative technology developed, all these 4 cycles needs to be taken care of. The availability ensures the indigenous feedstock and raw materials which can be supplied. For example, India has highest Indian coal, which with CCS technology can be utilized to convert into synthetic fuels. India has large quantity of waste agro biomass, 250 million tons, and if suitable technology is developed, it can produce 70 millions of sustainable fuels or chemicals. Municipal solid waste in the country is about 65 million. We have about 5 to 7 million tons of waste plastic, and there are so on and so forth. These are the availability front where a lot of indigenous, this so-called waste or low cost feedstock could be converted. Affordability is something where we need to always think, because a large part of Indian population is in the rural sector and they can't afford the economics which the city or affluent class can afford. So there is a need for developing technologies which are specifically suitable for rural sector, like bio-CNG, biomass gasifications, bioethanols, and so on and so forth. Sustainability is the area where a lot of CO2 and CO2-based chemicals as well as photosynthesis. These are CO2 capture utilizations. Dr. Jennifer covered some of the CO2 to ethanol. And productivity is where efficiency improvement and yield improvements are possible. So there is a whole lot of existing refining and petrochemicals can also lead to improvement in the sustainability. Next slide. This is a very innovative technologies because it brings down the cost of gasifying the cheap feedstocks, So, so far gasification has been thermal, but this is first time we have demonstrated a low temperature catalytic gasification and integrated with CO2 capture. This is one of the key way to achieve not only becoming carbon neutral, but this will achieve carbon negative, conversion. Why? Because first we are using a biomass is a carbon neutral feed. And on top of that, if we utilize the CO2 capture, then we achieve carbon negative scenario while making syngas, hydrogen rich syngas, and which can be further converted into fuel or chemicals. So what is it? So far, gasification has been thermal. It requires high temperature, a lot of big capital investment you need, and there's a lot of reliability issues. Reliance already is operating one of the largest thermal gasification complex of the world, and we have having recognized what thermal gasification can offer. Here is a new route of catalytic gasifications. It is using a solid catalyst, a supported catalyst, and in a fluidized bed, it gasifies in presence of the catalyst. The biomass is gasified, or even coal or coke could be gasified. But here we are focusing on how to convert biomass to a very high hydrogen rich syngas. Almost you can say in a single step you can get very high yield of hydrogen or syngas, whatever is required, and the temperature required is all around 700 degrees and less. And the catalyst is not deactivated, but the remaining char can come into regenerator side, which is on the left side. On the left side, basically you have the regenerator where around 750 degrees centigrade you get the catalyst regenerated, and the heat comes to the gasifier. One of the good thing is this catalyst not only does carbon steam gasification catalysis, it also does water gas shift reaction. So you get a very high hydrogen rich syngas, and the methane yield is very less. The char is char conversion is very high, and there is no tar. Actually, at such a low temperature, the good thing is there is no tar. Can you go to the next slide? Yeah, the left side is the water coming out of the along with the product syngas. You can see the catalytic syngas, the water that is collected at the end of the product is clean. Whereas if you have non-catalytic thermal gasifications, first of all, at such low temperature, nothing much happens. You get very low conversion. Secondly, it also produces a lot of tar. So this is a catalytic biomass gasification in which you can achieve more than 10 or 11%, depending on the biomass. You can achieve the hydrogen yield in just single step. So this is a very, very brand new way of looking into gasification. Can we go to next slide? Yeah. So this is a comparison, a just high level comparison. If you focus on either coal or biomass as feedstock, in nutshell, you get much higher coal gas efficiency, about 15 to 20% higher coal gas efficiency. You get very high hydrogen rich syngas, which rich syngas. So therefore, you can convert the CO2 also within there without really going into CCS. You can convert into many other synthetic fuel like ethanol, methanol, or many other things which syngas can make. The cash cost of productions is is much lower, about $2 to $3 per million BTU lower, because the capex is about 40 to 50% lower, and the OPEX also is about 50% lower compared to the thermal gasification route. Next slide. Yeah, so this is the integrated CO2 capture technology. This is again a process which Reliance has developed. It's a fluidized bed using a sorbent. I'm not going into the details. The sorbent is one of the highest capacity, which is 3.2 millimole per gram of solvent. The CO2 gets captured at atmospheric pressure. This is near atmospheric pressure, and we have planned to demonstrate it at larger scale, but several patents have been filed, and the advantage is it brings down the capex and opex to a large extent. Compared to amine, you get a reduction of around 40% opex and capex, and around 70% reduction in opex compared to conventional amine. Next slide. Yes, this is ARCAD HTL, Reliance hydrothermal catalytic liquefaction technology, which can convert the wet biomass coming from MSW. You can see from the left side, the biomass is basically segregated into organic and inorganic, and the organic part is passed through a slurry reactor in which this hydrothermal catalyst liquefaction works. It's essentially utilizing the catalyst. You can convert to the liquid fuel, synthetic liquid fuel, starting from the organic. You can utilize MSW organics, food waste, food processing waste, manure, biosolids, ETP sludge. Several kind of wet organic biomass could be converted into high quality of biofuels, which can be ultimately used as a drop-in fuel. We can also convert to jet, diesel, and other synthetic fuels depending on the need. Next slide. We have 2 tons per day of this ARCAD HTL demo plant operational. If you look at the arena of biomass conversion, there's already anaerobic digestion converting to bio-CNG. We have 2G bioethanol route, which can convert sugar or other biomass also into ethanol. And then we have the 3G ethanol. It's a new gen ethanol, I would put it, bioethanol. If we use catalytic gasification of waste agri biomass or other source of dry biomass, and the syngas produced from there, which is hydrogen rich, and the CO2 put together, it can be converted through ethanol. Then you have this technology conversion route, which can really be another way of reaching to the ethanol. And of course, the ARCAD HTL of wet biomass, organic biomass into ethanol. Now, if you look at it, bio-CNG has a good payback, but the conversion is much lower. Almost 80% you get back the residue, and it has a limit of the scale, but it can be used in a small scale. So that's where the bio-CNG lies. If you use 2G bioethanol, the process requires some subsidy because it's still not economic. The capex is required, relatively requirement is higher compared to the value that you get. So therefore, it needs some sort of subsidy. In the 3G bioethanol route, obviously there is more capex involved because there are 2 steps. You produce syngas and then convert syngas, hydrogen-rich syngas and CO2 into bioethanol. So there the capex requirement is 2 times than the 2G bioethanol, but you obviously get a very attractive payback. And ARCAD HTL also has very attractive payback at similar capex to that of 2G bioethanol. Next slide. I'm covering here a very innovative waste plastic process invented by Reliance team, which is now being tried at a demonstration scale. And very soon, once that passes through, we'll be reaching to a commercial scale. The advantage is it is again a catalytic pyrolysis. It is probably one of the first technology where catalyst is being engaged to convert plastic into pyrolysis oil, which can further be converted into virgin plastic. Now, the advantage is Because it is catalytic, so some of the disadvantage of the thermal processes are avoided in this route. This is in a rotary reactor, we convert it. It requires lower temperature, lower severity, and conversion is 100%. Thereby, the stickiness of in the wall, etc., are avoided. Because the catalyst is used, we do not need to segregate the feedstock. Mixed feed can be used. Also, some dirty, clothes, soil, food. As long as it can be fed to the reactor, it is converting to the pyrolysis oil, and almost the yield is very high. The liquid yield is about 80%. And all kinds of mixed plastic, including multi-layer plastics, single-use plastics, all can be fed. In a single step, it converts to high liquid yield. Next slide. Yes, and once you get this liquid, then the thing again is to convert into monomer like ethylene, propylene, and BTX. And we have invented a very flexible process called in multi-zone cat cracking, which we are using for oil to chemical conversion. Now, this waste plastic pyrolysis oil can be also a feed stream in that process, and it readily converts into high yield of monomer. We also can feed the biomass pyrolysis oil, can also be fed in this multi-zone cat cracker to produce high yield of monomers. About 70% of the py oils from waste plastic and biomass py oil could be converted into monomers, and thereby we can waste plastic to virgin plastic conversion is about 55%. So essentially, it's a great amount of circularity which is established, by which we can make the plastic business sustainable. Next slide. Yeah, I want to end my presentation by showing that conventional refining is slowly but surely switching first towards making more petrochemicals in the refinery, and some of the refineries of future could be entirely for petrochemicals. That's first change. The second change, there's a distinct new kind of feedstocks which are emerging, specifically the biomass feedstock, the CO2 feedstocks, and other sustainable feedstocks like plastic feed pyrolysis oil, which are again going to be fed along with crude in different ways to produce chemicals and as well as sustainable fuels. CO2 conversion has taken new shape. So with new hydrogen availability from renewable sources, this is a very good potential if we can bring down the price of CO2 capture and also the conversion cost and the hydrogen generation cost through renewable green energy route. So based on these, the economics should look better and better, and they would be integrated into the refinery system, slowly and surely replacing the fossil-based feedstock sources into sustainable biomass-based or circular feedstock-based feed streams. So these are the four new bicircles, and surely the chemicals, the CO2 to chemicals and bio-based feedstocks and circular feedstocks are going to be integrated into the refining, bringing in whole new hydrogen economy, methanol economy, ethanol economy, and the renewable economy. These are the new futures of refining. Next slide. Yeah, thank you. I have more or less tried to cover, but in India specific, I would like to stress upon that developing technology up to pilot scale is very much doable in the R&D are being done. But what is need of the hour is India must establish a national demonstration center on energy and chemicals where faster technology demonstration from pilot to demo scale can be achieved, and that would really enhance the speed of commercialization of this technology. Because this is where a good amount of resource, the money resource and the time resource is required. Unless the technology is demonstrated, it remains in the pilot scale or in the patent scale, and it has very little value. It has to be commercialized. So therefore, my request is that there is a need, a very strong need, a very urgent need to develop a national center for demonstration of new technology in energy and chemicals arena. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Das. Really appreciate your presentation, and it gave us a lot of food for thought. And we'll come back to it at the end when we have a panel discussion for questions. If I may, I would like to welcome Colonel Rohit Dev. Colonel Dev is the Chief Operating Officer of Prespo, a very exciting company, and I welcome him to make his remarks at this time.
Good afternoon, Chair, Ms. Jennifer Olgren. Could I just have the opportunity to share my screen, please? Thank you. Right. If you can see the screen, then I will start. At the outset, thank you very much, Dr. Anil Garg, for again organizing this continual event in which your soul and energy both are involved for the longest time, and our gratitude to you for this organization. Having said that, let me just cover briefly, because I don't want to take more than about 20 minutes here, like every other speaker has taken. So I will cover something in the passing, and on some issues I will dwell a little more. We will leave the policy interventions and enunciations to the Q&A part if somebody has got a query to ask. So we belong to Prespel, and just for the global scan of what we are doing today, let me tell you that the energy needs of our world are as predicted till 2050. And if you see the slide, you will appreciate that where is the energy consumption by region coming at. So Asia remains one of the highest consumers of energy. When you say Asia, we are the second largest population of the world, and aspiring, and with our current growth rate, to maybe overtake even China in the near future within this period. We also have a large focus on the renewables insofar as the world is concerned, and a paradigm growth from 2018 to 2050 figures shows about 13% enhancement of this energy, and it translates to quite a bit of a thermal unit transition. If you see it on the mapped scale of bioenergy and other renewables vis-a-vis the other forms of energy, the growth is substantial in the other renewables part in this particular time between 2019 to 2040. And if you see the RE share and consumption worldwide, there are three issues which stand out if you analyze this slide. Is that fossil fuel dependency is quite high, which needs to go down. Modern renewables are rising, and there are various types. They're not limited to only solar, hydel, thermal, geothermal, or otherwise. We also are looking at the biomass-based bioenergy sector quite proactively in India today. And biofuels need a push. The chair had mentioned about the biofuel journey, what LanzaTech is doing. Quite involved somewhere or the other. We are meeting LanzaTech at various quarters as well as a small company. And that's a roadmap ahead to be the supply chain partners to many, many projects in India. The bioenergy sector, as we see it today, is undergoing a complete transition. And traditional biomass use, to about 25% is what we are seeing, will enhance the growth rate of India's energy transition. Insofar as India is concerned, we have this roadmap which was up till 2019, and we have seen a small influx of renewables and biofuels in this sector. However, solar has increased a bit more, and our commitment to the ISA has been absolute. When you see this energy transition further going ahead, and you see the various variables of energy, we find that at this stage of 2019, the biomass-based bioenergy was still small. As you go further to the 2040 transition, it is there where the traditional use of biomass will come into much more significance and much more volumes as we see it. And that is why currently, if you just map what our Ministry of New and Renewable Energy is doing, especially in the energy sector of electricity, this is how we are gaining our power today. And this is the, the target power, the installed power under implementation tender at each stage for the target of 2022, which we are currently leading the timelines as a country. If I see the renewable sector otherwise, it is advantage India. I can be, assuring you as an individual as well, that whatever we take to the ministry or the government concerned or the agencies concerned today, they are very proactively looking at it, and they are trying to make the change. Small changes, like for example, in the RE policy, biomass-based bioenergy in the thermal sector, steam, was not recognized. We took up the case. It took just about 6 to 7 months, and especially after the COVID had an influx. In 2019, we got this policy through. COVID had a problem with the financial soft loan scheme, which is currently in the making. So the government is very, very proactive. Whether you look at ease of doing business, single window transitions, you name it, the FDI being made more lucrative in India. The government is trying its best, and we will try to request more players and technology players and commitment of finance to come into the country. If you see the roadmap ahead, this is the stated roadmap of our country. And here, the biofuel part, the biogas part, and also other forms of bioenergy derived from the biomass are something which ought to be done in a much more scaled up manner. When you see green hydrogen, and the lady spoke about that at length, I will not dwell on that. There is a vision, and even if you go to Niti Aayog, to the PMO, to everywhere else, there is going to be a definite push in the green hydrogen arena. The investment in this energy sector, primarily today, when I see has been in the wind sector, in the hydro sector a little bit, and more prominently in the solar sector. It is still to step into the biomass sector. When we see the kind of companies, and if you see these companies' names which have invested in the sector in 2019-20 era, they are basically in non-biomass. Most of them are non-biomass. Same for the banking systems which are invested in our country or abroad. They're also looking at FDI, and equity inflow for other renewable energies other than biomass. Why I'm stressing more on biomass is because that is where from we come as Prespel, and I will dwell upon Prespel a little more. This is the current holdings and of the companies, various IPOs and equities, to give you a snapshot of where the investments are coming in a big way in our country, even in the COVID era. Coming quickly to bioenergy and Prespel. This is the share of the energy demand from the renewables today, and the bioenergy part is going to increase in terms of the quantum of pure biomass usage. Very minuscule part at the bottom at the green on the right side there. It needs to enhance and increase because the availability in my country is more than 500 to 600 million metric tons of biomass, which is getting burned. This is the percentage of biomass generation from various types of feedstock. And if you see the cost of savings per year vis-a-vis fossil fuel, carbon neutral, energy savings in the range of 10 to 15%, the prospects are absolutely positive and they are lucrative. When you see what kind of feedstock we get and what is the potential there in the country, it is huge. You name the feedstock, and Prespel deals with pan-India scale of operations and deals with all kind of feedstock. Uses of biomass, a few of them listed, and if you will find it difficult to comprehend today because most of the global players are looking at the first three. Prespel is looking at the next 6 as well, and there are many more opportunities for the biomass sector. This is about my company. You are more than welcome to read up on the website I will present on the last slide. Let me give you a snapshot of how we have traversed. Just look at the bottom left side of the screen. Our investors, Responsibility, Impact Fund Zurich, SBI NEEV, a G2G between UK and India, and then 2 strategic partners that were there in gold, Shell and Mitsui. So there are foreign investors invested in my company who are seeing the prospect of biomass-based bioenergy sector, biofuels, CBG sector, and come what may. And for that, this feedstock is the most prominent part of the entire value chain. Our presence pan-India, all feedstocks, like I mentioned. We follow an entrepreneurial model in which we cultivate entrepreneurs at the village level. 60% of the revenues earned of Prespel go back to the rural economy, to the farmers, through a financial inclusion system of the banking process in India. Our canvas of operations, SCM, briquetting plants, O&M, boot, and this applies to boiler operations, today to the CBG operations. And for the ethanol part, we remain the largest entity currently in the corporate structure for the supply chain management. Seeing is believing, so I will just show you some snapshots, right? This is my biomass capability. We have our own machinery, bandwidth, tractors, machines on the ground. We cultivate wheelies. On the right side, the person you see with this folded hand was a person I met in Haveri, an unknown village in Karnataka. He started the supply chain as one of our wheelies, one season back. Today, he has 4 tractors and a cute vehicle, which is a small vehicle there he has bought for himself. He has his own machinery and he has employed his own people to do this aggregation for Prespel. So that's the kind of team buildup we do at the rural level. You see our stocks. This is just one odd kind of, these are all my pictures. There are not net pictures from any other company from Netherlands or some other country. This is India, this is Prespel, and this is happening on ground. So a lot of effort goes in. We also operate boilers for our clients. And if you see this, this is the briquetting plant we have. This is 100 TPD rice straw based the first plant in the country inaugurated by the Honorable Chief Minister of Punjab. We have in Ajanta, again, a plant which is, again, you see the type of plant and machinery we are trying to employ as per the ESG norms. Haveri plant, Rampura Berry. And now see how we operate. EHS standards absolute with Shell and Mitsui on board. The company is transitioning into a EHS compliant company 100% as per their standards. We're also investing in the boiler operations, and we will also invest in the CBG operations. Commitment to clients is 100%. Our boiler operations is 97.5 upwards of PLF and 100% CUF as on date, without a break in any supply chain or operations right through the COVID period for any client on a pan-India basis. Like I mentioned, the EHS standards are global standards we are trying to comply. Ash handling is taken very seriously in our company. Pollution control is absolutely followed to the T in the norms given. This is a boiler operation. You hardly find any dust in this operation, right? This is Sun Pharma, fully automated, 100% raw biomass, 30% energy saving, 100% availability during the COVID period. And the GHG reduction there is mapped by a third-party audit. This is how it looks. And if you see the highlights, and now you see the EROI, energy return on investment, this is the way India is shaping at small company level like Prespel to push the biomass-based bioenergy sector in the country. Just a few pictures more. This is our typical fuel system, which you all are aware of. This is the basis for any ethanol, 3G, 2G, for any CBG project, for any biomass-related energy sector in India. We have a lot of activities post-harvest and pre-harvest, which we carry out as a team. Typically, these are the kinds of capex involvement in a biller-based operation for a straw-based variety. We generate about 740 jobs per day and an annual average income of per capita of overwards of $2,500 for the farmers. These are some of the valued clients. As you see the supply chain, operation maintenance, boot models, you name it, and most of the niche players of the global clients are our partners today and clients today, and they are willing to hand over more and more projects to Prespel. Why are we leading the market? Because we are absolutely disciplined. We have 5 people on the top who are from the ex-military veterans, and we do a good job in curating supply chains, logistics, and also we talk good finance with our customer and clients, and that is why we have these global investors. These are the key impacts, if I can just in a nutshell wrap up right now, the key impacts which our company has in terms of carbon footprint, creating of entrepreneurs, biomass aggregation over the last 8-10 years, and the business is growing and growing. You'll be happy to note before the COVID, in the previous 2 years of the COVID era, our company grew 6x in terms of revenues. In the COVID period, we have doubled our revenues, and still being in the COVID period, we are designed to at least doubling our revenues even this year. So you can understand how seriously we are taking this development of supply chains, because we know the future in terms of next 3 to 5 years about the CBG sector. We know the future beyond the 3 years from now and beyond, how the private industry will step up into the ethanol business in India. The social and financial benefits, you name the SDG, the 17 of them, we take all 17 to the T. In fact, last year, we were also awarded by the UN SDG award for compliances to the SDG. In Prespel, this is the Twitter handle of our company, the careers, and we do everything. So everything which you see on this slide, supply chain management being the focus, is the canvas of operations and the avenues available in this energy sector today with Prespel and beyond. Personally, if you want to interact with me, I will be happy to take questions on renewable energy, avenues in the RE sector, the bioenergy sector itself, and those are my personal coordinates as well. We are a well-acknowledged company of the country today. Lanzatech and us, Ms. Jennifer, I'm quite sure you know us more than probably we know ourselves. So we have been together for the longest time, and let's see how we go to Harihar, Davangere together in the years to come. And there are many more projects like you talked about, IOCL and others, where we are also engaged proactively for the supply chain part. There are certain policy interventions. I'm just flashing it for your view right now. What I mentioned here, I have curated that into a formal letter to the PMO and NITI Aayog and all ministries concerned. My basic aim being line number 2, to create a bioenergy mission at the national level and get a tender out from this government in the next 3 to 4 months on at least 500 to 1,000 megawatt of energy based on biomass Let's see how the world takes it. Let's see how the investors take it. Let's see how the technology players play up. And let's see how we can create a joint venture or a consortium which can showcase these projects in our country today, where we have surplus of biomass being burnt in the open fields. Many more things to do with the financial realm. We have proposed a paper to the Ministry of Finance at a higher scale. It is in principle approved by the DOE, and we hope to see soft loans coming up in the sector for farmers, for us, for you, for everybody else involved in the bioenergy spectrum. Similarly, when you see there are many projects which are going to come up in this country, and we have made these recommendations to all and sundry who are concerned with this. We are happy to share this note with anybody today on the panel, because we have a common dream, a common cherished dream to take the bioenergy sector, biofuel sector ahead. Like you, we were also involved along with Shell in a McKinsey study. Directly, I was involved with Monish there, my CMD and a colleague from last 30 years. And we have curated that SAF roadmap for the country, and let's see how that shapes up with the government today. Typically, for any layman here, this is the agricultural biomass kind of technical parameters, because it's technology oriented conference. So these are what you're looking at in India. If you need more, we can do more. And I will not talk more beyond this, because I think it will be better to interact. So I will end with your permission, Chair, at this moment, and I will put a pause to my oration, and let's see how we collectively talk on this platform and beyond. I put my coordinates on the message box. We'll be happy to coordinate and interact with anyone and each one of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Colonel Rohit Dev. That's very exciting progress that you continue to make. Very proud to have the opportunity to work with you. May I ask Mr. Kumamuru to join us? He will be giving our next presentation. He's the Executive Director of the World Bioenergy Association and is residing in Sweden.
He has not come.
He has not?
Yeah,
okay.
Joined.
Okay, so I will go ahead. I'm sorry, Dr. Garg?
Yeah, so Tim Patterson.
Yes, so we will instead welcome Mr. Tim Patterson, CEO of Fuel Economy Solutions Limited in the UK, to the stage. And please, can you grace us with your presentation, Mr. Patterson?
Thank you very much, Dr. Jennifer. I'd just like to introduce myself, Tim Patterson, CEO of Fuel Economy Solution. I'd like to thank you, Dr. Jennifer, in the chair, Dr. Anil Garg, Mr. Anil Razdan, and all of the steering committee at the Energy and Environment Foundation. The delegates from industry, obviously the academics watching, the students are the future workforce of this transformation economy that we're discussing, and also my fellow speakers on the panel. It's difficult to, how can I say, follow what you are seeing. I will do my best to try and get this slide pack to work. Punit, can you help me with that? Hang on.
Puneet, are you there to help him? Hello? Mr. Puneet?
I can't see a share screen
Yes,
option.
sir. Please use your presentation only.
Okay.
Okay, don't use our system access.
I can't
Mr.
see a
Tim,
share.
start, please.
Puneet will move the slides.
Okay. Okay, Puneet. Next slide, please. So the economy of green fuel, which solution? That's really what we're entitling our presentation. Fuel Economy Solution is started in 2012. We launched our own technology in 2018. Next slide, please. But first, I'd just like to make a quick thank you. At the 10th World Renewable Energy Technology Congress, we were able to play a video with the backing music. Next slide, please. It was by Queen. It was called "Is This the World That We Created?" Freddie Mercury, the lead singer of the band, went to St. Peter's School in Panchgani, an alumni of Indian education. You can see at fueleconomysolution.co.uk/thanks the credits. We won't be able to show the video because it's not part of the licensing agreement, but the energy and the emotion of that impact of that video in the room was inspiring, but we need to take action and move forward from that. Next slide, please, Punit. Okay, so before we really get started, just under 15 hours ago, a UNICEF report was issued in 33 countries. Over 1 billion children, 1 in 2 children on this planet, are at extremely high risk of climate change. So there is no time to lose, ladies and gentlemen. Our children are our future, and half of them are in great peril. The thing about this report is quite concerning, is that most of the countries where these children reside are not actually creating all the pollution. 85% of that's coming from the G20. Next, please. So presentation summary, what is a green fuel? I'll go through Fuel Economy Solution, the Economy Solution Group, which is the wider collaborative, and then a little bit on bioenergy, circular economy opportunities, combustion versus pyrolysis, biofuels, and then some Economy Solution Group forecast trends and investment opportunities. Next slide, please. And again, so which solution in green energy and green fuel? All of them. Variations of scale are required. It depends on local available feedstocks, as we've seen from incredible presentations from Colonel Rohit and from Dr. Das and from Dr. Jennifer. The mineral availability and the cost will vary in terms of what can fund or what can feed the need for lithium-ion batteries, for example, and how we process tailings and how we extract with new technology ideas minerals will change the intensity, the carbon intensity of mining and mineral exploitation. Energy demand, depending if you're a small country or if you're a large country like India with a four-fold increase in energy requirement in the next 10 years, then it depends where you are as to what your local conditions of these green fuels will be. Local and national energy mixes will vary. So renewable energy is obviously an important part, but the declining feedstocks of fossil fuel energy will actually be important as well. So technology advances. What is a green fuel anyway? I think we've just got the slides back. Please give me 1 second. Dr. Garg, can you see that?
Yeah. Puneet?
Okay, I don't have control of the screen still. So Puneet,
Yeah.
can you still run the slides?
Yeah. Puneet?
Yes, sir.
Can you run the slides?
Yes, sir. Yes, we will do.
Next.
Puneet, I have now got a share screen option.
Next. Yeah.
Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's cut to the quick. The foundation of life. This is a discovery made of the endoplasmic reticulum by a husband and wife research team, Kornfeld and Kornfeld et al. In 1985. This is the foundational 2.5 micrometer diameter structure, the Golgi apparatus and the endoplasmic reticulum that form the coating on the surface of cells, the carbohydrate-rich glycoprotein, glycolipid coatings on the cell surfaces during the embryo being multiplied. So we just made a reference to 1 in 2 of the 2 billion children on the planet being at risk of climate change. This is what's happening to the unborn child going through the osmotic membranes in the pregnant mother. And this is affecting children that are not yet born. When we get older as adults, we then take on pollution, and it's changing, it's morphing, it's changing, mutating the DNA at this very cellular level, at the micrometer level. So this is what we're doing this for. You need to understand that don't sit 100,000 feet above all this and go, doesn't matter if we don't make lithium ion or hydrogen fuel cells work. It all matters because of this. Next, please, Punit. Okay, so Fuel Economy Solution. We're the founding brand of the Economy Solution Group. Our core technology is combustion efficiency. We manufacture and design bespoke packages for refining and for combustion improvement of fossil fuels. However, you can use them in biomass, biofuel combustion, and you can improve the element of the volatile consumption. We do private label, but also by reshaping the burning of fossil fuels, biomass and biofuels, we're improving thermal efficiency. We're helping to make things more commercially viable for industry as it needs to find the finance, and not always institutional investors, it needs to find its own profitability to move forward and reinvest in the green economy transformation. Yes, please, Punit, another slide. So we have strong links with India. We're members of the Manchester India Business Partnership. We have a summit coming up in September, just before the 5th test. We were invited to host World CSR Day in 2019 and 2020 by the founder of World CSR Day and the World CSR Congress, Dr. R.L. Bhatia. In February 1918, that's quite a while ago, 2018, our first industry workshop we held at the Kolkata Press Club. We launched a special edition of the Energy Ensemble magazine, which is a renewables and a fossil fuel hybrid publication. And then we developed a lithium recycling curriculum presentation in which we put to the West Bengal community, the Eastern Bengal business community. The Energy and Environment Foundation, we've been International Advisory Council members since 2018, which we're very proud and honoured about in energy, and 2019 Renewable Energy and Water. And we have a long-term commitment to green energy transition in India. Next, please. We have a strong management team, 3 directors, over 120 years experience in business. We have a serve co-op business model, which means we can call upon over 63,000 employees in our worldwide partner network, but we are agile. We can address fast-moving green economy transformation issues as they arise. Our core skill sets are broad across industry, and we are looking for partners through the Economy Solution Group. Next. We launched our Catalyst range under our own brand, the Ultimate Systems Integrator, in 2018. However, up until 2020, we were just involved in fuel technology. COVID changed all that. We launched a Health Economy Solution in May 2020 and Green Economy Solution in June 2020. These are the 2 other key brands around fuel that formed the Economy Solution Group. The health was COVID emergency response technologies. So the fuel savings that we have, basically, I won't go through in too much detail, but we have a liquid and we have a powdered catalyst products, and they work. Next, please. Our key sectors are agri, power, marine, mining, and land transport. Agri is very important. We've seen that biomass is absolutely critical. Next, please. These are the fuel savings in the fossil fuels. You can halve that if you're doing a B50 biofuel from palm oil, for example. Next, please. Road transport, mining, civil engineering, power generation, shipping have all been tested with our technology. So testing does provide the proof it works. Next, please. First step to decarbonisation is with Fuel Economy Solution directly is a test proposal concept paper. Please skip through these, Punit. Keep going. And again. Okay, the Economy Solution Group. So next. Our whole group is oriented around the 3 key areas of energy, environment, society, represented by Fuel Economy Solution, Green Economy Solution, and Health Economy Solution. The wraparound is finance, because as we know, we cannot achieve anything without the investment, be it ODI, be it institutional, be it private investors, billionaires who have a conscience and want to change the world for the better. Next, please. So we're shifting from traditional forms of energy to decarbonize. Next. To restore the Earth's balance of carbon. Currently, there's a 550 gigaton deficit of carbon from the experts who are redesigning a new carbon accounting system in our organization. Improving the biosphere and increasing the low carbon, high resilience food chains is really, really quite critical. But there's some things I'm going to share with you today that show that we can also create some materials for the green revolution and the technologies of things like supercapacitors. Major progression in the state citizen ecosystem for cities is crucial because we need to change behavior and improve human resilience whilst living in low energy, highly safe and protected from climate change impacts cities, of which 70% of the world's population more or less reside today. Next, please, Punit. So behavioral change from society is also important, and part of winning hearts and minds is organizations like the Energy and Environment Foundation putting a feed out live on the web so that people can see from the public, not just industry, how important these issues are and how they can participate. Next, please. So increasing biological resilience, decarbonizing energy, and biosphere restoration. I'm going to come back to biosphere restoration because that's critical as the first initiative, not just cutting down on climate change emissions. And I'll tell you why, and the IPCC report of recent issue will justify that. Next, please, Punit. And again. Okay, so this is the solution roadmap for Economy Solution Group between now and 2025. We see advanced modular reactors coming in 5 years ahead of the UK SMR consortium. In the short term, we have blue economy solution for marine, mineral economy solution for mining and mineral exploitation and mineral processing, coal economy solution for reduced CO2 and research into carbon capture at the flue gas stack, circular economy solution, which is a lot of what we're talking about today with biomass, biofuels, and the consulting side of green economy solution is an important element because sometimes you don't know what you want, but you know you need a lot of answers. So consulting to put an integrated clean growth solution together is important, and that's what the Economy Solution Group is about with our expert partners. Hydrogen economy solution, we expect by 2023 to have resident control electrolysis gigafactories ready and investable. In the meantime, we're closing out the early stages with partners of how they need to progress to get to that point where an investor can say yes for the first gigafactory, which may well be in Africa, and it would be well needed anywhere it is. Next, please. And the final piece to our jigsaw is finance, as I said. So we're constantly looking for fundraising to raise investors. And what we're trying to do through our educational programs, and speaking not in the great detailed technical terms of brilliant speakers you've already seen, Dr. Das, Dr. Jennifer, and Colonel Rohit. I'm more to talk about the general landscape of where our business is going and what we're looking for in the financial investor. Someone who understands their business, someone that isn't going to expect 49% for an early investment stake. Some of the technologies are quite mature, and even though they are early in their stages, the roadmaps are clear. So smart investors who really want to be involved in the future, some of the next few slides hopefully will give you some food for thought. So market-ready technologies, our fuel-borne catalysts, yes. Ecolysis is our marketing brand, but we may not be working as a private label pyrolysis supplier, but we are currently talking to a leading IP owner that's just recently had some IP registered in pyrolysis. And biochar is really important. So ecolysis is for waste to energy power generation and biochar production. Sustainabit is a method of using small grid, microgrid support system for farmers to create local production of sugar, biosugar. And it's the industry of sugar, obviously, with the health problems of the world, needs a shake-up. And self-sustaining, powered by its own biomass waste, biosugar refinery model would work in a lot of different parts of the South. And also in this particular product area for us, Sustainabit, you can produce graphene. And graphene is going to be used in a lot of ways, be it aircraft fuselages, be it leading edge protection on banding with thermoplastics and ground glass for wind turbines, or even for supercapacitors, which we'll talk about later. Next, please. So bioenergy, circular economy opportunities. Next. So the challenge of bioenergy and biomass, the carbon debt and payback times for biomass units. There's arguments between scientists. If you cut down the trees, but you displace them with fresh trees, and then you burn the trees you've cut down, the young ones are the ones that have a lot of carbon take up. There's other arguments from other scientists that equally say the older trees with the larger mass have a bigger carbon drawdown. So it depends on the supply chain, it depends on the atmosphere. In a colder climate or a warmer climate, it changes the outcome of the payback time. Wood is particularly challenging. So even though I see from Dr. Das's presentation, 87% of biomass looks like it's going to come from wood or timber, it looks like from a carbon accounting case that a wood as a waste is actually a better way, or waste in itself. So if we could just move on quickly, because we've got a few minutes left. Could we go to the next slide, please? Okay, it's just a little bit about biomass and biofuels and catalysis research. We're looking at things like olive pomace, algae fuels from parasitic knotweed like the Icornia, a plant that's taking over watercourses. Next, please. And again. Okay, anyone that gets to see the presentation in full, if they want to contact me with contact details at the end, they can see this in more detail, but human bioenergy and affecting immune system function is part of the concerns that we have through health economy solution. This is a research study done in 2012, needs more funding into cognitive improvement in the human bioenergy, the bioelectric impedance in the brain, the central nervous system, affecting Alzheimer's disease sufferers and dementia sufferers. Next, please. And again. So combustion versus pyrolysis. Combustion is good, but if we don't combust, then it would be even better. If we can sequester carbon rather than combust and have emissions to manage, then that would be good. Could we go to the next one, please? Punit, next. So pyrolysis benefits: reducing waste by up to 85%, releasing energy of heat, and then retrieval of metals, oils, and byproducts. Next. So advanced thermal carbon recycling. Pyrolysis is the thermal decomposition of matter into these elements, gas, bio, oil, carbon, solids, between 600 and 900 degrees. Next. This is the operational model. Next. Advanced thermal carbon recycling, basically it's good for waste to energy solution for various feedstocks, but the greatest biorestoration opportunity is with biomass. Now, we're in discussions with the new IP owner. They've got recent developments in technology. They're working in Latin America and sub-Saharan Africa, but our market focus with them will be India, ASEAN, North Africa, and Europe. Next, please. Next. And next. Okay, so the most important thing about this for me is the activated carbon and the biochar production. Yes, there's renewable electricity and biofuels, including green H2, but it's the carbon restoration that's the key for me in the holistic model for the climate change response. Next, please. So carbon sequestration and offset, regenerative agriculture, remediation and livestock are use of biochar market applications, but this is the important thing. Next, please. If you sequester into the soil, it offers 3 tons of CO2 emissions per ton of biochar. If we can avoid 4 gigatons of CO2 emissions by 2050. So this is important because the IPCC report, if you look at SPM2 in the IPCC report issued on the 7th of August, it shows a decrease. It shows sulfur dioxide, actually one of the positive things about slowing up the climate change temperature heating. The problem with that is that it comes from fossil fuels and coal combustion. We have to draw down carbon, ladies and gentlemen, before we just stop fossil fuels. So we need to start drawing down carbon during the phasing out of coal, the phasing out of diesel, gasoline, etc., and LPG. So we have to get the carbon back in the soil. Otherwise, according to the IPCC, not me, there will be an increase in temperature very, very quickly if you take away all the sulfur dioxide emissions that are currently creating a shielding effect. Next, please. Okay, so please go again, another 2. Next, and again. And 1 more, please. Okay, so can we skip through the next biofuels slides, Punit, in the interest of time and our colleagues on the panel? This is just about palm oil. We'll be doing some work in Indonesia in research. Please go again, Punit. And again, that's just refinery and additives. Okay, so alternatives for lithium, supercaps. Next, please. And again, this is the important thing, ladies and gentlemen, about supercapacitors. If you take two things, it's the drawdown of carbon into the soil first, and then the elimination of phase out of all fossil fuels. Graphene and basalt fiber energy storage technology is there's no chemicals involved, so it can have 1 million charges capacity, unlike lithium ion. Not just a 10-year max guarantee and not having to change cells out every 4 years. Market leaders are already in production, and we and our economy solution group partners can help integrate supercap into our integrated solutions. This will transform the future demands of global mining, and that will change the carbon footprint of that industry. Next, please. Resonant control electrolysis, breaking down the covalent bonds between hydrogen and oxygen to create a minimum 3 to 10 times lower energy levels for production of green H2. That will change the world, and it will be competitive in every continent, regardless of any feedstock, because it's just water or desalinated water. It's restructuring the water supply through IP, and by 2023 we expect a huge investment opportunity for the first gigafactory. Next, please. So finally, these are just some trends. Fluid oscillation, carbon capture in power generation. We expect that to clean up coal before it phases out completely. Carbon neutral coal, could that happen if we reduce emissions by combustion efficiency by 40% and the rest by carbon capture? Solid state supercaps, as I've just covered, RC hydrogen, scaling of retrofitting existing internal combustion engines. That's going to be critical to the transformation of some of the companies that can't afford the new assets, the new hybrid trucks, etc. Graphene economy will explode with many circular opportunities. Graphene sand composites as water filtration technologies. Vertical farming is going to be massive. We're going to have industrial estates, ladies and gentlemen, just 5 years from now, with growing more food, more crop, irrespective of the land surface area, with lower water requirements through technology use of mists and sprays and technology advances that are already underway. Growth in advanced thermal carbon recycling in the South-South. We're working with a company to create projects in those areas over the next 6 months to 12 months. And finally, sequestration of pyrolyzed biochar back into the biosphere. That is the #1 criteria that we must get underway, and biomass and bioenergy and the use of pyrolysis to create that is going to be the key #1 driver to help us achieve our aims in climate change emergency response. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Patterson. We appreciate your presentation. And what I would like to do now is open the floor up for questions from those in the audience listening in. Okay. So far, no questions as far as I can see. So please allow me to ask a few questions myself to create some discussion. My first question will be to Colonel Dev. Colonel Dev, can you share a few more comments regarding enabling the rural economy with your approaches? What do you see that as? Is that an immediate short-term solution and work, or do you consider this a sustainable longer-term benefit to the rural economy, the work that you're doing? Colonel Rohit, can you hear me?
I think he is not here. Colonel Rohit?
There he is. Okay.
Good afternoon. Hi, Jennifer. I didn't get that last part. Please, my apologies.
Yes. Yeah, we were talking about the work that you're doing and the rural economy and the impact that it will have on the rural economy. Do you think this is something that will be significant only short and medium term, or do you see a path to long-term biomass rural economy, as a path to creating jobs and helping
Right.
the rural economy? How do you
So
see it?
I will just leave a few pointers here because I can't decide on what the nation will do after 15 years. But at the moment, there are certain policy enunciations of the current government which says that they want to revive the rural economy. They want to have a circular economy going in there. They want the farmers to gain money in their pockets, whether it's double income of Honorable Prime Minister or whatever. They are investing in many infrastructure and energy related schemes at the rural level. So if you see all these pointers, if money has to flow in there, then biomass based bioenergy becomes a very big player. And by all estimates, ranging from a little short of 500 million metric tons to about 650 million metric tons, that is the kind of biomass available today. It will not transition into the entire energy need of the country. So let me put it into a perspective today. For example, let's take vehicles as example. So if the vehicles today are running on fossil fuel, it is a given that they have to run on renewables. The options are they can run on EVs, they can run on solar packs, they can run on any other form of energy. They can also run on blended fuel like it's happening in Brazil. So when you say blended fuel made of feedstock, it gives back money to the rural economy. So a transition may be that yes, Delhi, Mumbai, all hubs, all commercial vehicles running within these city limits, all the public transportation, all the government transportation should be run on biofuels till the longest time, then transition into an EV or a hydrogen mode as the technology changes. When you have storage capabilities getting enhanced in terms of the sizing of the storage and everything else along the highways and super highways, then you can transition into a full-blooded EV kind of a concept. Meanwhile, similarly in the aviation sector, today fossil fuel. Like LanzaTech has said, SpiceJet has also flown biofuel. So sustainable aviation fuel is coming in. And finally, you do not know what kind of an airplane will fly tomorrow with what energy resource. So in all these transitions happening, there is a big place where biomass will play a big deal of role, including IPPs. Right? When India started the solar journey, 12 rupees was the rate for our electricity. Today it is sub 3 rupees going to lower part of 2 rupees, right? So the price was discovered through global tenders, people stepping in. So when you invest, when you have these big ticket announcements, when you have an ethanol plant finally running and asking for 2 lakh metric tons, only then will it happen. Right? Today the SATA scheme says 46 rupees for CBG. Today, we can make together the CBG and actually for the market beyond the PSUs, sell it for more than 50 rupees also, right? So there is an opportunity and the opportunity involves the stakeholders coming together. So I see in the next 3 years, CBG dream to pick up by at least 30 to 40% in terms of investment in my country. In terms of ethanol, the government about a week ago pushed in some subsidy for the 4 plants you are aware of very well, Ms. Jennifer. So these plants will go through, and dare I say, even if people sitting in those PSUs are not very keen to go ahead, they will go ahead finally, right? And then there are OMCs and technology players like yourself who also see a future of how it will be done. And everybody's concern is biomass supply chain in a sustainable and a continual manner, right? That's the only pain point. And that is where if we create systems and Prespel in whatever form, whether you do a 2,000 tons per day, per month, or a year, or you do a 80,000, has achieved those numbers. We are the L1 bidders in a broken tender for HPCL and BPCL. We have participated in IOCL. So we will go the whole hog. And at some point of time, and I'm giving it about 3 years more, all these price points will be discerned in the biofuel sector and also the power sector. We are in good conversations with the concerned ministries to push even biomass-based IPP or a solar biomass hybrid to get you a blended cost for round-the-clock kind of power. It's a doable thing. So once these projects are thrown open in a tender, I believe that the world will step in with the money and the technology domestically and globally, and the investment will come to India in that domain. So I see a very good future, and I'm not too sure if anybody on the panel will see it otherwise. Yes, you may have set setbacks in 2012, 2013, right? The reasons were different then. The circumstances are quite different now. Biomass never failed any project. The location of the project and the intent of the people not to do the project was the primary reason. And then solar came in a big way, from crashing from 12 rupees to 2 point some rupees. It made a lot of difference. If you discern the price and carry out the projects, my personal belief is we can go ahead in large scale projects today. 5,000 schemes in Satat, 1,500 plus LOIs given. I mean, what are we talking about? If you're not here in India today, then you will never get a time to step in after 3 years.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Very useful, and very expansive as well. I don't see any other questions from the audience. So let me ask one last question and then we can close this session. Just quickly, Dr. Das, you talk about Reliance's commitment to net zero. Can you say just a few words about how you're looking at that target and how achievable it is, and whether scope 3, 4, and 5 emissions are included, or are you focused only on your internal emission profile?
Yeah, thanks, Dr. Jennifer. As you know, our chairman recently declared in the last AGM about the 4 gigafactories to be installed, somewhere in Gujarat region, and that is mainly focused on renewable energy, the batteries, the solar, the fuel cell. So all these are focused on 4 gigafactories. Essentially, what is the power, the steam, and all the energies which are being used in the refineries, they would be first converted into renewable source. And that's a big saving in terms of the CO2 generation. There are intent also to, if you want to become carbon neutral, you have to utilize all kinds of, potential options in an optimal manner to be cost effective and yet achieve the carbon neutral position in shortest period of time. And that's what Reliance aims to achieve. It's just not on paper, it's actually achieving the carbon neutrality and running the largest refineries in the world. That's a very big challenge, but Reliance has taken a vow that to convert this challenge into reality by achieving it much ahead of 2035. And for that, we are not only going to depend on the renewable energy, that is solar and wind and hydrogen produced from the solar. We also are going to depend on the biomass, and biomass is a sustainable resource, and the supply is there. It has to be properly funded and financed and resourced, And here we are talking of waste agri biomass, not really cutting trees and producing timber and then using it. We already have waste agro biomass, which is in dry form available, which are being burned in the fields, post-harvesting and producing enormous amount of pollution. Now those can be taken away from the fields and put it back into some kind of briquettes or some ways to transport to a larger place. Gasification is a very good process. It can co-gasify biomass as well. So there are plenty of opportunities on biomass. There is a possibility to capture CO2 and convert them into chemicals using the hydrogen, green hydrogen produced from renewable. So there are multiple options, including the potential improvement in the energy efficiency. Dr. Tim explained that how energy efficiency can really, it is going to be economic and yet sustainable way to improve the CO2 reduction. So all I want to summarize is there are multiple ways to achieve carbon neutrality. And we obviously have in mind not only scope 1 and scope 2, but also scope 3. And in that, there's a big chunk of scope 3 is what happens to the end use who are buying our products like gasoline, diesel, etc. And there's a big plant connected that is called oil to chemicals. And by making chemicals out of the crude oil, we are essentially sequestering in a way because it is not going to end up as CO2. So there are multiple ways of sequestration. sequestration, like making bitumen out of the residue. It's one way of carbon sequestration. So there are multiple avenues to reach carbon neutrality, and all avenues need to be explored and optimally utilized in order to achieve this target in a most efficient manner.
Thank you, Dr. Das. Dr. Garg, I have a couple of questions from the audience, but I know we're at the end of time. May I take one more minute to reference the question to the panel? I didn't hear you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Garg. The first question is, please share what type of municipal waste you can convert. I mean, do we need to segregate the waste, or can we feed directly? This is from Mr. Varun Vijay Kumar Sharma, and it is addressed to everybody on the audience. So I believe that we can start, perhaps. Just please give quick answers. I think multiple of you, Dr. Das included, and Mr. Patterson, have talked about MSW as well as I have. So may I send this over to Mr. Das, Dr. Das?
Yeah. You know, the feedstock, if you focus on agro biomass, there is a need to do something to economically transport a large quantity of biomass to central places. You know, there the briquetting has a very big role to play. And some of the downstream processes which I talked, like catalytic gasification, they use something like 200, 300 to 500 micron of biomass powders. So essentially, there is some amount of pre-treatment involved in when you really want to convert them into high-value syngas or into chemicals and other route. On the other hand, there are some processes, like if you want to just produce pyrolysis oil, you don't have to do much, processing. You can feed directly a good amount of, even millimeter scale, you can feed into the pyrolysis reactors, the torrefaction reactors, for example. So it depends on what you want to produce.
Thank you, Dr. Das. Mr. Patterson, I think you also referenced the MSW, Municipal Solid Waste. Do you want to say a few words there as well?
Yes, I mean, I couldn't add any more detail really than Dr. Das just said, apart from the fact that the example I gave you of Sustainabit it's changing the model of not having centralized energy. So if we start looking at small grid, off-grid or microgrid energy production, community-based production, as we go down very well in India, there may well be feedstocks where not only can we create micro power and not just funding the local processing of those foodstuffs, but we can then, using innovation and technology, look at the degradation of sugars and look at the extraction of things like graphene, which are going to be part of the future in terms of the battery storage and the energy storage story. So I think a decentralizing of energy distribution and a more self-sufficient local pattern would hand almost sort of a power back to the people, if you like, in an egalitarian sense. So I think we're going to see a breakdown of traditional energy mechanisms where communities start to generate a lot more themselves, and that will change the cost base of trying to create big national grids of the new energy transformation.
Thank you for that. I would like to answer the question as well. We are using unsorted municipal solid waste in Japan. So everything that ends up at the municipal solid waste site is gasified by a JFE gasifier, and then it goes directly to power production. That's actually what happens with the syngas there. It's actually an operating municipal solid waste facility, and we divert a slipstream without any changes to it into our bioreactor. And this is actually quite exciting for it. This is why I mentioned that the carbon hydrogen ratio varies so much because the waste is so varied, and it very much depends upon where the trash came from that day. But it doesn't really matter for us. And this is also, I think, something that's important for the future. Oh, I'm sorry. This is something that I think is important for the future in the use of post-consumer waste. I think it's probably time for us to stop this session. I thank all of the speakers, and I thank Dr. Garg for giving us the opportunity to be here today. Dr. Garg, back to you.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Dr. Jennifer, for very ably chairing the session and giving a presentation which is very, very meaningful. All the panelists, Dr. Das, Dr. Colonel Rohit, Tim Peterson, and others, they have done a remarkable job in presenting what is the status as on today from last 20 years. So what is future for us? I think future for us is very bright from renewable energy, hydrogen, and biomass conversion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all. Great session.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
ठीक है, हमारे पास तो 15 ही मिनट हमारे
Hello, Michael Schwan here. Maybe going for a quick test. Everything is fine with the settings and audio?
Hello, Mr. Schwan. This is Akilur Rahman.
Hello.
I can hear you.
Yes.
I can see you also.
Yes, so this works well, obviously. Perfect.
Yeah.
I hope I'm visible and I can be heard.
Yes.
Great.
Looks good.
Yes.
Perfect. I think we are also used to every kind of platform that now we are experts on connecting.
Yeah.
Hello, my name is Alberto Borghetti. Nice to meet you.
Hello, nice to see you.
Hello.
Hello, Dr.
Dr. Garg, hello.
Good morning.
Welcome.
Thank you.
To this session, and Mr. Reji Pillai will be there.
Okay.
We can wait for just 2 minutes and we will start then.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the session 8.
Mr. Reji Pillai will join within 1 minute. He will just log in.
Okay. Welcome, sir. Welcome, Dr. Reji. Is there mute? You are mute. Welcome, Dr.
Good evening, sir.
Reji.
Thank you very much. Sorry for being late.
Yeah, there is no late, only 1 minute. So first, our congratulations to you for this Excellence Award, Global Excellence Award. And now this is your forte of smart grid, digital energy transformation, and charging infrastructure. So everybody is here except Mr. Alok Nanda.
Okay.
Yeah, everybody is there except Alok Nanda. Okay. So
we have a wonderful panel.
Yeah. So now you can start, sir.
Are we on air?
Yeah, you can. Yes, everybody is on there.
So good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all the participants and also my fellow panelists from around the globe. It's indeed a pleasure, honor to be part of this event and chairing this session on smart grid, digital energy transformation and charging infrastructure. So as I said in the morning in my acceptance speech, I've been going around the country advocating for digitalization for almost 2 decades. But finally, we started seeing the results with particularly in last 4 or 5 years, the government is very much convinced and taking positive steps in India. It's a very good symptom and very good initiative. So we have seen that we have added last 4 years consecutively, we added more renewable energy than conventional sources. And this journey is irreversible. We'll continue to add more renewable energy to our Indian grid. According to the latest IEA projections, currently our grid, which is about 395 gigawatt, is more than doubling, is set to double about 837 gigawatt or something is what IEA estimate by 2030. And a lion's share of it going to be renewable energy. 450 gigawatt is our target by 2030 for renewable energy. But even challenging is the targets they project for 2040. About 1,589 gigawatt of total Indian power system. 869 gigawatt is going to be from solar and wind alone, which is going to be a major challenge. And according to IEA projections, 85% flexibility for Indian power system, up to 50% ramp up, 35% ramp down. This is a challenge which is going to be very, very difficult for any grid to achieve. In fact, in 2040, while the European grid require less than 50% flexibility, Indian grid is going to require up to 85% flexibility. So digital technologies are going to play a central role in this particular transformation, power system transformation. We need to do all host of things to make this happen. So we are working on 2 things. One on what all sources can be there. Very recently, IEA along with Niti Aayog has unveiled or released a report on RE integration challenges in India. It's a very good report, everybody. Perhaps you could get it from Niti Aayog website, otherwise it may be in ISGF website as well. It's a very important. So a couple of things in that report we could add on to the flexibility solution. What extra can be done? That is what we are currently working on. When we look at it, the current grid, it's a grid which is designed, engineered, and built in 20th century. In 20th century, when the electric grid was being built, it was on the 2-3 main premises. One thing is that electricity flows in one direction from the generating station to the consumer. It flows only in one direction. That's the way it has been designed and engineered. Nobody considered that there will be prosumers who will be generating electricity and pumping back to the grid. And another important premise was that electricity cannot be stored. Demand and supply need to be instantaneously matched in every cycle so that the grid is stable. Today, we have solutions where electricity can be stored for hours or for days and in megawatt hour or gigawatt hour scale. So things have changed. And another interesting concept was that the existing grid considered that there is a limited number of points of power injection, which means in any large grid, there are few hundred or few thousand power plants which will be injecting power into the grid, whereas millions of points people will be withdrawing power from the grid. These are all changed. Today, millions of rooftops in Germany and Australia and other countries are already injecting electricity back to the grid. How do we stabilize a grid? So we are looking at, and also interestingly, the architecture of the transmission grid as well as distribution grid both followed exactly same, whereas the challenges in distribution and is entirely different than in transmission. Transmission without any difficulty, we are able to change the power flow. If power is going from one transmission line from substation A to B in normal time, when you need it, it can easily be changed from B to A. In distribution, reverse power flow, when it happens, we have huge challenges to manage that, and how much we can manage, we still don't know, while we talk about a 100% renewable energy future. So these are all going to be very big challenges. And another area where, so a new grid architecture with the flexibility and bidirectional flow of electricity and all resources at the customer premises participating in it. This is one area which we are working on. And another area is the standards for the vehicle to grid. So the electric vehicle charging, as all of you know, that different countries have different standards. When we embarked on the Bureau of Indian Standards embarked on preparing standards for electric charging infrastructure, EV charging infrastructure for India, we in principle agreed to adopt the European standard, because we, in everything in the electricity, we go with Europe 50 hertz. So the IEC standards we have adopted as Indian standard, and we have given the name 170 IS 17017 series, and part 1, part 23, 24, all this we have already published. And when we actually, Government of India invited car manufacturers to come and manufacture electric vehicles in India, it is actually not the Europeans or the Americans, but it was the Japanese and the Koreans who came forward. So they follow CHAdeMO standards for DC charging. So in the 17017 standard, we, although it is primarily recommending the IEC CCS2 combined charging system 2 standards, but we also allowed the CHAdeMO to coexist in India. And then came the bigger challenge. In 2018, when we published this 17017 part 1, we realized that almost all electric cars which are running in India are all partially or fully imported from China and all other electric vehicles. So China follows an entirely different standard, which is GBT standard. So for which Department of Heavy Industries had already published a Bharat Charger specifications AC001 and DC001 to support both AC and DC chargers. And this we allowed them to coexist. So we have all the standards here, much like the United States. So we have the Chinese GBT standards, we have the European standards, and the Japanese and Korean standards. And when Tesla talking about launching vehicles here, their standards are entirely different. So that will also coexist. That's not going to be a constraint. Most of the important standards we have already published, and there are the area when it comes to the connectors and adapters on the vehicles, that is still pending. So some the domestic standards we are still working. Maybe early next year we are trying to finish that. So on the grid connectivity side, we had some challenges, but recently BIS has agreed to adopt a IEC standard, which is for open ADR, basically the customer connectivity with the grid. This IEC published the standards IEC 62746-10-1 2018, and that we have agreed to adopt in India. So that is going to resolve one issue. And the other area is all the vehicles and all the chargers are compliant with for the communication for the charger with the charge point operator. It's OCPP 1.6 and 2.0. So we are finding way how it can be adopted here, and IEC is also on the path to adopt those standards, which may take a couple of years more perhaps. So but before that, through some notification, we are going to the Open Charge Alliance who made this OCPP standards are very happy to share it without any fee or any money to India, and we'll be coming out with some via media so that OCPP 1.6 and 2.0 can be adopted here while IEC issue that. So the main work which is still pending is V2G, vehicle to grid standards. Nowhere it has been done. It's only V2G has been successfully done only in some research labs and in pilot basis in Europe and America. They are trying to introduce. So we strongly believe that V2G should be made mandatory in India along with the AC charges. The AC charging, slow charging, where the vehicles are plugged on for longer hours, that should be made V2G compliant. And the rooftop solar and electric vehicle, both are connected at the low voltage grid. Both can support each other, and that is going to be a major revolution in the coming days. Interestingly, the new generation of vehicles which are coming or announced for 2022, they all are going to be V2G or V2X. They call vehicle to X. You can take AC power from the vehicle to anything. So that's the kind of vehicles which Volkswagen, Hyundai, and other vehicle manufacturers are now announcing. The main reason being earlier, the vehicle manufacturers are not the battery manufacturers. They buy battery from the battery manufacturer who gives warranty for a fixed cycle, 3,000 cycle, 4,000 cycle, whatever number, that the vehicle manufacturers never wanted the vehicle owners to use it for anything other than driving the vehicle. But that is changing fast. The quality and performance and life of the batteries in the past couple of years have improved tremendously, that many cases the batteries are going to outlive the vehicle. So a few months ago, Tesla announced you can drive to the moon and come back in the new generation vehicles. Soon after that, other vehicle manufacturers also said that 2 million kilometers they can guarantee the battery. So these all batteries will be able to support V2G, and we strongly advocate that we should promote V2G mandatorily in India in four-wheelers, particularly cars, not buses and three-wheelers and two-wheelers and all that may not be able to help much, because bus and three-wheelers will be running all the time except in the night. So the car which typically we use 2 hours maximum, a private cars we don't drive more than an hour or two in a day. So 22, 23 hours it will be standing somewhere where we should connect it to the grid, and the vehicle will be offering grid support services and also earning money in the process. So I stop here and I invite the first speaker. Can the organizers project the agenda, please? So accordingly, I could invite each one of them. Maybe to start with,
yes, I will just ask.
Yeah, maybe Alberto Borchetti. I will request you to go first. I don't know which order.
Yeah, it's good. I will just send. Professor, you can start.
Thank you very much. I would like to share just the presentation, if I can. Just the presentation in which I've put some experience that we have carried out at the University of Bologna, Italy. And so I've put also the name of my colleagues, Carlo Alberto Nucci, Fabio Napolitano, and Fabio Tossan, that are working in the same laboratory. Just a slide for the University of Bologna, that is quite old, 900 years of history, and this is just the position of Bologna in Italy, in the middle of the Po Valley, in the northern part, and these are the numbers of students enrolled. and also for international students. As an introduction for the changing infrastructure, I put just 2 slides. So one is for the transmission grid, and this slide illustrates the 10-year network development plan just finalized in this website. There are the details. You see a lot of figure and a lot of projects, 180 transmission and storage at the transmission level, in particular long cable DC links in the sea and also in the network. Also for the distribution network, there are changes. In particular, 10 years ago, there was a big change in Italy and in many parts of Italy that is also carrying out. In order to illustrate this, just an example of a town near Bologna that is called Imola, that is 7,000 people. This is the medium voltage 15 kilovolt network. And there are 3 substations in blue in these 3 dots equipped with 2 13 MVA transformers. And this is the figure with the active customers, so the clients that are also equipped with power generation, with a power generation capability of 150 megawatt and 3 megawatt at low voltage side. So you see a big change that was happening, I said almost 10 years ago, quite rapidly. And this figure shows the change between 2010 and 2012 of the average power flows from transmission network to distribution network in Italy in the month of May. And for the weekdays, Saturday and Sunday, you see that the curves in red and blue for the first 2 years, they are quite, positive. And then the yellow curves in 2012, you see that goes to a very low level and also negative values nowadays. Many distribution networks in Italy are classified as active distribution network. It means for a significant percentage of the time during the year, there is a counterflow from the distribution network to the transmission network. In this framework, what is the activity in which the laboratory in Bologna has been involved? I would like to show you just a first example on flexibility. Flexibility in general, it is related to load, in particular demand response, generation, the use of distribution generation, but also network configuration. In particular, for the network configuration, it is interesting to see the possibility to apply intentional islanding. And the project in which we have been involved has been the installation of a power plant of almost 100 MVA to the distribution network, to the high voltage bus of the interconnection of the distribution network of the city of Imola that I have already mentioned, and to one of the stations. So these are the characteristics of the power plant. It was a combined cycle installed in the middle of the city because it's also producing heat, so cogeneration in the power plant with 2 gas turbines and 1 steam turbines. The system inside the plant has been changed, the control system, in order to allow the power plant to feed the local load by opening also this circuit breaker. So by islanding in some circumstances from the external network, in order to just to feed the distribution network with this without the help of the transmission network outside. And we have also done tests, I mean experimental tests, by also the use of the installation of PMUs, so phase measurement units at the distribution level. These three, and the details are in this paper published in Smart Grid in 2011, and some results of the experiments PMUs for the measurement of the frequency during the transient, so the island, here the island, this curve is just the frequency of the transmission network. This is the curve on the distribution network on the islanded part, and the comparison between the measurement of the PMUs and also the SCADA of the rotating speed of the machine inside the power plant. And but of course, PMUs are used in order to monitor the angle difference. So you see the angle difference between PMU 2 and 3 after the opening of the circuit breaker, and you see that we can detect the islanding condition and also the oscillations because you see here the phase angle difference between 2 and 1, where is installed the power plant, and 2 at the end of the 800-meter cable. Reconnection, you see here just the phase angle when you can reconnect the distribution network to the transmission network. This is also useful for the operators in order to check, to identify the correct phase difference between the island and the external network to trigger the reconnection maneuver. When you have the reconnection, you see that the frequency of the two networks is the same. This is the frequency of the external networks, the internal network at this time. Obviously, the distribution network is going to the same frequency of the transmission network. Another example type of study is the use of distributed control of distributed energy resources. In particular, for the one of the important aspect of control in distribution network, that is the voltage control and the capability to act in the distributed energy resources in a way that is helping the already implemented control means in the network, that are the unload tap changes, the mechanical switch and shunt capacitor, and static var compensators. In general, the logics are these two local regulators for each distributed generation and control means that use only local measurement. And the second option is the active network management. That is a function that is implementing the central distribution management system of the distribution system operators. There is a third possibility that is not in general implemented in reality, that is the use of a multi-agent system, so networked multi-agent system composed by numerous localized controllers with the ability to communicate with each other. There are a clear advantage with respect to local regulators because you can communicate with the other controllers. And there are also advantages for the centralized function because there is a reduction with the multi-agent system in general of the information that needs to be exchanged. We have done some study in simulation, this time only, in particular for the reactive power compensation. The idea behind this use of multi-agent system is that we have, for example, a network in which in red you have the active distribution networks in which you can the photovoltaic unit, in which you can modify the reactive power flows injection in this point. You may represent the network with a cron reduction. You may, with the help of the phase measurement unit, you can monitor both the angle and the magnitude of the voltage in the 2 points. And so you can calculate the power flows between the 2 points. So we can inject a counter power flow of reactive power between the 2 points. So the reactive power at one point is modified by delta Q. On the other side, it is minus delta Q. So we can compensate the reactive power between these 2 points and then repeat the same procedure by involving 2 different units, for example, this one. This has been implemented in a co-simulation environment in which there is a part that represents the communication network and that is built on riverbed. And the other part is the simulator based on electromagnetic transient program with this communication. The details are included in these 2 papers published in Industrial Informatics and Smart Grid in 2017. This is just one example of the results. You see that during the time with the action of this control, the power losses and also the voltages are improving in the network. And this is also based on the type of communication and the background traffic in the communication network. This idea of co-simulation, so putting together different simulation environments, has been also used for the study of impact of electrical mobility in the distribution network. We have in this case 3 simulators. One is a simulator of the traffic of the cars in the street of the city, the simulator of the distribution network, and the simulator of the communication network. The idea is to study the impact of logic that is just equipped with an intelligent electronic device that measures the current at the substation, sends a congestion index to the parking lots with the electric vehicle charging station, and by reducing, if there is the need, the maximum power that can be injected in the cars. And this agent that is in the parking lot is associated to a parking lot, updates its own congestion index and fixes the maximum power that could be absorbed from the network. For the test case, we have taken into account the city of Bologna with the traffic details of the city, different percentage of electric vehicle use or penetration. And you see these 4 parking lots. We assume a presence of 10, 20 electric charging station, and this is the distribution network connecting these 4 parking lots. With this is the substation that connects this network to the transmission network, and the details are published in this paper, also in collaboration with the Siemens, and some results. I mean, these are the current measured at the substation with the charging and the reduction to the action of the congestion index with a different type of communication and also background traffic in the communication network. And this figure just shows the behavior in the 24 hours with a different number of charging vehicles in one parking lot. So 5% of electrical vehicles and 10% of electrical vehicles in the city. These curves are the maximum power allowed for the charging. You see that there are some hours, limited hours for 5%, several hours in the 10% scenario in which the maximum power for each car is reduced due to the congestion in the distribution network. Last topic that I would like to mention in this presentation is the activity that is currently carried out in the framework of energy communities. The idea of energy communities is associated with a regulatory reform in general in the world. In Europe, it is associated with this clean energy for all European package. It is released in several dates, but the important one for the energy communities was released in 2018. And so it is in the implementation in the various countries. This package calls for extending the consumer participation to include trade in electricity facilitated by special trading structure for small producer consumers, communities, and consumers. In particular, energy communities are seen as a scheme capable of circumventing barriers for the further deployment of electrical power generation units from renewable resources and storage system by allowing direct transaction between final users. The idea is that when you design a photovoltaic system or a battery, you look at the local consumption, local generation. And by allowing direct transaction between the final users, so the neighbors, you can install larger facility both in production and also in storage in order to take advantage also of the needs of the neighbors. In this framework, the implementation of an energy community, we are involved in a project in Bologna for an energy community. There are several other projects in Italy and also abroad. And the implementation has two main components: advanced meter infrastructure to monitor and therefore manage the electricity consumption generator of the community, and the use of optimization and management tools. In particular, the typical structure is a day-ahead optimization based on the forecast for the following 24 hours. The day-ahead is reasonable because for the solar production, the day is a typical cycle. An intraday algorithm and a real-time algorithm that can adjust controllable loads, the battery energy storage, some dispatchable generation if it is present. Different aspects, planning, both for the users and also the grid investments, the scheduling, intraday scheduling control, the settling, because we needed to define the prices of the internal transaction inside the community, and also the charges for the use of the public network. And we can also see some services that these communities can provide to the network, for example, voltage control balancing system. In this recent paper of 2010 in transaction power system, we have focused in particular for the day scheduling and the settling of the prices of the internal transaction with a distributed optimization approach based on the alternative direct method multipliers that, with respect to a centralized approach, has the possibility to reduce the issues on the privacy for the data and also scalability issues. So conclusive remarks, just the keywords, the distributed generation is seen as an important factor in order to increase the use of renewables. The distribution system operators are can facilitate local energy market for the integration of self-consumption and communities. It is important the distributed the use of storage units, the installation of smart meters, intelligent electronic devices, increase the production of data. So the distribution system operators are data-centric companies nowadays, and it is very important, the active network management by the distribution system operators in order to decrease the cost, reduce the costly improvements of the network or postpone, in particular, in a scenario in which the use of electrical vehicles will be important. This ends this presentation of some studies, and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you. That was wonderful. Active network management and engaged customer is the future way to manage the power systems. Very detailed modeling studies on the EV charging part. It's very interesting. Would like to get more details. We'll contact you. Only thing which I couldn't see there is that not much mention about the harmonic injection back to the grid. Actually, we have done a very detailed study in Bangalore. Bangalore city has about 136 EV charging stations. And 12 feeders, we have taken 11 kV feeders, we have taken and done the modeling study to see what could be the harmonic impact. We have seen the results are very striking. Almost every place there is issues, and we need harmonic injections, and there has to be double tuned harmonic filters to be installed in most of the charging stations. Even at today, as it exists today, and 5 years down the line, 8 years down the line, when the charging load is going to multiply, situation will be much bigger. So without losing much time, let me bring in Mr. Akhilur Rahman, Chief Technology Officer, Hitachi ABB Power Grids. Oh, over to you, Mr. Rahman.
So thank you, Mr. Pillai. Hope I am audible. Okay, so
we can hear you.
Okay, so thank you so much. First of all, thank you, Dr. Garg, for organizing this and also giving opportunity to speak in this forum of experts, leaders in this industry, and also Professor Borghetti really, providing us the details how the simulation is doing, being done for different technologies which is getting integrated in the system. So I would like to also sort of compliment with respect to what kind of vision we are going to have in this, which is going to be sort of realized with smart grid, with energy transformation, with digital transformation. I will just share my screen. So just. So
you can go full screen.
Yeah, I'm just coming to that.
It's okay.
Okay, so hope now this is fine. You're able to see my screen. So here we are sort of discussing how the grid is going to be more smarter and smarter. Mr. Pillai already gave different directions, different technologies, different challenges, opportunities there in terms of energy, digital, as well as electric mobility transformation. So if you look at the bigger picture of energy value chain today, and especially the electric energy, And we are talking about in utilities shifting to the renewables and also making of digital grid, energy internet. On the industry side, Industry 4.0, fourth industrial revolution, a lot of technologies, core technologies, automation, robotics, they're also getting in to make the industrial production more collaborative, flexible, as well as real-time optimized. On the transport infrastructure side, we talked about the smart cities, also the electric mobility as a service. So if you look at energy, and especially the electric energy is common, and here the core technologies of power system, power equipment, power simulation, operation, automation, and digitalization, they are going to play very crucial role. And now, if we know that many of the countries, many of the utilities, industries, they have also announced the carbon neutral vision. So many companies, they have announced a vision for 2050, 2030, how they're going to move to the carbon neutral system. And so here, electricity is going to be the backbone of the entire energy system, because other forms of energy, whether mechanical, chemical, thermal, those energy also will get transformed to electrical, or electricity will be the carrier for those energy. So here, again, just to very high level, not to repeat the things, but just to quickly refresh that, first is that we are accelerating the shifting from the fossil-based to renewable power generation. So that's all we know. Second is growing electrification. In transportation, we have seen the electric vehicles, and also in industry and building sectors where other forms of energy will also get transformed into electrical. And so here again, electricity, as I said, it will be sort of more sustainable carrier of all these energy. So different forms, being carried through electricity. One example is hydrogen power, for example. So we produce hydrogen, green hydrogen, from the renewable sources, renewable power, and then we use the hydrogen for the industrial processes, as well as we use them for, let's say, the hydrogen fuel cell, which will store the energy, and it will also give back the energy to the grid. So this is how the electricity will be the carrier, whether it is renewable power or hydrogen power. So with this, we are seeing that the forecast of electricity demand, it is going to be more than double by 2050 globally. And and also it is proven that electrification actually improves the energy efficiency, because there are so many controls, automation mechanisms which are in place, and it has evolved last 150 years to achieve this. And it's also very important, as we talked about different forms of energy, they have to be coupled with maybe electricity as the central theme. So here, how do we achieve this? It's all about how we can converge the energy transformation with the technologies in the power systems, in the smart grid, with the digital transformation, because we need to have control. We need to also have performance of the assets, systems, and operations. So very important. So looking at the grid, so conventionally we know that power electronics we have been using in terms of HVDC, in terms of STATCOM, in terms of facts, but very specially in special occasion. But going into future, this is going to be common. It will be a new norm, because as Mr. Pillai said, that how do we control the power system with all these different kinds of elements coming in terms of technology, in terms of producers, consumers, prosumers. Mr. Pillai talked about prosumers, where all the consumers, they will also be feeding back to the grid, the electricity. So this grid is going to be complex, but at the same time, we have opportunity actually to integrate a lot of different technologies. We are seeing whether it is electric vehicle charging, normal charging, fast charging, ultra fast, flash charging,
I have to talk. What's that? I want to call.
Some problem?
Is Mr. Raghuman still continuing?
Maybe he have some internet issue, so it disconnected.
Acha. So what we do? We will request Professor Nikos to start, and maybe when Mr. Raghuman is back, we will continue.
Yes, sir.
So Professor Nikos from the National Technical University from Greece, request you to start your speech. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, we can hear you.
Let me just share my screen. I'm sorry for a moment. Sorry, I was not. So,
Professor, yeah, you will share your screen?
Yes.
Okay. No problem. Take your time.
I'm sorry, I was not. So, what I'm going to present is the role of distribution system operators for the transmission of energy systems. I'm sorry, can somebody else present something until I find the presentation, because I was not prepared. Sorry for that. Is it okay?
Yeah, you can send that presentation by email. We will just load it.
Professor, you have the presentation ready on your screen that can be mailed to Dr. Garg? Or if we are going to take time, then and Mr. Kadaria is ready with his presentation, maybe we could invite him and say a few minutes.
Yes. So shall I start or shall I send it to you?
No, if you can share the screen, it's fine. But if you're going to take some time to mail it and then we project it from the organizer's side, if it is going to take some time, we will take few minutes.
I can start.
Yeah, please start.
Yeah. Start, okay.
Yeah, over to you, sir. Go ahead.
Can you see my screen now?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
you can go to full screen. You can go on the projection mode.
Yeah, I'm going to the full screen. Okay. Oh, that's already. Okay, I'll send it to you. Sorry, it's already recorded. So I will send it to you. I will send it to you in a while. So please go back. Okay. I'm sorry for that. I will send it to you. Please. I'm going to join you again. Sorry for that.
In the meantime, may I request Mr. Kataria to come in and make your speech?
Mr. Pillai, I have joined, but
oh, you are back. Okay,
yeah.
But can you share your screen?
Yes, I'll do that.
Okay, then you continue.
Yeah, so sorry about it.
Yeah, no, this is quite common. Don't worry about it.
Hope you can see my screen.
Yeah. You can go full screen.
Yeah.
Very good.
Okay, sorry about it. So my system restarted. So I was trying to join. Somebody had to allow me. Apology for that. So yeah, so so I was talking about how the different technologies are getting in for the benefit of the consumers, prosumers, different technologies, and also the new technologies like the same HVDC will have also meshed HVDC, will also have a lot of harmonic elimination or reduction solution in terms of power electronics. We'll have storage, not only battery, but also hydrogen storage, hydrogen power. And as Mr. Pillai talked about the simulation his team has done for Bangalore EV charging, how it is injecting harmonics and how to contain it. So future of smart grid would be basically to embrace power electronics. At the same time, if you look at with more and more renewable energy, we are also losing the rotating inertia in the system. So we also have to create virtual inertia. We have to create synthetic inertia using power electronics in the system so that the system, the grid can be still stable. Then we have a lot of digital technologies coming. We have started also as power system. We have started also using these technologies, whether it is digital twin, whether it is data analytics, AI, ML, and also we are going to use 5G in future. Blockchain also used because of the prosumer kind of environment where a lot of consumers will also be producing and also feeding back the energy to the grid. Cloud computing helping us to actually augment the system. So I'll come to that. There is also misconception that cloud IoT will also take over or replace our conventional automation system. It is not so, and because of a lot of sensors also coming in where we can use these sensors to collect the additional data from the grid. Looking at the entire ecospace, how it is going to evolve. So we know that we have very strong operational technology, the power system with automation, with SCADA, with network control, with network management there. And this system has been there for several decades. It's working. And also if you see in India, in the country level, we have a large grid, national grid with regional load dispatch centers. Also, we are connected with the neighboring countries. So this technology is there. But what we are doing in IoT and digitalization is basically taking the data in addition to our SCADA and network control, taking the data through the sensor, either they are there or we put additional sensors, take the data which is available in the cloud, and then this data is available for a larger set of experts, not only in utilities industries, but also outside, the technology providers, the academia, the experts sitting globally, so they can analyze their data and make the system more smarter and also available. So here again, we can use all these different digital technologies, whether we talk about software-defined machines, digital twin, VR, AR, and AI, ML. And here again, this digital platform is also enabling us to improve the performance quantitatively, whether it's productivity, reliability, and quality of the power, quality of the production in industrial environment, energy efficiency, safety, and also cybersecurity. So very important. So this is how, and it's not that the right-hand system, IoT digitalization, which is going to replace the left hand. It's actually just complementing. So the conventional system is going to be there. The very example I gave, because today I like what happened with me, my system restarted. In power system, we cannot allow this. that your server or machine or PC is restarting, and then because that can lead to actually blackout. So that is the reason why we have built a system, very strong system of SCADA network control, large smart grid already, which is robust, which is deterministic, which is available all the time, 99.99%. So that system is going to be there. IoT digitalization going to just augment with respect to providing more data, more analytics capability, more predictability in the system, in the asset performance. So here is one example of how the electric vehicles, for example. So people always see that, okay, we just put the charger in the system and then buses or cars, they will get charged. But if you look at, it's not just that, we also need to plan the grid, the power system to have this kind of electric vehicle charging infrastructure, which may be flash, which may be fast. Here you see this is the bus, you say flash charging, where 20 seconds it gets top-up charge. So that means if you can imagine there are hundreds of chargers, they will draw a huge amount of surge power from the grid. So the grid has to also be stable in that condition. So we have to plan, we have to also ensure in real time when all these different chargers, different fast, flash and ultra fast chargers are there, grid is still able to manage with this dynamic situation. So that's how the simulation has to be done during planning, and also during operation it has to run as a real-time system. And asset performance management, that is one complementary thing which we are bringing in with IoT to our conventional smart grid system, that we also get the asset health data, asset monitoring, and do the predictive prediction of the asset malfunction or failure, and so that we can ensure that the uptime of the system of the asset is there. So here again, it is a convergence of asset performance management, IoT, digital platform with the grid data, with the power system operation and control. So I would stop here. Thank you so much for listening, and thank you so much for having patience when I was out from the system for some time. Sorry about that. Thank you. So over to Mr. Pillai.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Akilur Rahman, for excellent presentation on digital grid and digitization. Okay. So smart grid is converted into digital grid. Yeah. We appreciate that part very much. And now next presentation will be done by our eminent Professor Nikos. Are you there?
You have his presentation, Dr. Garg. Professor said he'll be mailing the presentation to you, and you should project it while he speak.
Okay. So we can wait.
No, have you received? Puneet, have you received the presentation?
No, sir. We have still not received.
We have not.
I'm waiting for it.
Professor, are you there? Are you connected, Professor Nikos?
Okay. Next.
So we will call Mr. Kataria.
Yeah.
In the meantime, Puneet, try to reach out to Professor Nikos on his cell phone and see. He emailed the presentation to you, which you can share the screen. Over to you, Mr. Kataria from NASCOM Center of Excellence for IoT and AI.
Yes. Thank you. Can somebody allow me to share the screen, please?
Yes, yes. Puneet.
Thank you. I got it.
Okay.
All right. So I represent this NASCOM Center of Excellence for IoT and AI. Of course, we are still called IoT and AI for the simple reason 6 years back when the Ministry of Electronics and IT got this new center created. IoT was a fashionable word at that time. Today, it's all emerging technologies that we are supposed to be engaged with. Our interaction with the industry, academic, government, and startup is something that we bring into the table. we call ourselves as the largest deep tech collaborative platform. And the picture that you see is the office and the lab that we have over there. NASSCOM is a industry association, almost 30 years old, and it represents more than $190 billion worth for audience who are not from India. And 7-8 years back, we started the innovation part of the wing within NASSCOM. What we do is we sort of facilitate a connection between these 4 boxes. The startups who give the industry use cases, they become the people who implement research which comes from academia and research and go to the industry for their large scale deployment. Industry has both the market access, the problems that they know, and of course the financial muscle to take it and scale it to the actual adoption. The requirement of government, of course, Dr. Garg very well knows that whenever there's a new industry coming up, there's a very strong requirement of government policies, and experts from the industry and from academia and all the stakeholders are really required to formulate the right policies in the right directions and guide the stakeholders in the ecosystem. What we do is we represent these deep tech areas of innovations. And if you look at whether it's a drone, robotics, AI, IoT, ML, all of these are become the latest, if I can say, the charm of the startup world. We have more than 2,500 largest network of deep tech startups. And if, of course, you would be aware that India now is the 3rd largest startup ecosystem in the world. Not only in terms of number of startups, but at the same time, the number of unicorns. The unicorns are the people who cross 1 billion capital valuation. Of course, we have IPs, but of course, I would not claim that to be a very large number for the simple reason academic institutions generate much more than what we have generated in a few years. But that's the implementation of those IPs is where we come into. Industries have their own inertia to get implement, try and burn a large number of iterations process much quicker, much different, much disruptive. And this is where the startups come in, and what we get from the industry and from organizations from the government as well as the private industry are the 250 use cases that we bring it to the ecosystem. And it's very important that all of you put together, give us the startup and say, look, these are the areas, the problems that we need to solve. And we don't want to be deviated by whether the research has been there, it's mature enough, or whether the consumer will accept it or not. Of course, there's a market acceptance study, ideation has to be all done on both sides of the cycle. But we need to also disrupt lot of different ideas. And when we are talking about what we say is energy, RE and EVs, as well as smart cities, they also get somewhere or the other intermixed with when we talk of smart cities, MedTech and Industry 4.0. So we discuss about all these areas that we've been dealing with. Of course, there are challenges in the power system. Now, see, you've been fundamentally over decades and decades very well established in the core engineering areas, whether it's power electronics, whether it's power itself, whether it's renewable energy, that itself has been there for many years now, and all sorts of mature, commercially viable renewable energies are available. Now, what we have to do is sort of marry all these technologies with the latest innovations coming from the digital world. And our areas are very important in one way, that when you talk of harmonics, how can we dynamically reduce harmonics? Because harmonic reduction doesn't come at no cost at all. There will be cost involved. Whether policy level or decision making can also be involved by use of AI on the people who are at the DISCOM or the people who are at the distribution, or is it demand supply management that has to be done. All these things will come from both decision making, from the guidance available from the policy, and to aid to the policy, all these experts in the startup world would be able to help you. We need to hear from you what are those challenges, and we will try to solve them. So, what we started with is frequent connect and disconnect, which is the unregulated distribution, power quality issue, increasing DC charging stations are now being thought of, and of course, harmonics and the peak loads. All of these are going to be big challenges. But, there are some very good silver linings as well, if I can say. The traditional way that humans actually wake up in the morning, go to the work, office, industry, or whatever it is, there's a lot of synergy between when the sun shines, the humans shine, start working, and when the solar energy can also start charging their parked vehicles in their offices. Because whatever you do, whether it's a public transport or individual transport, we will have to devise somewhere where we do not have to either store or have variations in this peak load management issues. We are already facing challenges, very serious challenges in the areas of demand and supply. And added to that, the EVs, which will start coming in, the kind of challenges that the RE systems, which are again not firm, will all bring in. And this is where we think that there is a lot of work to be done, and that work can be done with the combination of academic, the industry, and the startups. Of course, now you know that the innovations that are working in are in variety of other things, and I'm not talking the usual traditional ones, because startups usually think a little ahead of where the industry has matured in commercially. So whether it's wireless charging, there have been cases, there are startups who are trying robotic arms to plug in every vehicle charged in a basement or a multi-storied area. So San Francisco probably will be doing it very soon. Pop-up pavement charging or electrified roads, lamp post charging, and we do not know traditional methods like the electric overhead transmission lines may come on the road. We do not know. But all of these will actually be implemented. There will be trials and errors. Some may work in certain parts, geographical parts, some may not work at all. And there's a possibility that with the industries, now we all know that the industry, the traditional auto industries, where are the EVs going to be made? We don't know. It may be the Apples or the Googles of the world, it may be the traditional automakers, or it may be a combination of all them, or it may be simple cottage industry which may come up, and which is, we have all seen in two-wheeler industry in China, for example, or a lot of other places. Traditional large industries have left room for cottage industries. This is so simple. You may have roadside street cabinets. Germany has tried that. You have Britain who are trying to do that. Swappable batteries. All these are the areas where innovations are required, and this is not something easy. It has to go through all the TRL series of things to the TRL 7 and make it commercial success and be able to scale. What I would like to would like to point out that while we talked about harmonics, we talked of fast charging, we all are aware of the fact that nothing comes at free challenges. If it is ultra fast charging, the batteries may get conked off very soon. So you have to have an optimum. And when we are saying that optimization of how fast you want to charge which battery for which public or personal uses, all these will be not written on the stone. You might have to change these kind of decision making on the fly. And who gives these decision making parameters on the fly probably would be some startup, perhaps. These startups will give decision making points for money. Mr. Mani Kumar, you're sitting in shorts, which is okay, but that's all right. DC fast chargers that can fill up your battery to 80% in just half an hour. Are we ready for that? Are we making potassium and sodium batteries? And there are cases where things have done. But now somebody has to do a research on the life cycle cost of these movement. Battery to charging stations to what might be the life cycle of the batteries. All these kind of things will be required to be done. V2G, we talked, and the professors have talked enough about V2G, and this is something which will happen. But there are lots of policy, lots of geographical challenges. Now, what serves well in, say, Northern Europe may not work in Southern Europe and may not work in India. or Southeast Asia. Each of these geographical areas would have a different requirement and different reason why these decisions have to be made. So V2G has got room to play in, but they had a lot of challenges. And there are challenges which are not policy level, they're technical, there are people's acceptance in it. Why would I give my battery unless there's a good amount of remuneration for me? Now, we all know this was the same story that we went through the data. Even today, you have a lot of data which is freely available to these large giants of the industry in the digital world, which are, frankly speaking, consumers not benefiting directly in terms of monetary funds. They may be the end users of the insights out of this data. The same thing, let's not worry too much. Let's not kill ourselves by making the same mistakes and saying that, well, you have the battery, yes, why not use it? We'll pay you lump sum money of XYZ per kilowatt hour. I think there will be a time when people will say, no, we are consumers. Unless it makes very sensible reason for us to do that, we will not probably do it. So it will take some amount of time. Wireless charging, a lot of standardization will have to be done. Today, even as of today, we have still a large number of charger adapters and charging sockets and plugs in the mobile industry. After all these years, we are still fighting those issues about the standardization. It may not be the same case in EV, it might be worse, in fact, because every region, every type of vehicle, every type of usage may work in different directions. And that's why we are saying that all these put together will become the talk of the tomorrow. Now, paths to smart charging, cybersecurities are areas which we have to all talk about. You can actually hack a system. Today, power grid systems are hackables and they've been now very well secured. But when you go into consumer electric vehicles, if I have to switch off an EV or if I have to switch off charging of an EV, going right to individual electric vehicle consumer is not going to be the same as being secure for a thermal power plant or a renewable power plant or a distribution channel. Those are the people who play in billions of dollars. They can afford very high level of cybersecurities. We will probably have to wait and watch. Reliabilities. Can we think of smart charging that people who are used to gasoline-based long distance traveling, and you can fill it at every place every 50 miles, that is not the same. So we will have to see what happens, and specifically in a country which is very large, unlike in Europe where it's quite congested, we will have situations which are different for countries like India or I would say Australia. There are going to be bound to be many, many different kind of reasons why smart charging will have to change. So whether it's mobility or spot electricity market, all these will have to come from Dr. Gerg's and the other experts who will have to actually have multiple rounds of these interactions between different stakeholders. So that's all that I have. We have India specific challenges. I wouldn't really go because professors and the industry has covered them well. And with that, I think there are a good number of these startups who have come into the market. And I would say, I will not really want to say any of them need our support now. What we need to give support are to the middle level, the people who are just started walking, the people who have got good ideas. They need our support. They need the support of both the industry, the government, the academia. And this is where all of us put together can bring a lot of contribution to the startup world. And that is what I would like to ask all of you in this ecosystem to collaborate and co-create. With that, I will like to close. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Navaratan. It indeed was delightful hearing you talking about harmonic impact of EV charging. So any of your startups are working on that area, please connect them with us. We are now embarked. The study which we did in Bangalore, that report should be on our website next week. It's under printing actually, maybe Wednesday or Thursday it will be published. You will hear about that. Very interesting results you will see. But next study which we have started, we installed 2 Class A power quality meters imported from Sweden, and one in a bus depot in Pune, where more than 120 vehicles are being charged every day, and another meter in Calcutta in another bus depot. So the impact of this big batteries being charged is what we want to capture, the actual, not modeling study, but the actual readings. These meters can capture almost 1200 electrical parameters and up to 100 harmonics. And there's a very renowned professor on power quality in Sweden, Professor Matt Bolan. He's going to help us in analyzing that. So we'll keep these meters for about in these both the places for about a year, and very large GB scale data per day will be collected and analyzed. So any of your startups working on this area will be happy to associate with them and give them access to this data, which is real time. It's coming onto a account which we have on the AWS cloud. And also wireless charging part, which you said, well, it's being evolved. It's going to be a major challenge in standards. But the other area which we are already looking at, it is the drones. Both delivery drones and passenger drones are going to be in millions all around the world, and they also need to be charged. How do we charge it? So that's going to be a major challenge. Drones are not going to be parked for hours and hours for charging. So that's an area where we are already collaborating with a couple of Boeing and NASA Aeronautical Research Institute, etc. So can we charge this drones while they are flying?
Good thinking, but Dr. Pillai, what we'll request you is when you bought these expensive meters, which has so many parameters to measure, it's also a high time that the children of these meters have to be started to develop now. And that is where I think if you say that my wish list, we want to hear what is Dr. Pillai's wish list. And those are which startups will convert into reality. Maybe it will take 1.5 or 2 years to do it. But please give these wish list today so that in 2 years, probably we will see some results.
We will have a one-to-one session soon. So without further delaying, let me invite Professor Nikos. Professor, over to you.
Hello, good afternoon, and thank you for the invitation. I'm going to give you an overview of ETIPSNet and what ETIPSNet thinks about the future power systems of 2050. So it's a more general view. It's not relevant directly to the wireless charging and the electromobility, but what I would like to give you is the European view of the future power systems. So if I go to the next slide, let me introduce ETIPSNet that was formed in 2016. ETIPSNet is the European Innovation Platform for Smart Networks for Energy Transition. And the mission of this organization, if you can please press the next slide, enter, is to set out the vision for research development innovation for smart networks for energy transition, then engage stakeholders in this vision, and please prepare strategic research and innovation roadmaps. Next, a report on the implementation of research development innovation activities at European, national, regional, and industrial levels. To provide input to the set plan action 4. Set plan is a strategic energy transition plan of Europe, and action 4 is relevant to the energy systems and especially the flexibility issues. To define innovation barriers, notably related to regulation and financing, and to develop knowledge sharing mechanisms, especially to help bring research innovation results to the deployment, and to prepare consolidated stakeholder views on research and innovation to European energy policy initiatives. And that's very important, the last bullet, because what we want to do is to collect all the stakeholders that are relevant to energy and provide consolidated views. So if you go to the next slide, you see that the stakeholders of ETIPSNet are all the major players, are transmission system operators, distribution system operators in Europe, national representatives, research and academia, storage, consumers, thermal generation, renewable energy sources, ICT, equipment manufacturers, interface to energy, other energy carriers, and regulators. So representative of all these organizations participate in ETIPSNet And through this organization, which is, as you see, there's a governing board, there are experts coordination groups, which are 5 permanent groups. More than 200 experts from Europe are working in these expert groups and national stakeholders coordination, so to coordinate the various European countries. And then this is organized in 5 working groups. The first working group is working on reliable, economic, and efficient smart grid system. This is the system point of view. Then working group 2 speaks about storage. Working group 3 deals with with flexible generation and also renewable generation and thermal generation. Then working group 4 deals with digitalization and customer participation. The next working group deals with how you can bring innovation to business environment. And another working group 6 is the stakeholders, national stakeholders coordination group. So this is how it is organized. And we follow the goals of the European energy policy, the 3 pillars of affordable and marketable and market-based energy services, how to protect the environment, how to provide secure, resilient, reliable supply. And if you go to the next slide, you can see that our aim is to go from the system of the past that was mainly using little renewable resources with low circularity, inefficient conversion and use, with a lot of fossil fuel raw materials and high CO2 emissions, to a almost full circular system with recycled materials, CO2 capture and use, integrated digitalized systems, almost entirely renewable resources, and provide little waste and little CO2 emissions. So the vision of 2050 is the first major outcome of this work, how to integrate smart networks for the energy transition and serving society and protecting the environment. And so the goal is to provide the views, the image, the vision of a low carbon, secure, reliable, resilient, accessible and cost efficient, market-based pan-European integrated energy system that supplies the whole economy and pave the way for a fully CO2 neutral circular economy for the year 2050. And also maintain and extend European industrial leadership in cases where, of course, Europe can provide some leadership. Let's go to the next slide. And this is the infographic of the Vision 2050. All these small squares are the various ingredients of this vision. And if you look at the next slide, let me just go quickly through this. So you see a variety of generation sources, both centralized and decentralized, fully or largely circular. So you see here various forms of wind and solar, onshore, offshore, etc. You can see the customer in the center, multiple forms of storage that are used, not only electrical, but also thermal, liquid storage, etc. You can see next the conversion technologies widely used. You see all the multi-energy systems and all the various technologies, power to gas, gas to power and heat, power to liquid, power to heat, etc. Also, of course, the production of hydrogen is very important here. If you go to the next slide, you can see, and this is the most important perhaps, that networks are fully integrated, all the energy networks, not only electricity, but also heating and cooling, gas, and also data networks and mobility networks. And you see, to do this, you need digitalization, so all forms of digitalization of data and all forms of exchange of data, wireless and wired. And also, and the Vision 2050 also has some building blocks that we use. So the Vision 2050 means that in 2050, we expect some of things that are in place already. And if you go to the next slide, first you see that in all these ingredients, customers are in the center. You see customers, you see the four layers, the market, the communication layer, the physical system, the digital infrastructure. And regarding customers and markets, you can see that next enter please. You have a price-based coordination of the various resources to enable diversity of resources, enable biomass, synthetic gas, and all forms, and use value, and enable daily or seasonal energy storage. So all this operation is market-based. In the next slide, you can see customer communication digitalization. So we have a lot of data, information based on Internet of Things, with smart meters and sensors, real-time monitoring and control, a lot of analytical tools for data mining, machine learning, digital tools, etc., and massive data exchange from machine to machine. For physical and digital infrastructure, it is important to enable the operation between the various operators, transmission distribution operators, also electricity and gas operators at all levels of the energy chain. Subsidiary is very important. You see that all actions are optimized at the most immediate level. So we have a lot of distributed resources and distributed control. Microgrids and virtual power plants and various of these forms are widely developed and optimized locally as much as possible. And of course, we have automation to handle the available physical capacity to new automated services for flexible energy network resources. And this slide summarizes what is this vision to have an energy generation based on renewable electricity and heating and cooling. I mean, we have now liquid fuels that come also from renewables to the conversion technologies. Here, renewable gas, renewable fuel, and some part of nuclear, because this cannot be still phased out by 2050. And then if you go to the next slide, you can see the consumption. Consumption is now in households, tertiary sector, industry, and agriculture. You see the ground transport that is fully electrified with aviation, buses, cars, electromobility, etc. Also maritime and trains. And also you see that the arrows here are two-sided, which means that the consumers are becoming prosumers and producers. In the middle is the networks. You see the gas networks, the thermal networks, the liquid fuel networks that are all interacted with their local conversion technologies and also the local storage technologies. In the middle of all this, you see the electricity network, that is the backbone integrated energy system. And due to its versatility and also due to its flexibility, you can see all this system working as a source of storage and conversion technologies. So that's the overall vision. And based on that, now ETIPSNet is working on identifying the priorities for research and innovation. We're working on providing the roadmaps and innovation, the innovation roadmaps. And this is based on this work. Also, the European Commission is helped to provide the Horizon programs and the future research activities. And perhaps it's interesting to tell you that we are currently working on an EU-India research project that is dealing with microgrids. And we are very excited about this. And we are planning to see how microgrids can help some areas to develop these activities that are at the moment poorly or not electrified. So that's all I would say. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Nikos. May I ask you, when is this project going to be completed, and when the results of this EKPSnet project, what is the duration, what is the time frame?
EKPSnet is a continuous project. It's not does not have a horizon. We continuously, this stakeholders group is working to look research and to provide roadmaps and implementation plans so that we can see how we can achieve these goals for 2050. And we are continuously providing these texts and documents, and I'll be happy to update you.
No, the current funding under Horizon, 2020 is valid till when?
Okay, the current funding is finishing. Now we start a new program called Horizon Europe, which is now starting in,
Very good.
The project I was referring to,
very interesting project. Would be excited to see the results of some of these projects and studies. Dr. Garg, do we have time for question and answer? Or is there any questions from the audience? I can't hear you. You are muted, sir. Please unmute. Yeah. Yes, sir.
Sir, one more presentation. Michael, show one.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. I forgot.
Yeah.
My apologies.
Excellent presentation by him. Yeah.
In the list given by Puneet, that name was not there. I, in fact, particularly asked him in the message box. He didn't answer. Yeah. We wish to invite Mr.
From
Michael
Germany.
Sachin.
Yeah, from Germany.
Yes.
So let me share my screen. Thank you. So I hope you can see it.
Yes, very good.
Perfect. So many thanks also to you, first of all, for the invitation to speak here in this plenary session on smart grids, digital energy transformation and charging infrastructure. And you see the title of my presentation, of my keynote, the IT-OT convergence in power transmission and distribution. So I will try to highlight what is different today when we talk about smart grids. Smart grids is not a new term. We used to talk a lot about smart grids already 10 or even 15 years ago. So what is different today? And of course, this is linked with digitalization. But there is something more which I will try to make it clear in just something like 10 minutes. Let's see whether this works out. So energy transition, of course, is the big scenario for power systems all over the world. And I'm glad that I have seen with Mr. Raman even the same number here on decarbonization, because decarbonization, of course, means in a lot of cases electrification, as we have discussed already. So doubling the electricity consumption by 2050, a lot more electricity generation will have to come from renewables, of course, if we talk about decarbonization. And just looking at recent developments in politics, just looking into the last IPCC report on climate change, we can guess already today that most likely we will have to be faster. So all the numbers that we can see here most likely will not be sufficient, and we need to speed up. Decentralization is an important topic. It is coming along with decarbonization, with the renewables, because a lot of renewable generation happens on very small scale, decentral. You mentioned already, Dr. Pillai, in your introduction, rooftop PV. Yes, in Germany, the bulk share by far of renewable generation, of PV generation, sorry, is rooftop PV. We have already 2 million units. And it's amounting to something like 45 gigawatts. So in total, it is massive, but it is distributed to this immensely high number of active prosumers. And of course, digitalization is important. And digitalization, something that was also mentioned already, we need to pay attention that digitalization is not new. I mean, of course, for example, a utility control system, the online control system of power systems, of course, this is since decades fully digitalized systems. But what is important, we will see, we need to interconnect different things, and we need to implement all these IoT devices. I will come to this later, because there will be so many of them. They will have different characteristics. They are not on the same professional grade, on the same service level like the utility scale IT solutions, but there are tons of them. And of course, we need to make use of what is available out there with customers, with end customers, and we should not let go of this opportunity. So I can be quick on these ones. We all know that with energy transition, with decarbonization, decentralization, and also digitalization, the complexity is growing. This slide here is just illustrating that the complexity will, of course, increase because there are so many more active players. I'm just mentioning again the 2 million rooftop PV installations in Germany. Whereas all of Germany in the good old times, the monopolistic energy system of the past, we used to have something like 200 large power plants that were connected to the transmission grids, and that's it. So nowadays we have maybe 100 of these large power plants left, and we need to start dealing with all of these decentral generators down to the rooftop installations ultimately. Complexity is also increasing, and this is illustrated by this small animation. I hope it comes through in the screen share here. And of course, we know this, the volatility, because renewable energy is depending on solar radiation, on wind speed. And what is shown here is not even the short-term volatility when clouds are moving in or something. This is daily cycles. You can see here the huge peaks, which means a generation surplus at a substation in the transmission level. This is the north of Germany, where all the offshore wind farms here from the North Sea are feeding into the system. You see the large sinks. This is the large urban areas with lots of also industry, heavy industry, where even in the future, we will not be able to generate adequate levels of electricity locally. So we need to bring it in from the outside. And this is just illustrating that there will be a huge, much higher than today, volatility in time. And by the way, also in space. This is also important, the location. So as I said before, 200 central power plants that were connected to the transmission system. Of course, the TSOs know where these 200 power plants are located. If we need, and well, it's not really if, when we need to make use of the 2 million rooftop PVs, the TSO will not know for sure exactly where each of these 2 million devices is located. There will be some volatility in the locations as well. So it is also clear already that all of this can only work in our system if we really leverage digitalization. And as I said before, of course, we have a lot of digital systems in power transmission and distribution already, but we need to do more, and we need to connect all the different IT systems that we are using today already. And I don't even want to spend too much time on this slide. What is important is we need to leverage digitalization in all the different levels. We need to do it in system planning. We need to do it, of course, in the real-time system operation. We need to do it in asset management. We have already seen the example on the asset performance management. And all of this needs to be fully integrated and work together. And I'm coming to the key point. And again, this is not new. We have seen it already. We have seen it in our plenary session today already. Flexibility. This is actually what will be the key aspect in this future electric system with all the volatilities, with all the different players. And we will need to have flexibility on all the different levels. So we need to have flexibility in conventional generation. So even in the future, for sure, in the years to come, in the next 1, 2, maybe 3 decades, we will still have conventional generation. We will also have fossil conventional generation until it is really completely turned to renewables. And we need to make these more flexible. So for example, allowing faster ramp rates, increasing reactive power ranges, and making sure that devices are black start capable. We need to have flexibility in renewable generation. This is something which is technically possible today already. In many cases, in many countries, regulation is not really calling for it. But already today, renewables sorry, can provide, for example, balancing power, both positive and negative balancing power. Of course, certain control mechanisms need to be implemented, but technically the PV inverters or the wind turbine generators are able to do it. The same for reactive power, and also, of course, one very important topic that is quite hot in the discussions today, the grid forming functionality. We already know that, as a matter of fact, almost all the renewable generation is fully inverter based. So of course, any PV generation is inverter based. If it's not a doubly fed injection machine, or the wind power generation is inverter based. But today it is typically grid following inverters, which will not be possible or not be suitable, sufficient anymore in future. We need also to have grid forming functionalities and black start capability that is coming along with it. Networks, of course, at the end of the day, our focus here is on the transmission and distribution system. So we also need to make sure that we have flexibility in our networks. This is especially power flow control. We need to be able to leverage and use the existing capacity, meaning the thermal capacity in lines and transformers, as good as possible. And of course, this requires that we have full observability of the loading of the current network situation, which is kind of a standard and a given worldwide, even in the transmission levels. But the further down we go into distribution, the less real-time observability is available. And of course, we also need to have controllability in order to manage power flows. And last but not least, flexibility in demand. So we have seen already that, of course, a large share, a very large number of typical consumers, residential consumers, industrial, commercial consumers, will turn into active consumers, even into prosumers. We mentioned all the rooftop PV installations already, and just to give you a hint, today, or since something like 2-3 years, I think something like 70-80% of the new rooftop PV installations that are installed in Germany are coming along together with storage. So this means we have technical, very interesting potential with such installations. And again, if it is installations going into the millions, ultimately, we cannot afford to let go of this potential. Yeah, and last but not least, you see down here, storage is actually across all these different sectors. Storage will be a key enabler for flexibility for the energy transition. And just to get one step further, so what does it mean? What are concrete solutions that will provide these additional flexibility? Well, it is, of course, advanced equipment, generation equipment. When we talk about conventional generation or renewable generation, yes, there will be new versions of gas turbines that allow more controls that have a better technical performance. But especially a lot of the other functions that provide flexibility at the end of the day are, of course, using or completely based on digitalization. When we talk about renewables, and I mentioned that renewables today already technically would be capable to provide ancillary services like reactive power, like balancing power. This is basically all about the inverter controls. So it is basically just about software. The inverters are there, they are controlled by software anyway. So if the controls are changed, meaning software code is changed, completely new functionalities can be delivered in the actual primary system. If we look into the networks, again, we have something like advanced equipment on itself, phase shifting transformers, synchronous condensers. So by the very physics of how they are constructed, these devices offer flexibility, but all the other items that we can think of, or most of the other items that we can think of, again, are fully based on digitalization on software. I start again here with FACTS and HVDC. This is almost the same like the inverters in the renewable generation. It's power electronics. So what these devices are doing in real life and in real time in the systems is much more determined by the software for the controllers than by the actual hardware, by the inverter stacks. And the important thing is that at least with HVDC, we know that the controllability of HVDC has an impact beyond the actual HVDC line in itself. If we can control power flow via the HVDC, there is also a big impact on the AC system around it. And this is where it actually becomes interesting. I would like to pick the example of dynamic line rating, which is not new. So of course, it's a piece of software, some controllers that are actually implemented. But the thing that is fundamentally changing here is that the technical performance of an overhead line, the thermal capacity, is not depending on the physics of the actual hardware equipment anymore, the lines, conductors, and everything. It is depending on a piece of software and on an electronic controller. So this is where I start to talk about the IT-OT convergence, the technical performance of the actual hardware system is depending on the software. This becomes immediate also clear with things like special protection schemes, where in contrary to the dynamic line rating, where we talk about the technical performance of one equipment, one overhead line, a special performance scheme actually, special protection scheme, sorry, impacts the performance of a whole network area and is completely based on software. It's not related at all to any hardware characteristics. It is similar on the demand side. We have heard already a lot about vehicle to grid, about e-mobility charging that needs to be controlled. So of course, again, we talk about all these controllers. We have battery storage integration into each of these sectors. And the very important thing is here, accessing these large numbers of individual devices, mentioning for the last time the 2 million rooftop PV installations, for example. It will not be possible without an aggregation level. The TSOs will never talk to millions of devices directly. It will have to work via aggregators. So this means we are coming to the situation that the actual performance of parts of the network of subsystems like vehicle to grid is determined by software. And this is actually what we mean by IT-OT convergence. So classically, the OT equipment, the hardware, lines, transformers, have been considered as one system. The IT systems, all the various IT systems that are in use already, have been considered as separate systems. And we are coming to the point that this is not suitable anymore. It is actually one system. And as the few examples have explained, hopefully, the technical performance of this combined system is determined by both OT characteristics and by IT specifications and parameters. So this sounds rather simple, but actually we are only starting to really implement this into our real life. It starts with very simple things, consistent modeling. We still have problems today, even with millions of renewable generators connected already, to calculate short circuit currents, for example, because there is no consistent modeling of the inverters. So it is a very blunt example of some basic challenges that we are still facing. And this becomes more challenging, much more challenging, if we really want to have integrated processes for planning and operation of this converged IT and OT system. It will need to start with even very basic definitions of new technical products and service levels. I've mentioned balancing power, for example, that could be provided also by renewable generators, by rooftop PV installations, for example. But a small individual rooftop PV installation, it will not be connected to the overall system by classic utility IT, which is real-time capable. It will be connected via IoT, most likely, cheap, and implemented actually today already. We have to use it, but it has different characteristics. It is not capable to offer real time. The transmission system operator might not be capable to spot exactly where this rooftop PV installation is located and where the balancing power will be provided. But still, this has to be put into one system to make use of these technical potentials. Yeah, last but not least, just one outlook into reliability considerations. If we have this convergence of IT and OT, of course, we need to spend thoughts and really think through what is the fallback option in case of an outage of IT subsystems. Also, the question of reliability was mentioned already, Dr. Kateria. So, and we still see that typically today, even the failure rates of IT systems are most likely even higher than of our classic OT systems. So this is an important aspect. What is the fallback option? But it is also the other way around. So we're also seeing that we can provide increased reliability, resilience from the IT systems, so-called curative N-1, for example, so that after the outage of a line, for example, certain actions in the system are taken automatically, so that the N-1 security is provided in the IT system, not in the OT system, for example, where the failure of the line itself would actually be an N-0 case. So these concepts are being discussed, and for sure we will go into this direction. We will have to, because all the generation systems, all these changes in energy transition are actually happening faster and will have to happen even faster than we can adapt and change our networks. So last but not least, just one outlook that also we as Siemens are working and trying to contribute here. Just to mention one research project, Dynamic Grid Control Center, where we are partnering with a lot of universities in Germany, with the TSOs in Germany, all 4 of them, where, for example, we are trying to implement certain aspects to monitor also dynamic stability in real time, to make assessments from different data sources that normally or classically until today are not used in a control center, and to make sure that observability and controllability are met, also leveraging IT-OT convergence. So that was my keynote. Many thanks for having me, even after the scheduled time. And yeah, let's see whether we have some chance for a few questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Michael. It was very interesting discussion on the flexibility side. So this is where we've been also working of late with several experts around the world. We need to look, you've given different sectors of flexibility, but we need to look at different time scales. Second, what solution can give flexibility? Seconds to minutes, minutes to hours.
Exactly.
And then we come to the era of surplus, when we need hours to days and days to months of seasonal flexibility. So this is a very, very challenging area where many people working on it. On the solution template which you have shown, would like to see more points, like particularly on the generation side, on the automatic generation control, AGC, troop control for the gas turbines, and the synthetic inertial response. There are a lot we can fill up. So we would like to have a much longer session with you and other experts sometime soon. So we are actually out of time, but Garg Sahab, do we have time for some questions? And is there any questions from the audience?
I think there is no question from the audience.
Okay.
But it is excellent presentations. So you can have some.
Okay. So any of the panelists would like to comment on any other points, important points, maybe 1 minute for each one of you. We'll start with Professor Borgatti.
Oh, I would like just to thank for the invitation and also congratulations for all the presentation. I have no comment from my side. Thank you.
To Mr. Akilur Raghuman.
Yeah, so I'd like to say, compared to the past, I think we know that power system is very dynamic. We are going to make it smarter. But I think this dynamic approach also has to come in terms of collaboration in future, because we are seeing that a lot of different entities, technology providers, the owners, operators of the system, prosumers. So with this scenario, I think future is going to be very, very dynamic. A lot of technologies coming and getting integrated in the smart grid. I think we need much more collaboration. So that's what I would like to, sort of conclude from my side, that it's very important we continue discussing, we continue also working together on some pilots, for example, to prove this technology and also prove the value of the technology. Thank you.
Thank you. Over to you, Professor Nikos.
Yeah, at first I would also like to thank you very much for the invitation to this Congress. It's been a very nice experience. And I would also like to stress the idea of collaboration, also international collaboration. You see, we have common goals in many parts of the world. It is very interesting to learn from each other and still develop further international collaboration through pilot projects or common activities. I think this is very important.
You mentioned about the microgrid project in India, so look forward to seeing you here soon. So thank you very much. And over to you, Mr. Kataria.
So do I.
Now, I think the predecessors have already covered the word collaboration, and this is what I really pray that globally, academicians and industry, startups, government, they need to collaborate very strongly and have pointed deliverables within a very short period of time to move fast.
Thank you very much. It indeed was a wonderful experience moderating this session with the participation from industry, academia, and think tanks. So thank you very much to the organizers for inviting me and giving me this wonderful opportunity. Traditionally, our electric utilities used to be very conservative. So everybody used to accuse them of being conservative and very, very resistant to change. And fortunately or unfortunately, we have come to an era. They need to change faster than everybody else today. With the new technologies, all technologies are applicable and being applied onto the electric grid. And without electricity, nothing else works. And as a result, our utilities are forced to change at much faster rate than any other industry. And this is going to be a very, very interesting time to work in this industry. And look forward to being with all of you and hand it over back to the organizers. Over to you, Dr. Garg.
Thank you, Dr. Reji Pillai, for very ably chairing the session. And our sincere thanks goes to Professor Nikos, Professor Alberto, and Akitul Rahman, and Mr. Kataria and Michael Swan for excellent presentations. And as you have said, that more discussion and time is required to go into depth of their wisdom. So in future, we will do it. And I'm sorry that we have spoiled your weekend, but this is beyond my control because dates are fixed every year, 21st, 22nd, and 23rd of August for this annual conference. Thank you very much for your patience.
Thank you. All the best. See you all. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.